Chronicles of Ardenthal. Book 1. Heart in Flames.
Alina sat by the window of the west tower and rested her forehead against the cool glass. Below her lay the valley of Ardenthal, rolling gently down toward the Arden River, which shimmered in the morning light, narrow and quiet, as if it had never done anything but move silently through the land. Beyond the walls, the southern fields were green again. Still low, still cautious, but alive. The wind moved through the stalks, and for one brief moment, one might have believed that the last 2 years had been nothing more than a bad dream from which the valley was finally waking. But Alina knew better. For 2 years, Ardenthal had had no harvest. Not a poor harvest. Not too little grain. None at all. The wheat had rotted before it could ripen. The storehouses had remained empty. First, in a year the land somehow endured. Then, in a second year, in which hardship began to change people. Rations were reduced, then halved, then counted again, as if hunger could be defeated by order. Names disappeared from lists, not because people had moved away, but because they were no longer alive. This year, something was growing again, and still there was no reason for joy inside the castle. Voices rose from the courtyard below. Not cheerful voices, not the noise of a market, not the singing of stable boys or the calls of traders. It was a murmur that slowly gathered weight until it sounded like distant thunder. Alina closed her eyes for a moment. She knew that sound. For weeks, it had hung over the walls like mist above the river. The door opened without a knock. Mara, one of the ladies of the court, stood in the doorway. Her hands were clasped so tightly that her knuckles had turned pale. "They are beginning," she said. Alina nodded. Mara did not need to say more. The lists had been ready for 3 days. Names from every village in the valley, from the southern fields, from the farms along the river, from the settlements near the western woods. Every man who could hold a spear, every man strong enough to carry a shield. Some were barely more than boys. Others were old enough to have sons whose names stood on those same lists. A contractual obligation, her father had called it. Alina hated those words. They sounded clean, almost reasonable, as if they could explain why men were being sent away when they had only just survived. She stepped back from the window and went to the door. Mara moved aside without another word. The way down led through long corridors whose stones had been worn smooth by generations. That morning, Alina's footsteps sounded hollower than usual. Perhaps it was the courtyard waiting below. Perhaps it was her. She wore no heavy gown of ceremony and no crown. Her hair was loosely braided, the plait resting simply over her shoulder. Alina had never cared much for jewelry. Bright things seemed almost insulting in times like these. Over the past years, she had carried sacks, distributed water, calmed children, visited the sick, and dirtied her hands without becoming any less a princess. Some at court had frowned at that. Alina had learned that some people were easily offended when dignity did not look the way they expected it to. When she entered the courtyard, she stopped for a moment. The people stood close together. Men with crossed arms, young boys with faces far too serious, old men who had not been summoned and had come anyway, women with cloths wrapped around their heads, and children clinging to their skirts. Beside the well stood a scribe on a small platform. The parchment in his hand rustled in the wind. On the balcony above this courtyard stood the king. Alina did not look up at him, not yet. Even without looking, she knew how he stood there. Shoulders straight, hands on the stone, his face calm enough for everyone who needed to see a king. As a child, she had believed that calm was strength. Later, she had understood that her father often seemed calmest when he was most afraid. The scribe lifted the list. When he read the first name, a silence settled over the courtyard, heavier than any quiet that had come before. Jacob of Dorfheim, a man in the second row, nodded almost imperceptibly. His wife reached for his sleeve and held it, as if cloth could be stronger than a command. Henrik of the southern fields. A boy raised his head, perhaps 16, too young for a beard, but old enough, apparently, for a spear. Alina felt her stomach tighten. It was not the loudness of the names that struck her. It was their sameness. Each name was spoken as if it belonged on that list, as if it were the most natural thing in the world for ink to decide over lives. She searched the crowd for familiar faces and found too many. Thompson the baker, who had secretly given her warm bread as a child whenever she escaped from lessons. Rudolph from the western woods, who brought the best apples every autumn and always claimed they were for the kitchen, though he knew Alina would get the first one. 2 brothers from the river farms who had once caught frogs by the castle moat. And then she saw Mathis. He stood farther back, beside 2 other young men from the stables. His shoulders had grown broader over the past year. His hair was a little longer than court custom preferred. His hands were folded calmly in front of him. No trembling, no defiance. Only that strange stillness that sometimes settled in people when they had understood what others had yet to say aloud. The scribe drew a breath. Mathis, son of Edrin. The words were not loud, but they cut. For a moment the courtyard seemed to grow smaller. Mathis raised his head, and this time their eyes met. It was not a long look, not a secret farewell, not a promise. Only a short, steady moment in which there was more than surprise. Then he nodded. Not to her, not to the scribe, perhaps only to himself. Only then did Alina notice that her fingernails had pressed into the skin of her palms. She had known his name was on the list. She had seen the lists. And still, knowing was one thing. Hearing a name fall from a stranger's mouth was another. Someone moved beside her. Serafina had stepped to her side unnoticed. The queen wore a dark gown of heavy fabric. Her face remained calm, almost expressionless. But Alina had learned the difference between coldness and restraint. Serafina was not cold. She was tired in a way the court usually mistook for dignity. "You should not be standing down here," she said quietly. Alina did not answer at once. "Where else should I stand?" she asked at last. Serafina did not look at her, but up toward the balcony. "Beside your father." The king stood with both hands resting on the railing. From below, he looked larger than he was. "He needs you there," Serafina said. Alina shook her head slightly. "They need me here." She knew still that Serafina was right. Her father would be expecting her up there beside him, visible to everyone in the courtyard. Once, Alina had liked standing at his side. Not on days like this, not before silent people with fear in their faces, but on bright mornings when he had explained the valley to her from the balcony. There, the western woods. There, the southern fields. There, the old farms along the river. He had taught her not to see a land as a map, but as a sum of people, paths, harvests, and memories. Back then, she had held his hand because the balcony had felt too high. Today, she stood below because the distance between them seemed greater than any height. Now Serafina turned her face toward her. Her eyes were not soft, but attentive. "You cannot change anything from here." "Perhaps not," Alina said, "but I can see it." The scribe continued. Name after name, each one a small crack in the courtyard. Again and again, sobs could be heard. Someone quickly wiped at their face and pretended it had only been dust. 2 boys moved closer together, as if they could make one another older. Somewhere, someone laughed once, too loudly and too falsely. After that, the silence only deepened. Alina remained standing. She could have moved, taken one step forward or one step back, done anything that might have given her body the feeling that it was not held in place. But she stayed until the scribe lowered the parchment. The crowd exhaled audibly. It was over. And yet no one was truly relieved. Some remained where they stood, as if waiting for someone to notice a mistake, for a name to be crossed out, for a contract signed somewhere far away to suddenly lose its power. The king stepped forward and raised his hand. Once, that gesture had meant calm. Today, it only meant that now the words would come, that would fasten everything in place. Arvid of Ardenthal did not look like a tyrant. He looked like a man trying to hold together something that had already begun to slip. Weariness lay in his face, even though his posture remained upright. For one brief moment, he was not the king speaking over the courtyard. He was the man who had once woken Alina in the middle of the night because the first snow had fallen, and he had wanted to show her how quiet Ardenthal could be when even the guards stepped more softly. He was the man who had taught her to ride and had never laughed when she fell from her pony, but had only asked whether she now knew the ground well enough and wished to climb back up. She had loved him before she had learned to judge him. Perhaps that was why it hurt so much. Ardenthal stands in debt, he said. His voice carried to the last row. We do not stand in debt because we are weak. We stand in debt because we wanted to survive. And we did survive. A few heads lifted, not with pride, more with defiance. Survival was a small word for what it had cost. I negotiated, the king continued. I accepted what was given to us. Grain, seed, coin. I signed contracts I had to sign, and in those contracts is written what we must now provide. A contractual obligation. Again, those clean words, though this time he did not speak them. Alina felt Serafina's jaw tighten almost imperceptibly beside her. The war in the east does not concern us, the king said. Not in our hearts and not in our fields. But it concerns us on paper, and paper becomes blood when it is ignored. A murmur passed through the crowd, angrier this time, not only against him, against the entire principle that ink could send men away. The king raised his hand again. I do not want war, he said. None of us wants it. But we will fight it, because otherwise we lose what we have struggled to regain. We will fight it so these fields may remain green, so that tomorrow we still have fields to harvest. Alina thought of Mathis, of his calm hands, of the look that had not asked permission. If they truly sent him away for these fields, then the green had already been paid for before it had even ripened. The king went on. Words about duty, alliance, and responsibility. Words learned at court, because sometimes words were the only thing left when decisions could not be explained. Alina listened with only half of herself. Part of her wanted to be angry with him, clearly and completely, because anger was easier than this thick mixture of disappointment and understanding. She knew he had not signed those contracts out of greed. She knew how often light had burned beneath his door in the last winters, long after the court had gone to sleep. She knew he had studied lists of supplies until the numbers must have blurred before his eyes. And yet men now stood in the courtyard because his signature had brought them there. That was the cruel thing about it. He was not heartless. He was not careless. And still, it was not enough to make him innocent. Serafina leaned toward her. Go, she said so quietly that it was almost a breath. Before you say something they will use against you later. Alina looked at her. You mean before I tell the truth? Serafina did not answer at once. I mean before you say it aloud. In that moment, Alina understood something she should have known long ago. Serafina was not blind. She was not merely playing the queen. She knew the rules that held the court together, and she knew the rules that poisoned it. Alina turned her gaze back to the crowd. Mathis still stood there. He had not moved. Hardness and fear lay so close together in his face that they were difficult to separate. Above them, her father's speech came to an end. For one moment, only one, Arvid searched for her eyes. Alina saw it from the corner of her vision. She could have looked up. She could perhaps have shown him that she understood, at least some part of it. Instead, her gaze remained below in the courtyard. It was childish, she thought, and at the same time, it was the only thing that belonged to her. She wanted to go to Mathis. She wanted to say something, anything that did not sound like farewell. But between them stood other people, and every one of them carried their own goodbye in their chest. Alina understood that her words were no more important than theirs. So she turned and went back into the castle. The writing room lay in the quieter part of the western wing. In times of peace, it was a practice room for ladies of the court and learned scribes. Letters were copied there, documents prepared, poems transcribed, and the fine art of clean handwriting taught. In times of war, it became something else, a place where voices were meant to live on. Most people in Ardenthal could neither read nor write. Anyone who wished to send words to a son, a husband, a brother, or a father at the front came here. Ladies, scribes, and scholars set those words onto parchment. Messengers carried them to the front, where other learned men read them aloud and sent answers back. That way, between those who left and those who stayed, at least one thin thread remained stretched. Alina was one of those who wrote. The next morning, the room smelled of wax, cold stone, and fresh ink. Light fell slantwise through the narrow windows and laid pale stripes across the long tables. Dust motes danced in it whenever the wind found a gap. Outside, armor was being checked and horses saddled. The metallic clatter reached the room only faintly, quiet enough not to disturb, but too loud to forget. Alina sat at one of the tables, sleeves pushed up, hands freshly washed. Parchment lay before her. Beside it stood a small vessel of sand for drying the ink. The first people were already waiting outside the door. They were not the loudest, not the youngest, not the bravest. They were the ones who knew that words could remain longer than voices. A woman entered. In her hands, she held a cloth she kept twisting between her fingers, as if she needed to be certain that there was still something she could hold on to. "For my husband," she said quietly. Alina nodded. "Sit down." The woman did not sit. She remained standing. "I cannot write," she said, as if it were a fault. "You do not need to," Alina replied and picked up the quill. "Tell me what I should write." The woman was silent for a long time. Outside, someone called for a saddle strap. A horse stamped on the stones. "Write," the woman began at last, "that the cows are carrying, that the little one can climb the stairs without help now, that the apple tree has blossoms again." Alina wrote. The quill moved calmly across the parchment. Her script was clear and even. She was not only writing words, she was writing everyday life. She was writing hope in simple sentences. "And write," the woman said, then faltered, "that he must not think of us when it becomes difficult, that he must do as he is told." Alina paused for one breath. "I will write it," she said softly. When the letter was finished, she read it aloud. Not solemnly, only clearly. The woman nodded after every sentence, as if checking whether the words were truly hers. "That is good," she said at last. "That is enough. Enough." Alina scattered sand over the still wet ink and laid the parchment aside to dry. A seal would follow later. The next person entered before the first had fully left. And so it continued. An old man did not know how to begin a sentence that ended with his own death. A young bride wanted to tell her husband that she would not cry, and wept while saying it so quietly that it was almost worse. A boy pretended to be taller than he was. Some wanted to report. Some wanted to give courage. Some wanted to make arrangements. "If I do not return," said a man with a rough voice, "my brother is to take the field, and the debts are written in the little book beneath the bed." Alina wrote that too. Ink dried, wax warmed, seals pressed themselves into parchment like small round promises. By midday, the room had grown fuller. The voices outside the door had become louder. The departure was set for the following morning, but many wanted to leave their words today, as if by doing so, they could stay one step ahead of uncertainty. Alina had just dipped the quill into the ink again when the door opened and someone entered who did not speak at once. She did not look up. "For whom shall I write?" she asked, adjusting the blank sheet before her. No answer came. Only when she heard his breathing, a little too quick and too shallow, did she raise her eyes. Mathis stood before her table. His hands were folded in front of him, just as they had been on the day of the lists. "Your Highness," he said. The address was correct. The tone was too. That was what hurt. Alina did not put down the quill. "What shall I write?" she asked calmly. He did not look directly at her. His gaze remained on the parchment. "Nothing special," he said. "Only that I am well." "That will be hoped," she replied, her voice matter-of-fact. "Anything more?" A brief shadow crossed his face. Then he shook his head. "I will come back later." He stepped aside and gave his place to another. Alina lowered her gaze to the sheet before her. Her hand remained steady. Only after she had finished the next letter and stood to fetch fresh ink did she see, from the corner of her eye, that Mathis now stood at one of the rear tables. Not with her, with another scribe. He spoke softly. Too softly for her to understand every word. Only fragments reached her. "Sealed. Only in case." Not before. Alina stood still one moment too long. Then she forced herself to move on. She refilled the inkwell, returned it to her place, and sat down again. At the rear table, parchment was folded. Wax dripped. A seal was pressed. She did not look. Only when the faint crack of cooling wax reached her did she raise her eyes briefly. Mathis was already standing. The sealed letter lay among the others. He said nothing more. And she did not ask. Outside, someone called for the men to gather for the evening roll call. For a moment, the writing room grew quieter. The words had been written. Some of them might never be read aloud. Mathis left without turning back. The door closed behind him with a muted sound. For a moment, Alina heard only the scratching of quills and the quiet breathing of the people in the room. Then the woman sitting across from her continued speaking, as if nothing had happened. "Write also that I had the roof repaired," she said. "He must not worry when autumn comes." Alina nodded and wrote. That was her task here. Not to watch who was leaving, not to ask what had been sealed, only to write what needed to be said. Toward evening, the room began to empty. The first candles were lit, though a last trace of daylight still entered through the windows. The wax smelled sweet, mingled with ink and cold stone. A young boy remained last. He looked younger than he had appeared in the courtyard the day before. His shoulders were narrow, his eyes too large for his face. "For my mother," he said, and sat down without being invited. "What is your name?" Alina asked. "Henrik, from the southern fields." she remembered the name from the list. "What shall I write?" "Henrik of the Southern Fields." He was silent for a long time. Then he pressed his lips together. "Write that I am not afraid." And Lena looked at him. "Do you truly want me to write that?" she asked gently. He swallowed. "Yes." "Then I will write it." The quill moved. The words stood black on white. Henrik stared at them as if they had a weight of their own. "And now," Alina said, "tell me what else you want to say." His gaze became uncertain. He looked toward the door as if his mother might be standing there. "That she must not slaughter the hen," he murmured. "The one with the black spot. It lays the most eggs." Alina wrote that too. When she read the letter back to him, he nodded after every sentence. At the hen, he smiled briefly. Then he stood and bowed clumsily. When he was gone, Alina remained alone. The other scribes had already cleared their places. Only a stack of letters remained on the table, sorted by villages, by names, by seals. Alina let her fingers pass over the envelopes without touching them, sealed, not to be opened, only in case. She knew that Mathis's letter was among them. She did not know which one it was, and she did not want to know. Outside, the evening sounded different from usual. No bright voices, no laughter, only muted steps and the scraping of boots. Alina extinguished the candles one by one. With every flame that died, the room grew colder. Before she left, she paused at the door and looked back once more. There were no voices left on the tables, only scraps of parchment, wax, and a few drops of ink. And yet the room was full of people. The next morning, the courtyard was alive early. The men stood in rows. Some wore polished helmets, others only leather straps and simple spears. Between them waited horses, wagons, and sacks. Alina first remained in the shadow of the arcades. Serafina stood beside her, her dark gown fastened tightly, her hands calm before her. "You worked late yesterday," the queen said quietly. "Many wish to write," Alina answered, looking at the lines of men. "So I wrote." Serafina nodded. She asked no more. A murmur passed through the men as movement appeared near the gate. The king stepped forward. Arvid wore armor that made his shoulders seem broader than usual. He held his helmet beneath one arm. His bandaged hand, an old wound, rested firmly around the hilt of his sword. He did not stop before the men like a ruler standing above his subjects. He placed himself among them. The murmur died. "Ardenthal has given its word," he said. His voice was not loud but clear. "And we keep what we promise." As Alina saw him there, in armor among the men, she remembered another morning. She had been perhaps 12, too young to understand why he had looked so pale after an argument with the council, but old enough to know that something was wrong. He had taken her to the stables then, only to bring apples to the horses. No lesson, no explanation, no royal instruction. Only a father who did not want to decide anything for 1 hour. She had not seen him like that in years. No raised fist, no grand flourish. "We go not because we seek war," Arvid said. "We go because we carry responsibility. For our fields, for our homes, for those who remain." A few men nodded. Others stared straight ahead. Arvid let his gaze move over them, and for a moment it seemed as if he saw each one. "We will return," he said at last. Not if, not perhaps. We will return. Alina knew that sentence was meant for the men. Still, it struck her as if he had spoken it to her alone. He had promised her many things before. That winter would pass. That the storehouses would fill again. That one day she would understand why a king sometimes made choices a father never wished to make. Not all promises had been broken, but some had grown smaller beneath their own weight. Then he stepped not out of the line, but into it. Alina did not search for Mathis at once. She forced herself to see the formation as a whole. Men from the southern fields, from the western woods, from the river. Only when movement passed through the lines and the first steps were taken did she find him. Not in the first row. Not at the back. Somewhere between. He did not lift his gaze. And she lowered hers. No farewell wave. No hidden sign. Only the sound of boots on stone. Serafina's arm brushed Alina's almost imperceptibly. Not a gesture for other eyes. Only a brief pressure, as if to say, "Stand." The gates opened slowly. The heavy wood moved with a groan. Everyone there knew how many would leave. No one knew how many would return. The column began to move. First the riders, then the foot soldiers. Last, the wagons. Dust rose. Horses snorted. Metal clinked. Alina remained standing until the last wagon had passed through the gate. Her father did not ride at the head, nor quite at the end. He rode where the men could see him. Just before the column vanished beneath the archway, he turned once more. This time, their eyes met. It was not the gaze of a king. No command, no speech, no posture for the court. Only a father looking at his daughter and unable to say anything, because everything that might have been said had come too late. Alina did not raise her hand. She did not bow. She only looked at him until the gate swallowed him. Then it was quieter than before. Beside her, Serafina said, "Now, the waiting begins." Alina did not answer. She thought of the faint crack of wax at the rear table, of a letter whose contents she did not know, of words meant to be read only if someone did not return. Serafina remained beside her a moment longer. She looked at the closed gate, as if it comforted her that at least the wood was back in its place. "Waiting is harder than acting," she said at last. Alina continued to look straight ahead. Acting is more visible and more dangerous. Not always. A brief gust of wind moved through the courtyard and carried away the last trace of horse smell. Cold stone remained. Serafina let her gaze pass over the empty rows. "You held many words yesterday." They were their words, and yet they passed through your hand. Alina was silent. The queen stepped half a pace closer. Her voice remained low, not intimate, but stripped of ceremony. Words can hold, but they can also cut. Be careful what you give them. Alina turned her head. "I only give them shape." "Shape is power," Serafina said. There was no accusation between them, only fact. Across the courtyard, ladies of the court had begun collecting what had been left behind. A forgotten strap, a strip of cloth, a small bag of oats, small remnants of a great departure. "The council will demand patience," Serafina said. "They will say we must not rush into anything." "And what will you say?" Alina asked. Serafina studied her a moment longer than necessary. "That patience is no substitute for resolve." It was not an answer meant to be spoken loudly. Alina nodded, almost imperceptibly. From far away, hooves sounded once more, weaker now, nearly swallowed by the valley. Then nothing. "Come," Serafina said. "There will be work." Alina remained behind for one breath. She looked at the gate, at the dark wood that had closed like a book. Words had been written. She could not take them back. She could not hasten them. But she could decide what would happen to the next ones. Then she turned away and walked beside her stepmother back into the castle. High above, in the west tower, the morning light had just begun to make the dust visible in the air. And somewhere, between parchment and wax, waited a letter whose contents she did not know. By evening, the castle had become too large. The corridors echoed even when no one spoke. Doors closed with a resonance that lingered longer than usual. Torches burned in the niches, but their light did not quite reach the corners. There, shadows gathered like dust. Alina walked slowly through the northern wing. Only that morning, there had still been movement here. Men had collected their final bundles, tightened straps, checked water flasks, and called things to one another that had not been important and had sounded so alive for exactly that reason. Now doors stood open. In some chambers, scraps of straw lay on the floor, as if someone had left in haste. A cup had fallen over, its rim still dark with the last sip. Alina picked it up and placed it back on the table. It was a small gesture, perhaps an unimportant one, but she did not want it to look as if they had fled. The armory lay at the end of the corridor. When she entered, it smelled of metal and oil. Swords still hung on the walls, those that had not been taken. Too heavy for old hands, too large for young ones. A few spears stood in the corner, their points duller than the rest. Most of the places were empty. Where rows of steel had once gleamed, gaps now opened. Hooks without weight, boards without burden. Alina ran her fingers over an empty rack. War did not make itself known only on the battlefield. It left marks in wood. Behind her, the door creaked. An old guard stepped in. His back was slightly bent, his shoulders narrow, yet he still wore the ring of keys at his belt, as naturally as if he had never done anything else. He had spent his whole life here, between armor and blade, and perhaps he was one of those people who stood in one place for so long that others forgot he too could grow tired. "Your Highness," he said, bowing shallowly. "You are on duty?" Alina asked. "Double," he replied calmly. "There are only 3 of us left." Only 3. There had once been 10. "Will you manage?" He nodded. "I have time." It did not sound like a joke. And yet there was something bitter in the sentence, because time had suddenly become the thing the old possessed in abundance, while the young were gone. Alina looked at him. There was no complaint in his eyes, only habit. "If anything is missing, tell me." The old guard gave a faint smile. "What is missing cannot be carried, Your Highness." Alina understood. The kitchen was fuller than usual, not because more food was being cooked, but because no one wanted to eat alone. Women stood close together, cutting vegetables, stirring pots, exchanging whispered news that was not news at all. "They cannot be far yet," one said. "Perhaps they have reached the first camp. Perhaps it is raining." No one knew anything, and still they had to speak, because silence took up. Too much space in times like these, and everything no one dared to say gathered there. Alina sat down at the long table. The conversations fell silent for a moment, not out of respect, out of uncertainty. "There will be an assignment for the southern fields tomorrow," she said calmly. "We will need every hand." A young woman raised her eyes. "Even us?" "Especially you." A few glances passed between them. There was skepticism in them, defiance too, and exhaustion. "The grain will not grow more slowly because the men are gone," Alina added. The murmur that passed through the room after that did not sound like rejection. It sounded thoughtful, as if the women were beginning to understand that no one would ask whether they could do it, only whether they would. At last, one of the older cooks nodded. "Then we start early." Alina returned the nod. It had not sounded like an order, more like a beginning that quietly settled into the room and suddenly weighed more than any grand promise. Later, in the West Tower, she stood once more by the window. The valley lay quiet. The Arden River drew a silver line through the darkness, In the southern fields, the young grain moved in the wind, slowly at first, then wild again. For 2 years, those fields had carried nothing. Now they were green. And still, it did not feel like safety. Alina thought of her father. Arvid was not a man who signed lightly. If he had said it had been necessary, then he had probably believed it. Perhaps he had even known it. And yet, in his eyes at the moment of farewell, she had seen something beyond duty, not weakness, doubt. The kind of doubt that only shows itself when one truly understands the price. Behind her, the door opened. Serafina entered without knocking. "You are counting steps," she said. "I am not counting." "Yes," Serafina replied quietly. "You are counting how far they might be." Alina did not turn around. "The castle sounds different," she said instead. "Because it is quieter. It sounds hollow." Serafina stepped beside her at the window. Her reflection lay faintly in the glass. "Hollow is not empty," she said. "Hollow means there is room." Alina looked at her. "For what?" Serafina did not hesitate. "For decision." The silence between them was not uncertainty this time. It was preparation. That night, no changing of the guard could be heard. Only wind moving along the walls. Alina lay awake. Not from fear. Not only that. She lay awake because, for the first time, she understood that Ardenthal did not only need to be defended, it needed to be led. And leadership did not begin with a sword. It began with what remained. Morning came without trumpets. No call from the training yard, no rhythmic stamping of boots. Instead, there were roosters crowing too early, and the clatter of buckets in the inner courtyard. Sounds that once would have disappeared beneath everything else. Alina was on her feet before sunrise. Sleep had been shallow, woven through with half-waking moments in which she believed she heard steps in the corridor. Each time, it had only been the wind. In the courtyard, several women were already standing together. They were not organized, not assigned. They were only waiting. The waiting had begun before anyone had named it. Serafina emerged from the southern wing, accompanied by an old steward carrying a bundle of parchments beneath his arm. No court, no retinue, only necessity. "The southern fields first," she said calmly. "The grain is still low. It needs tending." The steward nodded and unrolled one of the sheets. Names stood upon it. Only this time, they were not men's names. The parchment was full of women's names. A murmur passed through the group. "I have never ploughed," said a young woman with crossed arms. "Neither have I," another replied. Serafina looked at them. "Then you will learn." She did not say it harshly or threateningly, but with a firmness that was not seeking contradiction, only movement. Alina stepped forward. "We will divide the work. No one will stand alone in a field." She looked into their faces. Fear was there, but something else too. Defiance. "We know how to sow," said an older woman. "We know how to weed. The men guided the plough, yes, but we stood beside them." "Then you guide it now," Alina said. A few of them laughed quietly, not mockingly, more like an exhale. Slowly, groups began to form. At the edge of the courtyard stood an old man who had once assigned the guards. His hands trembled slightly as he lifted a spear leaning against the wall. "You do not have to do that," Alina said. "Yes," he answered. "I do. If the men are gone, it is my turn again." He placed himself at the gate. The spear was too heavy for him. That was plain to see. But he held it upright. The sight did not truly reassure anyone, but it showed that those who remained were not hiding either. They stood where they could, as well as they could. Later, Alina went down into the town, not with soldiers, only with a lady of the court who had not asked for permission to follow her. The streets seemed wider than usual. Merchants stood at their stalls, but conversations were quieter. No one spoke loudly of war, but everyone spoke of it. "Your Majesty," said a baker as she passed. "Princess," Alina corrected gently. He nodded. "The men are gone." "Yes. And if they do not come back?" It was not an accusation, only a question hanging in the air. Alina looked at him. "Then we remain." The baker held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded again and turned back to his oven. The answer was small and narrow, but it was honest. Perhaps that was the only thing one could truly give on a day like this. At the riverbank, two boys stood throwing stones into the water, as if testing how far they might go. "You should be helping in the yard," Alina said as she approached. One of them looked up. "We cannot fight." "No." "Then we are useless." Alina shook her head. "No one is useless. Not now." She pointed toward the boats on the shore. "The nets need checking. The barrels need repairing. Who should do that?" The boys looked at one another. "We should. If you want to." She did not wait for another answer. She walked on. Sometimes it was enough to show someone a place. People did not always need courage. Sometimes they only needed a task to pull them back from the feeling of uselessness. In the afternoon, Alina returned to the castle. A small group had gathered in the great hall. 2 members of the council, the master of stores, and a priest. Serafina stood at the head of the table. "The supplies will last 4 months," said the master of stores, "if we ration strictly." "The grain is growing," Serafina replied. "Yes, but without the men, the harvest will be slower." A glance moved toward Alina. Not hostile, only assessing. "Then we harvest more slowly," Alina said. "But we harvest." The priest cleared his throat. "It is not customary for women to—" Serafina raised her hand. "It is also not customary to lose 2 harvests in succession," she said calmly. "We adapted then. We will do so again." The words were factual, and yet threads of steel lay beneath them. The council members nodded. Not from conviction, but because there was no alternative at the moment. That was enough. When the hall emptied, Alina remained behind. "You spoke," Serafina said. "Too much." "Just enough." Alina stepped to the window of the hall. The courtyard no longer looked as it had in the morning. It was not empty. It was filled differently, with women carrying baskets, with old people giving instructions, with children trying to appear stronger than they were. "They look to you," Serafina said. Alina did not answer. "Not because you demand it," the queen added, "because you remain." It did not sound like praise. That was precisely why it struck Alina so deeply. It was responsibility, placed on her shoulders without ceremony. By evening, another sound lay over Ardenthal. The scraping of rakes, the knocking of wood, the murmur of voices arranging themselves anew. Alina stood once more at the window of the west tower. The valley was still green, and yet now she knew that green alone was not enough. It needed hands to hold it, minds that refused to look away. People who continued even when no one had asked whether they were ready. She would make sure they were there. The first letter did not arrive on a special day. It was not a feast day, not a market day, not even a morning with clear air and lighter thoughts. It came on an afternoon when the sun lay warm upon the walls and the courtyard smelled of hay. Alina was sitting in the writing room when the messenger entered. He was not the royal courier who usually carried sealed parchments and looked as if words were made of gold. This man carried dust on his shoulders and weariness in his face. His cloak smelled of road, and his boots had brought the dirt of the east into the castle, whether Ardenthal wanted it here or not. "For the writing room," he said, holding up a bundle tied with string. Alina did not take it at once. First, she looked at the string and at the stains of wax drawn across the paper. Each stain meant a hand had hesitated, then pressed down anyway. "How many?" she asked. The messenger shrugged. 10 today. Tomorrow perhaps more. Or fewer. That was the whole truth, spoken the way truth always sounds in war. Alina loosened the string. The rustling sounded too loud in the silent room. The other scribes looked up briefly, then lowered their heads again, as if trying to protect themselves from the contents. She sorted the letters by village, as she always did. Dorfhain, Southern Fields, Western Woods, Riverbank. Names stood on the envelopes in hands that were not taught here at court, because they had not been formed by practice, but by need. The first letter was addressed to a woman Alina knew. She had twisted her cloth in this room until her fingers had gone white. Alina hesitated before opening the envelope. Not because she was not allowed to, but because she knew that, once opened, something would begin that could not be folded away again. She broke the seal. The letter was short and the handwriting uneven, as if someone had written it while seated and waiting for the next command. Alina read quietly, only to herself. He wrote of rain, of a camp that smelled of wet wool, of bread that was hard, but at least there. He wrote that they had not yet reached the front, that they were marching, that their legs hurt, that at night they lay close together to keep warm. He wrote that he was well, and that she should greet the little one. And at the very end, as if he had only dared it in the final moment, he wrote that he missed the courtyard, though he had hated it at times. Alina blinked. She set the letter aside, called one of the ladies, and handed her the envelope. "To Frau Linda of the Southern Fields," she said. "Please read it to her." The lady nodded and took the letter carefully. That was how it began, with the rustling of paper. By evening, the first people came to the writing room not to dictate, but to hear. A man older than most sat down on the bench and rubbed his hands as if they had suddenly become unfamiliar to him. "For my daughter," he said. Alina found the letter. She recognized the name on the envelope because she had written it herself. She placed the parchment before her, took one breath, and began to read. The daughter was not in the room. She was working in the field, the man said, and he meant to bring it to her later. He only wanted to know whether the words were good, so that he could carry them properly. Alina read. The letter told of comrades singing marching songs no one here knew. It told of an officer who was stern but fair, and of a river wider than the Arden River. It told too of a village they had passed through, where the people looked at them as though they were already part of a war no one could end anymore. When Alina finished, the man sat still. "And?" she asked carefully. He nodded slowly. "They are good words." Then he looked at her. "Are they truly hers?" Alina held his gaze. "As much as possible." The man fell silent, as if weighing whether that was enough. "Then it will have to be enough," he said at last and stood. Over the following days, writing became again what it had been before the departure. Only now, it was doubled. Letters went out. Letters came back. They had to be read, and answers had to be written. The writing room became the heartbeat of Ardenthal, because it was the only place where the voices of those who were gone still arrived. Alina worked longer than she noticed. Sometimes she stood, and only then felt how heavy her legs had become. Sometimes she took up the quill and realized that her fingertips were sore from the pressure. It was the same for all the scribes. But no one complained. No one had time for it. Serafina came in from time to time without announcement and stood for a moment, as if checking whether the room still held its order. "How many?" she asked once. 18 today," Alina replied. "And 5 answers." Serafina nodded. "There will be more." Alina already knew. On the 4th day, there was a letter in the stack that Alina did not touch at once. The envelope was neatly addressed, the hand of a camp scribe, calm and even. In the upper left stood the sender, Mathis, son of Edrin. Her gaze rested on the name a moment too long. The letter was not addressed to her. It was for Jakob from the stables, one of the few men in the village who could read. Alina took the letter without anyone in the room noticing. There was nothing special about it, only one among many. She broke the seal. The writing inside was not his. It was cleanly shaped, with space between the lines, as camp scribes were taught to write. Mathis had dictated it. That much was clear. The sentences were short, without ornament, without any attempt to sound cleverer than he was. He wrote that they were still marching and that the roads were longer than they had seemed from. Ardenthal. He wrote that the king was with them and did not ride apart, and that this gave courage to some. He wrote of horses poorly shod, and that he had taken care of it. Then came the sentence that let her breathe more calmly. He hoped the foals would remain healthy in spring, and that someone in the west would remember to repair the gate to the southern pasture in time. No one but a stable boy would mention such a thing. No one but Mathis would write, between duty and march, of a gate he himself had closed so many times. Alina read the letter to the end. Then she placed it back on the stack and turned to the next envelope, as if nothing had happened. But the name remained in her sight, even when she was no longer looking at it. Sometime later, a woman sat across from her whom she did not know. Her hands were full of earth, her nails broken, as if she had learned in recent days what labor meant without anyone having taught her. "He rarely writes," the woman said, "but he said he would." Alina nodded and searched. When she found the letter and broke the seal, she noticed that the wax had not been pressed cleanly, as if the scribe had trembled, or had not had time to do it properly. She began to read. The letter opened with a sentence much too heavy for a simple man, and Alina understood at once that he had not written it alone. Somewhere in the camp, there was someone better at ordering words, and yet the voice within it was unmistakable. He wrote of a comrade who had twisted his foot and kept walking anyway, because no one could be left behind. He wrote of an officer who walked through the rows at night and looked at every man as if he wanted to memorize their faces. He wrote that the king was with them, and that this gave courage to some, because at least then one knew they were not merely sending farmers' blood. Alina faltered for a moment at that sentence. The woman across from her held her breath. Alina read on. The letter did not end with love or with grand promises. It ended with a list of things to be done at home, because war did not consist only of battles, but also of someone mucking out the stable and watering the grain. When Alina finished, the woman wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Soil remained on her skin. "He lives," she said, as if that were already everything. Alina nodded. "He lives." The afternoon had grown late, and the light lay low in the room. It spread broad across the tables and made visible the dust motes drifting in the warm air. The scribes had been working for hours, and their hands had grown slower without anyone saying it aloud. The door opened. A woman entered. Earth clung to her fingers. Her nails were torn. The skin across her knuckles cracked. She held a letter in both hands, as if she needed it to keep herself upright. "He has written," she said softly. Alina took the envelope. The wax was unevenly pressed and had run in one place. In the upper left stood the sender's name, and she remembered it from the list in the courtyard. She broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. "Father," the letter began. The woman slowly sat down on the bench opposite her. Alina read. He wrote of his father's hands, which had turned the earth every year, and that he now understood what it meant to be tired and go on anyway. He wrote of his mother's brow and of how she had shared bread, even when there had barely been enough. He remembered his sister with grass stains on her dress and the flowers she had slipped into his pocket on the day of farewell. He mentioned his brother and his attempt to seem strong, though he knew that he too lay awake at night. The letter told of rain in the camp, of the smell of wet wool, and of hard bread. He wrote that they were still marching and that he was well. Between those sentences stood other words, set more densely. He wrote that he was afraid. He wrote it without embellishment. Every step eastward was necessary, but every thought of home held him back. He asked them to leave his place at the table empty, not out of hope for luck, but so that he would know he was still thought of there. Toward the end, the writing grew tighter. If he did not return, they should place the spade beside his leg and plant a row of grain for him. They should say his name in the evening, not loudly, but clearly. Alina read to the final word and laid the parchment on the table. The room had grown silent. The scribes were no longer working. The woman across from her lifted a hand to her mouth. Her breathing shook. An earth remained on her skin. A quiet sob could be heard. Not loud, not long, but it was enough. Alina kept her eyes on the parchment. For a moment, the letters blurred until she closed her lids and opened them again. Her hands lay still on the table, but her fingers were cold. The woman stood, thanked her softly, and left the room. No one spoke after her. One by one, the others rose as well. Chairs scraped over stone. Parchments were stacked. Sand was emptied from small bowls. The door opened and closed several times until only Alina remained at the table. Outside, darkness had fallen. In the window, the faint light of the last candle was reflected. Tomorrow, more letters would come. Alina knew it. She also knew that she would open them, one after another. Not because she was strong enough, because someone had to. She brushed the back of her hand across her cheek. The movement was small and quick. Then she stood, extinguished the flame, and left the room behind her. The corridor was cool. The castle still echoed. But it no longer sounded empty. It sounded as if it were listening. On the first day without a messenger, hardly anyone noticed. The writing room was prepared as it always was. Parchment lay in neat stacks upon the tables. The inkwell had been freshly filled, and the quills were cut. Alina sat at her place, sorting the replies from the previous day. The scribes worked quietly. The rustling of paper and the soft scratching of quills created a familiar sound, one that gave the room a kind of steadiness. It was almost comforting. Only around midday did someone notice that the corridor had remained silent. No heavy step, no clearing of a throat, no dust brought in from the road. The table for incoming letters stayed empty. "Perhaps tomorrow," one of the ladies said softly. Alina only nodded. She knew that marching took time. The roads east were not even, and rain could turn even firm ground into mud. 3 days were nothing. 3 days were not yet a story. But when no messenger came on the second day either, the air in the room changed. People came anyway. They came with questions they did not quite ask as questions. A mother wanted to know whether one could assume the men were well, as long as nothing else had been written. An old man wanted to know how long it usually took for word to arrive from a camp. A young woman asked whether a messenger would write, even when there was nothing particular to report. Alina answered calmly. She explained that a missing letter did not have to be a bad sign. She spoke of long roads, of marching orders, of rain, of camps where there was little time to write. She said all of it because it was true, and because it was necessary. In the afternoon, she went down into the town. The merchants had set up their stalls, but the voices were subdued. 2 men stood by the well and argued about distances, as if numbers could create certainty. If they covered as much ground in 5 days as the traders do in spring, they should be there by now, said one. Traders do not march with baggage and weapons, the other replied. When they noticed Alina, they lowered their voices. But she had heard enough. She stopped at the baker's stall. The man behind the oven had flour on his brow and did not wipe it away with the back of his hand. "Princess," he said. "How are you?" she asked. He shrugged. "People are buying less. They are saving. For winter? For everything." He looked at her openly as he said it, not accusingly, but without the usual distance of deference. In his eyes lay a question he did not ask. Alina held his gaze. "We still have stores," she said, "and the grain stands well." He nodded. "It does." But that was not the answer that calmed him. That evening, the council was summoned in the castle. The great hall seemed wider than usual because seats remained empty. Arvid's chair at the head of the table stood unoccupied. Serafina took his place without filling it. The master of stores presented numbers. The rations remained within measure, but if the march lengthened, they would need to calculate again. The steward spoke of the labor missing in the fields. They were making progress, but more slowly. "More slowly does not mean badly," Alina said. A councilman raised his eyes. "When autumn comes, slowly is very much badly." "Autumn is not here yet," she replied calmly. An older man with a grey beard placed his hands on the table. "We bound ourselves," he said, perhaps too quickly. The word hung in the room. Bound. Serafina did not answer at once. "We survived," she said at last. "That was the price. And now we continue to pay." Alina felt the room shift. Criticism was not an open attack, but it was there. Serafina looked at the man. "Your son went with them?" He nodded. "My husband as well," she said. It was not an emotional gesture. It was a reminder that no one here was untouched. On the 3rd day, a single courier arrived. He carried no bundle, only one letter bearing the royal seal. His clothes were worn, his eyes reddened by the dust of the road. He handed over the parchment with few words. Alina opened it in the presence of the council. The report was brief and factual. A first skirmish had taken place. No decisive blow, no breakthrough. An advance had been repelled. They were wounded. The march would continue. Supplies were strained but stable. The king was unharmed. No names. Alina read every word aloud. When she finished, the hall was silent. "So they live," someone said. "As far as we know, yes," Serafina answered. The courier was already back on the road. There were no further letters. When Alina returned to the writing room, people were already waiting in the corridor. The news had spread faster than the messenger could ride. "Is it bad?" a woman asked. "There was a skirmish," Alina said. "Our men are marching on." That was the whole truth. Little was written that afternoon. Instead, people sat on the benches and asked to hear the official report again. They listened to every word, as if more could be found between the lines. One man asked why no names had been given. "Because it is a report to the court," Alina said, "not a list." He nodded slowly, but his brow remained tense. That evening, she went into the town again. This time, the conversations were more open. If there are already skirmishes before they reach the front, what will it be like once they do? Someone asked. "The king is with them," another voice said. "That will count for something, or cost him." The words struck harder. because they were no longer whispered. Alina stopped. "Ardenthal stands," she said calmly, "and it will stand." The voices ebbed, but they did not disappear. That night she slept little. Her thoughts moved in circles. She thought of Mathis and the way he had written, of Henrik from the southern fields who had not wanted to be afraid, of the old man in the council whose doubt had grown, of the empty table in the writing room. On the fourth day, the writing room again received no post. This time, it was no longer quiet. One mother came and asked directly whether losses were being hidden. Another wanted to know whether officers held back letters to prevent unrest. Alina answered calmly, but she felt her words growing thinner. Not false, only less able to carry weight. She went down to the kitchen where several women stood close together. They spoke of the skirmish, though they knew nothing about it. "My brother said the people in the east fight differently," one said. "Your brother has never been east." But he heard traders. Rumors grew where facts were missing. Serafina stepped beside Alina. "They are looking for something to hold on to," she said softly, "and we give them only paper." Paper lasts longer than rumor. On the fifth day, a bundle finally came again. Not large, but visible. The messenger was younger than the others, his face narrow with exhaustion. He delivered the post with few words. Alina sorted the letters with a steady hand. Dorfhain, southern fields, western woods, riverbank. She noticed immediately who was missing. Henrik of the southern fields was not among them. She said nothing. She distributed the letters. She read aloud. She saw relief in faces she now knew by heart. Men lived. Sons lived. Brothers lived. But gaps remained. That evening, she sat alone in the writing room. The light had grown soft. Opened envelopes lay on the table. Scattered grains of sand. Drops of dried ink. The days without news had changed something. Not loudly. Not visibly. But it could be felt. Trust was not a solid thing. It was a net made of letters, of voices, of names that returned again and again. And when a name was missing, an opening appeared. Alina placed her hand on the empty space on the table. Tomorrow more letters would come. Perhaps one from Henrik. Perhaps not. War did not consist only of battles. It consisted of the distance between two messages, and of the courage to endure that distance without filling it with fear. She extinguished the candle and left the writing room in darkness. Outside, Ardenthal lay quiet. The grain stood green in the fields. The Arden River flowed as if nothing had happened. Yet beneath that surface, something had shifted, and it would not move back into its old place. On the sixth day, patience was no longer something to be assumed. The writing room was fuller than it had been in the days before, though no one expected a letter. People came earlier, stayed longer, sat on the benches along the wall, and waited for something that had not been announced. It was no longer only about writing or reading. It was about being close to the place where news arrived. Alina worked as she always did, but she noticed that her presence now meant more than her words. They did not ask her only about letters. They looked at her as if she might see something others could not. A mother stepped up to her table. Alina recognized her. It was Henrik's mother. "Is it possible," the woman began carefully, "for a letter to be lost?" "Yes," Alina said calmly. "It is possible." "And is it possible for it to arrive later?" "That too is possible." The woman nodded. Her hands lay flat upon the table. "He did not want to be afraid," she said. "He had that written." Alina remembered. She saw the young man before her again, trying to seem stronger than he was. "He wanted to comfort you," Alina said. The mother smiled faintly. "That was never his strength." A brief silence grew between them. It was not a dramatic silence. It was the silence of two people who knew that hope was not proof. "I will come again tomorrow," the woman said at last. "I will be here," Alina answered. After she had gone, Alina remained seated a moment longer than necessary. She did not force herself to be calm. She forced herself only into order. In the afternoon, a trader from the south reached the town. He had taken detours to avoid military roads. His wagon was half-loaded, his clothing dusty. Within an hour, the market knew more about the East than the court had learned in 3 days. They said there had been larger battles. They said the Allied troops had been pushed farther back than expected. They said the East was not a field, but a swamp of marching and death. When Alina heard of it, she did not go out at once. She waited until the voices grew louder. Then she stepped into the market. The trader stood at the center of a small crowd. He did not speak loudly, but with urgency. When he noticed the princess, he did not fall silent. He only lowered his voice. "What did you see?" Alina asked. "Smoke," he answered, "and many wounded on the road back." "Did you recognize men from Ardenthal?" He shook his head. "I did not ask where they came from." The crowd waited for her reaction. "Reports are not certainty," she said calmly. "Our men march with the king. That means structure and supply." A man stepped forward from the crowd. "And if the king falls?" The question wasn't meant disrespectfully. It was raw. Alina looked at him. "If my father falls, we will hear of it, and then we will act." No one contradicted her, but the faces remained tense. That evening, Serafina called the council together again. This time, the mood was less controlled. "The rumors are growing louder," said one councilman. "We are losing control of the narrative." "We never had control of rumors," Serafina replied. "Only of our response. If there are losses, we must be prepared." "We are," Alina said. All eyes turned to her. "How?" asked the master of stores. "With structure," she answered. "With assignments, with supplies, with work." She did not speak of comfort. She spoke of function. The old man with the grey beard studied her for a long time. "You are young," he said. "Yes," she answered. "And you believe order is enough?" "No," Alina said calmly, "but it prevents panic." No one contradicted her. That night, she barely slept. She walked through the castle without a torch because she knew the ways. In the northern wing, she stopped. The chambers were empty. The straw mattresses rolled up. A cup still stood on one table. Absence had become visible. On the 7th day, post came again. This time, a larger bundle. The writing room filled quickly. People did not push, but they stood closer than usual. Alina opened the letters one by one, sorted them, placed them ready. Name after name found its place. Henrik was not among them. Alina noticed before she wanted to admit it. She searched a second time, then a third. She checked the backs of the envelopes. Nothing. When the mother entered later, she already knew. "Is there anything?" she asked. Alina held her gaze. "Not today." The woman nodded. She had clearly expected nothing more. "Then tomorrow." "Perhaps tomorrow," Alina said. After she had gone, Alina remained standing at the table. She felt no dramatic blow. She felt a shift. A line slowly being drawn. That evening, she read the officer's official report aloud again in the courtyard. She did it deliberately beneath the open sky, not in the hall. The people needed to hear that there were words that endured. When she finished, it was quiet. Not empty. Quiet. A boy stepped forward. "My mother says one gets used to waiting." Alina looked at him. "One does not get used to it," she said. "One only learns to carry it." He nodded slowly. As the crowd dispersed, Serafina remained beside her. "You are becoming harder," she said. No, Alina replied. I am becoming clearer. Serafina looked at her for a long time. That is not the same thing. Alina was silent. Later, in the writing room, the empty space between the incoming letters still remained. She knew it could be coincidence, a matter of logistics, a delayed messenger. But she also knew that war measured nothing fairly. Sometimes no letter came because no one was left to write it. She extinguished the candles and stood in the darkness for a moment. The silence was no longer only absence. It was warning. And Ardenthal began to understand that green in the fields did not mean everything grew. Some things disappeared, slowly and irrevocably. The wagon came in the early morning. They heard it first at the gate, a slow rolling over stone that did not match the rhythm of a merchant's cart. The wheels sounded heavier, more muted. Alina stood in the courtyard when the gate was opened. It was no great convoy, a single wagon. 2 horses, 1 rider alongside. Men lay on the bed of the wagon, not neatly arranged, but side by side. Blankets over their legs, bandages around shoulders, brows and hands. The first man to dismount was not a soldier of Ardenthal. He wore the colors of the Alliance. His gaze was alert, but tired. Wounded, he said shortly. Fit for transport. The heavier cases remain in the field infirmary. Serafina stepped beside Alina. The Queen asked no questions before the crowd. She only nodded and gave orders. The men were carried into the northern wing, into rooms that had stood empty only weeks before. Alina followed. She recognized 2 faces. One was from the western woods. The other had trembled on the day of the list without showing it. Now he trembled visibly, not from cold. One man's arm had been bound too tightly. Blood had seeped through. Another lay with his eyes closed, murmuring in fever. It was no great battle, said the officer who had come with them. An advance, misjudged. We pushed them back. But it cost us. He spoke factually. It did not sound cold, only tired. And the king? Serafina asked, unharmed. The word fell heavier than it sounded. The officer handed over a sealed document. Attachment, he said. Alina took it. Her hands were steady. In the writing room, she broke the seal. The first page was the official report. Movement, losses, strategic position. The second was a list. Fallen, wounded. She read the names quietly to herself. Jakob of Dorfheim, Rudolf of the western woods, Henrik of the southern fields. There were 2 more names she knew without ever having truly looked at them before. 5 fallen. She placed the sheet upon the table. The air in the room felt denser. Not because anyone wept, but because the words now had weight. Serafina stepped beside her. How many? She asked. 5. The Queen nodded slowly. Then we must tell them. Alina knew what that meant. She had to tell the families herself. The first name was not Henrik. She went first to Jakob of Dorfheim. He had a wife and 2 children. The farm was small. The message was brief. His wife needed a moment to understand what fallen meant, though she knew it already. The second was Rudolf. His sister received the news. She asked no questions. When Alina finally took the road to the southern fields, the sun had already risen high. The grain stood quiet in the wind. It was a clear day. Henrik's mother was working at the edge of the field. She knelt with her hands in the soil. When she saw Alina coming, she slowly straightened. She said nothing. Alina stopped. The folded sheet was not visible in her hand. There was a skirmish, she began calmly. Several men from Ardenthal have fallen. The mother nodded once. Is he among them? Alina looked at her. Yes. The woman drew in a deep breath. Was it quick? She asked. Alina did not hesitate. Yes. It was the only mercy she could give. The mother looked out over the field. "He did not want to be afraid," she said. "He was not alone," Alina answered. It was not a description. It was a fact. A long moment passed. Then the woman knelt again. She took earth into her hand and let it run through her fingers. "I will keep the hen," she said at last. "It lays well." Alina nodded. She remained there for another moment, but there was nothing more to say. No comfort could fill the emptiness, and no word could make the loss smaller. As she left, she felt for the first time that something final had happened in Ardenthal. At the castle, the next families were already waiting. 5 houses would be different that night. 5 places at tables would remain empty, and the waiting had been given a face. When Alina returned to the northern wing, the smell of blood and herbs had reached the corridors. The wounded lay on straw mattresses that had been hastily carried into the former guard rooms. Cloths had been soaked in water and laid fresh upon brows. A lady of the court knelt beside one man and held his hand while the healer loosened the bandage around his arm. The man with the trembling gaze was awake. He sat half upright, his shoulders against the wall. His name was Ewald. On the day of the summons, he had stood quietly, hands clasped tight. Now his fingers were raw from tension. When he recognized Alina, he tried to straighten. "Lie still," she said gently. He nodded. "We did not get far," he said after a while. His voice was dry. He was exhausted and no longer trembling. It was an advance. Alina sat on a low stool beside him. "We thought it was only a small unit," he continued. And there were more. He did not look directly at her. His gaze remained somewhere on the wall. They came from the woods. Not from the front, from the side. He lifted his hand a little, as if trying to trace the movement, then let it fall again. We gathered. The king was at the front. "Did he—" Alina began. "He did not hesitate," Ewald said. "He did not fall back. It was not a tale of heroism. It was a statement." "Henrik?" she asked at last. Ewald closed his eyes for a moment. "He was beside me." The words came more slowly. "He struck one. Maybe 2. I no longer know exactly." A brief silence settled. "Then he was hit." "Where?" Alina asked. "Here." Ewald placed his hand upon his own chest, just below the shoulder. "He fell. Not dead at once. But—" He searched for the right word and found none. "He was still breathing," he said finally. "He told me to tell his mother he was not afraid." Alina felt her hands close without meaning them to. "And was he?" she asked quietly. Ewald looked at her directly now. "We were all afraid." He said it without shame. "But he did not run." That was all. No heroic final cry. No grand sacrifice. Only a young man who had stayed. "And the others?" Alina asked. Jakob was hit worse. Rudolf died at once. 2 more from the Allies fell. We could not bring them back. His voice grew quieter. "It was no great battle," he repeated, as if he had to convince himself. Alina nodded. "Are you in pain?" "Yes." He sounded almost surprised. "But I am alive." She stayed a little longer, not because she had anything to say, but because leaving too quickly would have been too abrupt. "Ardenthal knows," she said at last. "Good." He closed his eyes. As she rose, she looked at the man with the bandaged arm. His face was pale, his lips dry. He murmured in fever, words without connection. In one of the rooms, someone was weeping quietly. That evening, Serafina had the bells struck in the courtyard. Not as for a gathering, only once. Long, deep. The people came. Not many, but enough. Alina stepped forward. She held the sheet in her hand. "There was a skirmish," she said. 5 men from Ardenthal have fallen." She spoke the names. No murmur passed through the crowd. Everyone waited for the next words. "Others are wounded. They are with us." A man in the crowd asked, "Was it necessary?" Alina looked at him. "It was war," she said. There was nothing more. As the people dispersed, she remained standing. The courtyard was no longer the same place it had been on the day of the summons. Back then, fear had been a possibility. Now it was experience. That night, no light burned in 5 houses. And in the writing room, the list still lay upon the table. Not as a document, as a beginning. After Alina left the courtyard, she did not return to Serafina at once. She went again through the rooms where the wounded lay, because she understood that the list was only part of the truth, and the bodies of the men carried the rest. In the rear room lay Conrad from the village by the river. His leg had been splintered, his trousers cut open to the thigh. He was conscious, but his gaze was unsteady, as if he saw something that was not here. When Alina approached, he spoke without prompting. He said they had believed it would be only a brief clash. They had been told the enemy unit was small and disordered, but the woods had swallowed sound, and by the time they reacted, the enemy was already among them. He described no heroic movements and no great words. He described confusion. Men had called to one another without seeing one another. The ground had been uneven. Those who fell did not always rise again. He spoke of the king as well. Arvid had been visible, and that had given many courage. But courage was not a shield. He had seen Rudolf struck before he had fully raised his sword. Jakob had continued running though he was already bleeding, and Henrik had not hesitated when another man stepped back. Conrad did not stop because he was weeping. He stopped because he had no strength left. The healer placed a damp cloth on his brow. Alina listened without interrupting him. She asked no questions that sounded like bravery. She asked only about the order of events, about the timing, about the distance. They were sober questions, but they showed that she was not seeking only comfort. She was seeking understanding. When she left the room, she knew that the officer's report had not misrepresented the truth, but it had shortened it. A skirmish was not an entry in a document. It was noise, fear, wrong judgments, and seconds deciding who returned. That evening, after the names had been spoken in the courtyard, no loud lamentation began. People left in small groups. Neighbors stopped in front of certain houses. Little was said, and when people spoke, they did so softly. In Henrik's house, light burned for a long time. No one went in, and no one came out. His mother worked in the stable even after dark, because work gave shape to a mind that would otherwise be too free. In the castle, Alina did not remain with Serafina in the hall. She returned to the writing room. The list still lay on the table. She picked it up again and read the names once more. Not to memorize them, but to assure herself that they truly stood there. Beside the fallen, the wounded were listed with brief notes on the kind and severity of their injuries. Alina sat down and began to write. They were not letters to the families of the dead. She had informed them in person. They were letters to the Allied command in the east. She wrote questions about supplies, about rotation of units, about securing the flanks. She did it in a factual tone, without accusation, but with clarity. She knew she did not command military decisions, but she understood now that Ardenthal was not allowed only to pay. Ardenthal also had to ask. When she put the quill aside, it had grown late. The courtyard lay dark. Only in the northern wing did light still burn. The next morning, the village was changed. Work began as usual, but it was more concentrated. In the southern field, Henrik's mother stood among the other women. No one spoke his name aloud, yet his place in the assignment was not given to another. They left a gap, not out of ritual, but from a habit not yet broken. Ewald asked that morning to be allowed to sit in the courtyard. They carried him outside so he could breathe. Several men from the town came to him. They did not ask for heroics. They asked about distance, about the strength of the enemy, about the number of their own units. They wanted to understand how large the war was that now touched them. Ewald answered as well as he could. He said the East was farther than one thought. He said alliances did not mean knowing the same ground. He said fear was normal, and no one had stood alone. Alina watched from the edge of the courtyard. She recognized that with every conversation, the war became a little less abstract. It was no longer only paper and seals. It was a man with a bandaged shoulder, speaking slowly. That evening, she returned once more to the southern field. Not to speak again, but to see. The grain moved in the wind, and the women worked in silence. Henrik's mother straightened when Alina approached. "I did not slaughter the black hen," she said. Alina was silent. "It still lays eggs," the mother said. "That is good." Alina nodded. She knew that this was the shape in which that family carried loss, not through words, through continuation. On the way back to the castle, she did not think of heroism. She did not think of revenge. She thought of structure. 5 names had been enough to change the village. If there were more, Ardenthal would have to be prepared. In the west tower, she stopped by the window. The valley was green. The river moved quietly. But now she knew that quiet was not a promise. She had seen the list, heard the wounded speak, and carried the gaze of a mother. From that day on, the war was no longer something that began and ended in letters. It had arrived in Ardenthal. The letter arrived late in the morning. Alina was sitting in the writing room, sorting incoming replies, when the messenger entered. His clothes were dusty, his movements controlled. 2 more riders remained in the courtyard, their horses still saddled. It was not an ordinary delivery. The envelope bore the seal of the High Command of the Allied forces. The wax had been pressed unevenly, and the edge of the parchment showed signs of having passed through many hands. Alina took the letter, opened it, and began to read without passing it on. The report was longer than the messages that had come before. It described a larger engagement, one that had lasted several hours. The lines had shifted more than once. The left flank had come under heavy pressure. Reinforcements had arrived late. Alina read on. The King of Ardenthal had been wounded during the fighting. The sentence was written plainly. What followed stated that the wound was not considered life-threatening. The king had held his position at first and continued to give orders. Later, he had been escorted toward the rear gathering point. No further details were given. Alina did not set the page down at once. She read the passage again, weighing every word, searching for something beyond what had been written. There was nothing. Serafina had entered by then and waited until Alina raised her eyes. "He was wounded," Alina said calmly. "Not life-threatening." He continued to lead. Serafina took the letter and read it herself. Her face remained still, yet she held the parchment a little longer than a simple glance would have required. In the courtyard, a small group had already formed. The presence of several riders had not gone unnoticed. People had learned to draw conclusions from details. Alina stepped outside. "There was a larger engagement," she said. "The king was wounded. The wound is not considered life-threatening. He continues to lead the troops." The words were received not with cheers, not with open relief, but with an audible exhale. One man asked whether the king was on his way back. "No," Alina answered. "He remains with the units." Another wanted to know how severe the wound was. "There is no more precise information." The people remained for another moment, then slowly dispersed. They spoke more quietly than before, but no longer about individual dead. The thought of a wounded king had shifted the order of things. In the afternoon, Serafina called the council together. The great hall felt different, though nothing in it had changed. The king's chair remained empty. This time, people looked at it more often. "As long as he gives orders, there is no formal gap," Serafina said. "And if he can no longer do so?" one councilman asked. "Then we act according to order." "The order is built around him," the master of stores replied. "A wounded king changes the situation." Alina listened. At first, she said nothing. The discussion remained controlled, but it was no longer only about supplies or work assignments. It was about leadership. "We have a message," she said at last. No abdication, no capture, no confirmation that he is unable to command. An older councilman looked at her, but no certainty either. "Certainty is rare in war," she replied calmly. The conversation ended without resolution, but it had taken on a new tone. That evening, the report was read aloud again in the courtyard. This time, more slowly, without omissions. The people listened carefully. A wounded king was not a sign of collapse, but he was no longer a symbol of invulnerability either. That night, Alina remained awake for a long time. Not from fear. Not only that. She understood that a wound meant more than a medical detail. It shifted expectations. It made succession thinkable, even if no one said the word aloud. And she knew that a second letter would have to follow. In the days after the report, a strange form of calm returned. Daily life continued. The fields were tended, the wounded cared for, the writing room kept open. The news of Arvid's wound had shaken the village, but it had not torn an immediate gap. He was wounded, not fallen. He still led. That was the sentence people held on to. Alina noticed that her father was spoken of differently than before. People no longer spoke only of the king. They spoke of Arvid. His name was used more often. The wound seemed to make him more human. She herself had long been used to seeing him in two roles. In the council, he was king. In the courtyard, he was measure. In the castle, he was rarely only father. Her childhood had not been cold, but it had been structured. Arvid had allowed her to attend council meetings early, not as a speaker, but as a listener. He had not told her stories. He had explained decisions. When he spoke, he did so clearly and without ornament. He expected attention from her, not agreement. There had been evenings when he called her into the map room. He showed her borders, roads, alliances. He explained why one sometimes signed treaties one did not like, and why one did things one would rather avoid. He had never said that she would one day rule, but he had never acted as if it were impossible. With him, closeness had not been an embrace. Closeness had been trust in her perception. Alina remembered the day the second failed harvest had become certain. Arvid had not sent her out of the hall. He had let her stay while the council argued over rations. Later, he had told her that a land did not break because of bad years, but because of bad decisions made afterward. At the time, she had thought he was speaking only of grain. Now she knew he had always been thinking further. Their distance had not been absence. It had been form. She had never asked herself whether he liked her. She had asked herself whether he took her seriously. And he had. Now, as she stood in the West Tower and looked out over the valley, she did not think of him carrying her as a child. She thought of his gaze when the council lost itself in circles, of the way he waited until everyone had spoken before deciding, of the silence that formed when he lifted his head. A wounded king was political news. A wounded father was something else. She did not know which worry was greater. Serafina stepped beside her. The Queen had learned not to disturb Alina's silence. "You are thinking of him," she said. "Yes. He will not be reckless. He never was." Serafina nodded. "He never underestimated you." Alina looked at her. "He never spared me either." "That is not the same thing." A moment passed. "When he returns," Alina said quietly, "something will have changed." "In him or in you?" Serafina asked. Alina did not answer at once. She did not know. Letters continued to arrive in the writing room. Some spoke of the engagement in which Arvid had been wounded. The accounts differed, but they agreed on one thing. The king had remained visible. He had not hidden behind riders or banners. One soldier wrote that Arvid had changed horses after his own had fallen. Another mentioned that he had given orders from the ground as though it made no difference whether he sat or stood. These details were not tales of heroism. They were observations. Alina read them carefully, not because she was looking for comfort, but because she wanted to understand where he had stood when he was struck. In the days that followed, the situation at the front remained unclear. Shorter reports arrived, speaking of regrouping and a stabilized line. Arvid was not mentioned again. That could mean he still commanded. It could also mean that important things were not being written. The calm held. It was not peaceful, but tense. And it would not last. The second letter arrived 3 days after the first. Alina had been sitting in the writing room, sorting replies and watching the hands of the scribes, because by now she could tell from those hands how long they had been working. The movements became slower. The quill was held more tightly, as if one had to hold on to it. When the messenger entered, no one raised their head out of curiosity. They raised it out of caution. This was not the same messenger as before. He was younger, yet his face looked older than his years. His cloak was dusty, and a small pouch hung from his belt, its strap worn through in places. He stopped in the doorway, as if making certain he had entered the right place. "For the Queen," he said, holding up an envelope. Alina took it. The seal was again that of the High Command. This time, it had been pressed cleanly, as if someone had made sure the shape was right. The envelope felt heavier than usual, not because of its contents, but because of the thought that someone had taken time with it. She broke the seal and read. After the first lines, she knew it was not a report like the others. It was no description, no list of movements and losses. It was a letter about responsibility, about jurisdiction, about the attempt to force uncertainty into a form that could be sent. During a withdrawal, it stated, the units had become separated. Several formations had lost contact with one another. The area where the king had last been seen had come under heavy pressure. An attempt had been made to secure him, but the situation had been unclear. Wounded men could not be recovered. A gathering point had been moved. Reports contradicted one another. Then came the sentence that did not sound dramatic and changed everything. The current whereabouts of the King of Ardenthal were unknown. Alina read on because she understood that one clings to details when the essential thing is too large. Phrases followed that left room for hope without speaking it. Clarification was underway. Further reports were expected. Premature conclusions were to be avoided. Alina did not put the letter down at once. She read it a second time because she wanted to know whether somewhere there was a sentence that said more. There was none. She folded the parchment again, as calmly as she could, and stepped into the courtyard. Serafina had already been informed before Alina could find her personally. Someone had seen the messenger. Someone had recognized the color of the seal. The courtyard reacted faster than any official announcement. The Queen waited in the small hall beside the map room. She did not stand at the window. She did not sit. She stood at the table, her hands flat on the wood, as if holding herself in the present. Alina handed her the letter. Serafina read. She remained calm, yet something shifted in her eyes. It was not panic. It was the moment in which a queen understands that she now stands alone, even when people surround her. "Unknown," Serafina said after reading the final sentence. Alina nodded. Serafina inhaled slowly, controlled. "We call the council." It was not a suggestion. It was a decision. The great hall filled quickly. The council members came faster than usual, and they did not keep the customary distance between themselves. The master of stores arrived early, the priest as well. Two men who were rarely seen together entered side by side, as though they had decided on the way that no one wished to stand alone today. When all were seated, Arvid's place at the head of the table remained empty. No one mentioned it, but no one looked away. Serafina placed the letter on the table. "This is the message from the High Command," she said calmly. "The whereabouts of the king are unknown." A murmur moved through the hall. Not a loud sound, more a collective loosening of composure. "How can a king be unknown?" asked the older councilman, who usually weighed his words. Today he sounded harsher. "In the same way," Serafina said without changing her tone, "as anyone can disappear in a retreat when the lines break." "He is not anyone," the master of stores objected. "He is the center of our order." "He is also a man," Serafina said. Alina noticed that the sentence was not comforting. It was dangerous. It made the situation real. "We must decide who commands," said one councilman. "We cannot wait." "We are not waiting," Serafina replied. "We act as soon as we know more." "No more," the priest repeated. "And until then." The older councilman leaned forward. "If he has fallen, there must be a regency." Serafina held his gaze. "If," she said. Alina heard the word like a nail. It was small, but it held an entire door open. "We must be prepared," the councilman continued. "The fields, the stores, the order of the land. The people will ask." "The people are already asking," Alina said calmly. All eyes moved to her. Not hostile, not kind, alert. "We have dead to mourn," she continued. "We have wounded men in the northern wing. We have families who hope every evening for a knock at the door. If we now pretend everything is as it was, no one will believe us." Serafina let her speak. That was no accident. Alina knew it. "You are young," said the master of stores, as though it were an argument. Alina looked at him. "And yet, I sit here," she replied calmly. "Not because I wish to, but because it is necessary." Another councilman cleared his throat. "We must not create the impression that the royal house is wavering." "It is not wavering," Serafina said. "It stands." "With respect," said the older councilman. "Without the king, that is not standing. It is an assertion." Serafina paused for a moment. Then she said, "Then it is time our assertion is supported by action." She turned her gaze to Alina, not to ask for help, but to make her visible. "Ardenthal will be governed," Serafina said. "The fields will be worked, supplies will be secured, the writing room will remain open, the wounded will be cared for, the guards at the gate will be doubled, and the council will present me today with a list of which stores can be moved within a week if unrest reaches the villages." The master of stores tried to object, but Serafina did not allow him to return to the familiar circle. "You will also examine," she continued, "which obligations we have toward the alliance in writing if Arvid is incapacitated, and which obligations they have toward us. I want it in black and white." For a brief moment, one could feel that Serafina was more than a woman who had happened to become queen. She had not only learned the rules, she could use them. The priest looked to Alina. "And you, Your Highness?" Alina felt the room concentrate on her. She could have said something soft, something reassuring. She chose not to. "I will remain in the writing room," she said. "The letters will come, and everyone who receives news must hear it from a voice that does not tremble." A councilman made a disapproving face. "You make yourself too visible." "I am already visible," Alina replied calmly. "The people have heard me read names. They have seen me knock on doors. They will not forget who told them that someone was not coming back. It was not a threat. It was a fact. At the end of the meeting, Serafina did not stand with an official resolution that could calm everyone. She stood with a line. And in these days, a line was worth more than the illusion that paper could settle everything. When the council left the hall, Alina remained behind for a moment. Serafina stepped closer. "You have placed yourself in their minds," she said quietly. "I spoke because otherwise they would only have whispered." Serafina nodded slowly. "Now every message will have twice the weight." Alina knew it. She thought of the letter Mathis had once sealed. She thought of things one did not say aloud, because once spoken, they gained power. There were already people in the courtyard when she stepped outside. They had noticed the meeting, the quick footsteps, the faces, the brief way people avoided one another. "Is it true?" asked a woman Alina did not know. Alina stopped. She could have evaded the question. She did not. "The king's whereabouts are currently unknown," she said calmly. "There is no confirmation of his death. There is no confirmation of his capture. There is only uncertainty." A man snorted. "Uncertainty is worse." Alina looked at him. "Yes," she said. "That is why we hold the work. That is why we hold the order. That is why we hold together until we know more." She noticed that her own voice sounded calmer than she felt inside. It was not pretense. It was leadership. Before she was truly ready to accept that word for herself. That evening, she went to the northern wing. Ewald was awake. He saw her come and tried to smile, but failed. "Is the king back?" he asked. Alina did not avoid the answer. "We do not know where he is." Ewald closed his eyes. His hand reached into empty air, as if searching for something that was not there. "Then it was like that after all," he murmured. "What was?" Alina asked. Ewald swallowed. "When we last saw him, he was no longer with his men. He was between us and them. Then there was noise. Then dust. Then only retreat." Alina remained still. She wrote every word into her mind. Without quill. Without parchment. It was not official, but it was close enough to be true. Later, when she sat alone in the writing room, only one candle burned. The stack of letters lay ready. The quill lay beside it. She could write, but she did not know to whom she should write. She thought of Arvid, who had taught her that a land did not break because of bad years, but because of bad decisions afterward. Now there was an uncertainty greater than any bad year. And she knew the next letter would not be long in coming. It would not only say where Arvid was, it would say what Ardenthal would make of this uncertainty. The letter arrived in the early afternoon. Alina recognized it not by the seal, but by the messenger's eyes. He did not stop in the courtyard to ask for water or to beat the dust from his cloak. He did not request a moment for the horses to be tended. He went straight to the writing room, spoke no name, and when he placed the envelope on the table, he pulled his hand away, as if afraid the paper might burn him. "This is for the Queen," he said. Alina took the envelope, weighed it briefly in her hand, and felt that it was thinner than the reports she had opened in recent days. Nothing in it suggested details. It was a letter not meant to explain, but to record. She stood, left the writing room, and took the corridor toward the map room. Her footsteps sounded muted. The castle was not silent. but it lacked the kind of sound that comforts. There was work. There were voices. There was movement. And yet something remained that could not be filled. Serafina was in the map room, not in the Great Hall. She stood bent over a map, and beside her lay the lists she and the council had drawn up in the past days. Stores, guards, fields, messenger routes, order against uncertainty. Alina entered and said nothing, because words would only have stood in the way. She placed the envelope on the table. Serafina did not look up at once. She took the letter, broke the seal, and read. Her expression barely changed, but the hand holding the parchment hardened. There was no trembling, no panic, no visible wave. It was something settling into place. When she reached the final sentence, she laid the sheet slowly on the table. "Captured," she said. Alina felt her body react to the word, though she did not move a step. It was not grief, because grief can still cling to something. It was a feeling suspended in the air without ground beneath it. Serafina slid the parchment toward her. The tone was factual. The King of Ardenthal had been separated during the withdrawal. He had been wounded and could not be moved quickly enough. Several witnesses had confirmed that enemy soldiers had forced him away and eventually taken him. An immediate rescue had not been possible because the line had already had to withdraw by then. Below that stood a sentence so neutral, it almost seemed cruel. It was assumed that the king was alive and being held as a prisoner. Further information would follow as soon as it became available. Alina placed the letter back on the table. "How long ago?" she asked. Serafina checked the date. 2 days. Alina nodded. 2 days in which Ardenthal had planned, worked, and held order while her father was in enemy hands. She did not want to think about how he was, because she knew she would find no answer she could bear. Serafina took another sheet of paper. The council must be told. "They will hear it anyway," Alina replied. "If not from us, then from rumors." Serafina looked at her for a moment. Then she nodded. "Then we tell them ourselves." The council was summoned, and this time it did not arrive in orderly haste, but in a hurry that could not be hidden. Part of it was fear for the king. Another part was fear for their own positions. Alina saw it in the eyes of men who usually preferred to hide behind phrasing. Serafina placed the letter in the center of the table. No one touched it at once. It was as if they first had to decide whether they truly wanted to hold its contents in their own hands. The older councilman read first. Then he passed the sheet on. The master of stores read. The priest read. A third read it again, as if a different sentence might appear if he searched long enough. "Captured," the master of stores said at last, and this time it was not a statement, but an opening for everything that could follow. "Then it is over," one man said. "It is not over," Serafina replied calmly. "It has only changed." "A king in captivity is a weakness," said the priest. Serafina lifted her gaze. "Captivity is a condition," she said. "Weakness begins only when we behave as if we are helpless." Alina said nothing. She watched the men react, and she realized that part of the council was no longer speaking of fields and stores, but of power and meaning. "We must negotiate," said the older councilman. "We need a channel. We need a demand. We need terms." "We need time," Serafina said. "Time is what we do not have," the master of stores replied. "If the people learn that the king is in chains, there will be unrest." "The people already know," Alina said quietly. Several heads turned to her. "People notice when messengers move differently," she continued. "They notice when the council meets more often. They notice when questions are not answered. We can tell them, and we can tell them what we are doing. or we can wait until everyone builds their own version." The priest pressed his lips together. "And what do we do?" Serafina answered at once. "We secure the stores. We secure the borders. We secure the order." "And the king?" asked the master of stores. Serafina held his gaze. "We bring him back as soon as we can." "With what army?" asked one man, his voice higher now than he had intended. "We will see what is possible," Serafina said. Alina noticed that she remained deliberately vague, because any concrete promise now would have become a trap. The council did not disperse with a decision that calmed everyone. It dispersed with tasks. That was Serafina's way of binding panic. Occupy hands. Order thoughts. Win time. People were already waiting in the courtyard. No one stood there by chance anymore. They stood there because they expected something. Serafina stepped out and did not speak for long. She said what had to be said, and she said it in a way that did not make the words sound like weakness. "The king is alive," she said. "He is captured. We know this with certainty. We will act, but we will not act blindly. Ardenthal remains. The work continues. The stores will be distributed. The guards will remain watchful. The writing room will remain open. So no one is left alone with their questions." It was not comfort. It was a frame. As the crowd slowly broke apart, Alina remained standing for another moment. She did not look into their faces to find gratitude. She looked to understand how large the fear was that they now had to carry. Later, she returned to the writing room, and the letters were already waiting. There were not many. They were not great reports either. They were replies dictated in a camp between march and watch, and they carried the unrest that eats through troops once a king has been captured. Some wrote of an officer holding the units together. Some wrote that one did not speak names unless one had to. Some wrote that one did not say the word captivity aloud because it grew heavier when spoken. Alina read, sorted, set aside, and still her gaze caught on one envelope. Not because it bore her name. It did not. The sender stood in the upper left. Mathis, son of Edrin. She did not take the letter at once. She waited until the lady sitting across from her rose to fetch fresh water. She waited until the scratching of the quills became even again, and no one cared which envelope lay between her fingers. She broke the seal. The handwriting belonged to a camp scribe. The words belonged to Mathis. He wrote that the men were restless. He wrote that the king had not simply disappeared, but at last been seen wounded and still standing. He wrote that they had tried to reach him, and that they would be ashamed that they had failed. Because shame in war was often the only thing that showed a person they were still human. Then he wrote something she had not expected, because it did not sound like war, but like Ardenthal. He wrote that the horses had been nervous since the news had spread. He wrote that they calmed if one placed a hand against their neck and left it there long enough for their breathing to even out again. He wrote that he did it because he needed to do something that was not only waiting. At the end, there was no greeting that would have been too personal. No sentence that would have betrayed them. Only that he hoped no one in the West would lose their head. Alina placed the letter back on the stack, as if it were one among many. Yet her body felt as though something had been given to her and taken away again without anyone noticing. That evening, she stood in the West Tower. She thought of her father and of how he had never given her closeness, but responsibility. She thought of how in captivity, he was not only being held as a king, but as a man who did not like being in another's hands because he was used to ordering things himself. She thought of Serafina, who now stood before the council alone and did not break. And she thought of herself. Alina did not know exactly when waiting would become action. She only knew that every day the king remained captive, changed Ardenthal. The people would not forever keep tending fields and hearing letters while losing their men, their sons, and their king in the distance. She noticed that her gaze no longer moved only over the valley, but over roads, over distances, over possibilities. When she turned away from the window, she did not go to bed. She went to the map room. Serafina was still there, alone, and a lamp lay warm light across the wood of the table. She looked up when Alina entered. "You are not sleeping?" she asked. "Not tonight," Alina answered. Serafina nodded, as if she had expected nothing else. Alina stepped to the table. She did not place her finger on a border, and she did not speak of an army, because she knew great words were spoken quickly and rarely held. "We need knowledge," she said quietly. "Not hope, not courage, knowledge." Serafina looked at her for a long time. Then she asked, "What do you mean?" Alina answered without raising her voice. "We need to know where they are holding him. We need to know how they move. We need to know which roads are safe and which exist only on maps. And we need to know whom we can trust if we send someone." Serafina leaned back. "You want scouts?" "I want eyes," Alina said. "And I want them before the land begins talking in the dark." Serafina was silent for a moment. "That will not be without blood," she said at last. "It is already not without blood," Alina replied. Serafina looked at her, and in her gaze there was no horror at the hardness, but recognition that Alina had begun to think differently. "Then," Serafina said calmly, "we begin carefully." Alina nodded. She knew this was not yet an army. It was not even a plan that could stand on its own feet. It was the first step away from the illusion that letters alone could hold the land together. And she knew that as long as her father remained captive, every step she took would eventually lead to a question she had avoided until now. Whether she would remain only a princess, or take responsibility larger than her role. The next morning, the castle woke early, but the way it woke had changed. There was no unrest breaking loose in raised voices, no visible panic moving through the corridors. Instead, a kind of concentration lay over everything, made up of many small movements. Doors were closed more quietly, conversations kept shorter, paths taken more directly. Everyone seemed to know that there were things now that had to be done, even if no one had yet named them aloud. Alina had risen before most of the others. She had not slept long, but the tiredness remained in the background. She did not go first to the writing room, but to the map room. The map still lay where she had left it the evening before. Serafina was not there. Light fell through the window and made the lines clearer than they had been by candlelight. Roads, rivers, villages, things one knew as long as one did not have to leave them behind. Alina stepped closer and placed her hand beside the Arden River, not on it. With her eyes, she followed the roads east as far as they were marked on the map. After that, the drawing lost itself in rough lines and names that claimed more than they explained. She knew that maps did not lie. But she also knew that they did not say everything. The door opened softly. Serafina entered, already fully dressed, as if she had not begun the day but merely continued it.
"You are here early," she said. "I wanted to see what we know."
Serafina stepped beside her and looked down at the map as well.
"And? We know how to live here,"
Alina said.
"We do not know how to act there."
Serafina nodded. "That is a beginning. A beginning. Not a plan, but enough not to stand still."
"I will not spend the whole day in the writing room,"
Alina said. Serafina looked at her without appearing surprised.
"What do you intend to do?" "I want to see who moves,"
Alina answered calmly.
"Who goes without being asked? Who returns without saying much? Who knows roads that are not on this map?"
Serafina was silent for a moment. Then she said,
"You will meet resistance. I already do."
That was no exaggeration. The council had begun to ask questions that were not seeking answers, but boundaries. Serafina placed her hand on the table.
"Do it quietly," she said. "Not because it is forbidden, because otherwise it will be stopped before it can grow."
Alina nodded. She left the map room and went into the courtyard. Work had already begun. Men who were not at the front carried sacks, repaired wagons, checked tools. Women stood together in groups, not idle, but exchanging what needed to be known. They assigned tasks, organized routines, kept running what must not stop. Alina did not go to the loudest among them. She went to those who spoke without placing themselves at the center. At the well stood Mara of the Western Woods. She was not part of the court, but in recent days she had often come to hear news and carry it onward. Her eyes were alert, her movements purposeful.
"You are here early," Mara said as Alina approached. "So are you."
Mara shrugged. "Work does not wait." Alina looked at her. "You know the paths through the Western Woods?" It was not a question. Mara nodded slowly. "I know some. Also, the ones no map shows." Mara paused briefly. "I know some. Also the ones no map shows." "Why?" Alina did not evade the question. "Because we need more than news that comes to us." Mara looked at her for a moment, as if testing whether this was truly meant or merely some courtly phrasing.
"You want to send someone," she said at last. "I want to know who can go."
Mara glanced around, not from fear but from habit.
"Many can go," she said. "Not many return." "I am not looking for many," Alina replied quietly.
Mara nodded. "Then do not speak first with those who look strong," she said. "Speak with those who know when they have to disappear." Alina took in the sentence without commenting on it.
"And you?"
she asked. Mara did not smile.
"I disappear when I must."
It was not a promise, but it was not a refusal either. Alina moved on. At the edge of the courtyard stood a young man she knew from the writing room. He had not written there, but waited. He had asked questions that were not loud, but precise. His name was Leo, and he came from a village near the eastern border.
"You are not in the field?"
Alina asked as she stepped up to him.
"Not today."
"Why?" He hesitated briefly.
"Because I wanted to see whether something changes."
"And?" "It is changing," he said. "Only not openly yet." Alina gave a faint nod.
"You know the road east?"
"To a certain point," he replied. "After that, it becomes unclear." "Unclear is better than unknown." He looked at her. "You want to send someone?" It was not a question. It was a statement that had already begun to form in the courtyard, though no one had spoken it aloud. "I want to know who knows the road," Alina said. Leo nodded slowly.
"Then speak with the traders too," he said. "They go farther than we do, not out of courage, but out of necessity."
Alina kept that in mind. She spent the morning listening. She asked questions that sounded simple but were not accidental. She asked about paths, crossings, places where one could find water, stretches that should be avoided. She spoke with people who rarely stood at the center and knew more than they said for precisely that reason. No one called it a plan. No one called it preparation. Yet by the end of the day, Alina had something that was more than a thought. She had names. Not many, not loud ones, but clear ones. When she returned to the writing room that evening, new letters were already waiting. She sat down, took up the quill, and began to work as if nothing had changed. But as she wrote, she knew that she had taken the first step. Not east, but away from stillness. The next morning, no one spoke openly of what Alina had begun the previous day. There was no gathering, no announcement, no visible sign that anything had changed. And yet there was an attentiveness in the eyes of some people that had not been there before. Alina went to the writing room as usual, sat down, took the quill in hand, and began her work. She allowed herself time before opening the first letters, as if she had to take up the rhythm of the room again. The voices were low, the scratching of quills even, and for a moment one might have believed that everything remained as it had been. Around midday, she rose. "I will come back later," she said to the lady beside her. It was not an unusual sentence. No one asked. Alina left the room and did not go into the courtyard, but through the side passage that led to the rear exits. The passage was narrower, used less often, and for that reason suited to things that were not meant to stand at the center. Mara was already waiting. She was not leaning against the wall, and she did not stand restlessly. She simply stood there, as if she had chosen the place because it was familiar to her. "You are punctual," she said. "I said I would come." Mara nodded and glanced briefly along the passage. "You want to send someone?" "I want to see how far we can get without being seen," Alina said. "Then we will not get far," Mara replied. "Good." There was no disappointment in Alina's voice. It was a boundary. Leo stepped from the shadow as if he had waited for the conversation to begin. There was nothing striking about him, and that was exactly what made him suitable. He looked like someone who belonged wherever he stood. "I will go as far as the old bridge," he said before Alina asked. "After that, I turn back." Alina nodded. "You will not go alone." Mara looked at him. "I will accompany him part of the way," she said. "Not to the bridge, only far enough to put him on the right path." Leo wanted to object, but did not. He understood that this was not about courage, but direction. Alina looked from one to the other. "You go today," she said. "No departure by night, no stories. You go like people who have something to do." "We do," Mara said. Alina nodded. "When you return, I want to know where you could walk without being seen. I want to know where you were stopped without anyone speaking to you. And I want to know what you did not understand." Leo looked at her briefly. "And if we see something we should not see?" Alina held his gaze. "Then you remember it," she said. "And you tell it here, not there." That was the boundary. No heroics, no risk beyond the purpose. Mara pushed away from the wall. "We will be back before sunset. If not," Alina replied calmly, "I will not wait for you in the courtyard." Mara did not smile. "You should not." They left without looking back. Alina remained in the passage for a moment. She heard their steps until they faded. It was a quiet beginning, but it was movement. When she turned around, the master of stores stood at the end of the passage. He had not come loudly. He had not called out to her. He simply stood there and looked at her, as if he had chosen the moment when words could no longer be avoided. "You are not in the writing room," he said. "Not always," Alina answered. He stepped closer. "I was looking for you. Now you have found me." He folded his hands behind his back. "The council has assigned tasks. It will be wise for you to keep to them." "I am keeping to them," Alina said calmly. "I see it differently." A brief moment formed in which neither of them yielded. "You are moving outside the structure," he continued. "In times like these, that is not helpful." "What is helpful?" Alina asked. "Order," he said. "Clear responsibilities. Decisions that do not depend on individual people." "Then make sure the decisions are made," Alina replied. The master of stores drew his brows together. "That is not your task." Alina looked at him. "What is my task?" he answered at once. "To calm the people, to lead the writing room, to hold order within." "I do that," she said.
And everything else? Alina took her time before answering. Everything else happens anyway, she said at last. With or without us. The master of stores shook his head. That is dangerous. Ignorance is more dangerous. He looked at her for a long time, as if deciding whether to continue or draw a boundary here. At last he said, If something goes wrong, they will hold you responsible. Then I should know what for, she replied calmly. He said nothing more. He turned and left. Alina remained still until his steps had faded. Then she returned to the writing room. The afternoon passed more slowly than usual. Alina wrote, read aloud, answered questions. She kept the room calm, though her thoughts returned again and again to the road Mara and Leo had taken. As the sun sank lower, she raised her eyes toward the door more often. She said nothing of it. No one asked. It was just before dusk when the door opened. Mara entered, followed by Leo. Both appeared unchanged. No blood, no visible traces of an incident. Yet their movements were more focused, as if they had brought back something that did not lie in their hands. Alina rose. Sit down. She waited until the other scribes had left the room or deliberately turned away. No one wanted to listen by accident. Mara began. As far as the old mill, everything is as usual, she said. The paths are clear. People work. No one asks questions. Leo nodded. After that, it changes, he added. There is more movement on the roads. Not only traders, groups that do not belong there. Armed? Alina asked. Partly, he said, not openly. But one sees it. Mara continued. The bridge can still be crossed, but it is watched, not constantly, but often enough that one notices if one is paying attention. Alina nodded. And if one is not paying attention? Then one notices too late, Mara said. A brief moment passed. How far could you go without drawing attention? Alina asked. Almost to the bridge, Leo replied. After that, we would have needed a reason. And if you had had one? Mara looked at her. Then we might have gone farther, she said. Or we might not have come back. Alina took that in without commenting. And what did you not understand? Leo hesitated. Why they are there, he said at last. It is not a good place for control. Too open. Too easy to avoid if one knows how. Mara nodded. It does not feel like securing the road, she said. It feels like waiting. Alina laid her hands on the table. Then they are waiting for something. Or for someone, Mara added. The room became still. Alina knew this was not a breakthrough. It was a first look behind the line. But it was enough to understand that the road east was neither empty nor watched by accident. Good, she said finally. That is enough for today. Mara leaned back. That was the easy part. Alina nodded. I know. When the two had gone, she remained alone in the writing room. The letters lay before her. The map was not here, but it was in her mind. Roads, points, movements, things were beginning to connect. She pulled the blank sheet toward her and dipped the quill into the ink. For a moment she paused, because she knew that writing something down gave it weight. Words were not only memory, words were direction. To name something made it more tangible, but also more vulnerable. She wrote no names. Not Mara, not Leo, not Taran, though his name already lived in her mind, carried there since she had passed the stables the day before. Instead, she drew small signs that would mean nothing to anyone who happened to find the page. A point for the mill. A short line for the path through the low brush. A small circle for the place where the bridge became visible before one reached it. Then she set a cross where Mara had said one noticed too late that one was being watched. The quill remained suspended above the parchment. The cross was small.
It looked harmless, and yet Alina felt that it meant more than a mark. Someone out there was waiting. Not openly enough to be an order, not hidden enough to be an accident. Whoever watched those roads knew something about movement, perhaps even more than Ardenthal itself. She did not fold the sheet. She let the ink dry and placed an ordinary letter over it, a reply to a woman from Dorfane who wanted to tell her husband that the well had been cleaned again. Two worlds lay one above the other. Above, daily life. Beneath, danger. Alina looked at her hands. Only days ago, these hands had sorted letters, broken seals, read names. Now they drew roads that might lead people into danger. She wondered whether her father had known this moment. Not this exact one, of course. But the instant when a decision was no longer only right or wrong, but both at once, depending on who paid the price for it. She thought of Arvid's words about bad decisions after bad years. Back then, he had stood by the window with his arms folded behind his back and had not looked at her while he spoke. Perhaps he had known that she could listen more easily if he did not watch how she reacted. Perhaps that had been his way of giving her room without making it soft. Now she understood him better than she wanted to. It was not yet a plan, but it was more than waiting, and that was enough to continue. The next day, no one spoke openly about the road to the bridge. There was no meeting, no formal account to the council, no protocol. What Mara and Leo had reported remained, for now, where it had been spoken. In a room with few people who understood that knowledge does not become stronger when it is shared too early. Alina went back to the writing room, took up the quill, and worked. She read letters aloud, shaped replies, kept her tone steady. People continued to come. Some wanted to hear, others wanted to speak. Many simply did not want to be alone with what they were thinking. But as she wrote, she felt that something had shifted. The questions were changing. They were no longer only about the state of the men at the front. They were about roads, about distances, about how long messages took, about what lay between here and there. "How long does a messenger need to reach the border?" a man asked. "That depends on which road he takes," Alina answered. "And if he does not take the usual one?" Alina looked at him. "Then it depends on why he does not take it." The man nodded, as if that was the answer he had expected. In the afternoon, she closed the writing room earlier than usual. Not officially. She did not leave the work undone, but divided it. Two of the scribes took the remaining letters, a third tended to the replies. It was not a decision against her task. It was a shift. Alina went again to the map room. This time, Serafina was already waiting. "The council asked why you were not in the writing room all day yesterday," she said. "And what did you say?" "That you were working." Alina nodded slightly. "I am." Serafina looked at her. "You move faster than they do." "They do not move." A brief moment passed. "What do you have?" Serafina asked. Alina stepped to the table and placed her hand beside the map. "The bridge is watched," she said. "Not constantly, but regularly." Serafina nodded slowly. "That matches some of the reports." "It is not a good place for control," Alina continued. "Too open. Too easy to avoid if one knows the paths." "Then why are they there?" Alina looked down at the map. "Because they want to be seen," she said. Serafina was silent. "Or because they expect something," Alina added. Serafina leaned back slightly. "What?" "Movement," Alina answered. "News. Perhaps someone important enough to intercept." The thought remained in the room. "You are thinking of your father," Serafina said. "I am thinking of what one would do with him," Alina replied calmly. "One would not take him far at once, One would secure him. One would wait. One would see who reacts. Serafina nodded. Then the bridge is not an accident? No. Alina looked at the roads that led east out of Ardenthal. The known routes were marked. The others were not. We need a second line, she said. A way around, Serafina added. One that does not stand out. Serafina looked at her. And who walks it? Alina did not answer at once. Not those we have already sent, she said at last. Not again. Not immediately. Why? Because they are part of a pattern now, Alina explained. If someone is watching, they remember who goes and who returns. Serafina nodded slowly. Then you need others. Yes. And where will you find them? Alina did not look at the map, but toward the door. Not in the council. Serafina did not smile, but her gaze grew calmer. That much was clear. Alina left the map room again. This time, she did not go first into the courtyard, but to the stables. The smell of hay, leather, and animal warmth was familiar. The men who worked here were not loud. They moved with a calm born of habit, not serenity. An older man looked up as Alina entered. Your Highness, I am looking for someone who knows roads, she said. He nodded toward the rear stalls. Then you are not looking for me, Alina went on. There stood a man who did not react at once when she approached. He was busy checking a harness, tightening straps, releasing them again, testing the buckles. You were not on the list, Alina said. He looked up. No. Why? Because I am not needed. That is not true. He held her gaze. I drive wagons, he said. I bring things from here to there and back again. That is not war. That is movement. A brief moment passed. How far have you driven? She asked. Far enough to know when to turn back and when to continue. He shrugged. That is not decided by the road, he said. It is decided by who stands on it. Alina nodded. What is your name? Taran. Taran, she repeated. I need someone who does not stand out. He looked at her. Then you need many. I need a beginning. Taran was silent for a moment. Then he said, I will not go to the front. I am not asking that. I will go as far as I can return from. That is exactly as far as I need you. He nodded slowly. When? Not today, Alina answered. Today they are still looking. Taran understood. Then tomorrow morning, he said, before the others. Alina nodded. When she left the stables, the master of stores was standing in the courtyard again. This time, he did not wait in the shadows. He stepped directly toward her. You were not only in the writing room yesterday, he said. No. And not today either. No. He exhaled. You are building something. It was not a question. Alina looked at him. I am preparing. Without a resolution. With necessity. The master of stores shook his head. You are drawing lines that are not on maps. Alina nodded. The others are no longer enough. He looked at her for a long time. If you are wrong, he said, it will cost us more than we can bear. Alina held his gaze. If I do nothing, she answered calmly, it will cost us everything. The master of stores said nothing more. He stepped aside. Alina walked past him. That evening, she stood again in the West Tower. The valley lay quiet. The fields moved in the wind. Everything looked as it always had. But she knew that beneath that surface, things were shifting. Not visibly or loudly, but irrevocably. Below her, the first lights burned in the houses. Small points in the dusk, some bright, some faint, some barely visible behind closed shutters. Once, she might have seen in them only the end of a day. Now she saw people who did not know whether the order in which they fell asleep would still be the same by morning. She saw Henrik's mother, who had not slaughtered the black hen. She saw Ewald in the courtyard, speaking with a bandaged shoulder of a war larger than any rumor. She saw Mara, who did not want to look strong because strength sometimes meant only disappearing at the right time. She saw Leo, who had noticed the change before anyone spoke it. And she saw Taran, though she had not spoken with him for long, as a possibility already moving along the edge of her thoughts. It was strange how power did not always look like power. Sometimes it looked like a woman at the well who knew which path began behind the woodshed. Sometimes like a boy who mistrusted maps because he had walked the bad roads himself. Sometimes like a wagon driver who knew the question was not whether a road existed, but who stood upon it. Alina felt that she had to begin seeing differently, not from above to below, not from throne to village, but from road to road, from voice to voice, from what people did when no one ordered them. Behind her, the door of the west tower opened. Serafina entered without announcing herself. For a moment, neither of them spoke. "The master of stores will not relent," the queen said at last. "I know. He believes he can slow you by reminding you of your role." Alina kept looking out over the valley. Perhaps he is right. About which part? That I have a role. Yes, Serafina said, but roles are not cages if one understands what they were built for. Alina turned her head. And what was mine built for? Serafina did not answer at once. Her gaze lay on the lights in the valley, and for an instant she looked older, not weaker, only heavier, with everything she did not say aloud. So that people may see a direction when they cannot find one themselves, she said then. Alina was silent. You need not pretend that you are not afraid, Serafina continued. No one who is afraid themselves would believe you. But you must not let fear decide. And if I decide wrongly, then you will have to live with it. It was not a comforting answer. That was precisely why it was useful. Alina looked out again. The Arden River was barely visible in the last light. Only in places did it catch the sky and carry it as a dull line through the valley. I always thought leadership began with the right to command, she said quietly. Serafina gave the smallest shake of her head. Leadership begins when others realize that you remain standing even when a command is not enough. And for the first time since the day the lists had been read, Alina did not only feel that she was reacting, she was beginning to lead. Taran set out before the castle had fully woken. Alina was already in the courtyard when he prepared the wagon. It was no striking team. No banner, no special markings. 2 horses, a simple frame, sacks that looked like supplies. Nothing about it suggested that this road meant more than any other. You go by the mill, Alina said. Taran nodded. And not by the bridge? Not yet. He tightened the final strap. If I do not come back, it will not be because I did not know the road. Alina looked at him. You come back because you know when to turn around. He paused briefly, as if testing whether she meant it. Then he nodded. It was not a farewell that needed words. The wagon moved, slowly and steadily, and passed through the gate without anyone stopping it. Alina remained standing until the sound of wheels on stone faded. She had said farewell to people before, men going to the front, names she had spoken aloud. But this was different. This road had been set in motion by her, not as duty, as decision. She turned and went back into the castle. The writing room was already waiting. The letters lay on the table, the people before it. A woman clasped her hands together as if they might otherwise fall apart. A man refused to sit though, a A place was free. A boy tried to appear taller than he was. Alina sat down and began to work. She wrote, read aloud, answered, and yet part of her remained outside, on a road she could not see. She forced herself not to raise her eyes toward the door too often. She could not show that she was waiting. Around midday, Serafina entered. She did not remain standing long, but she stepped closer to the table than a fleeting observation would have required. "The council is growing restless," she said softly. Alina kept writing. Was it not already? Now it has a reason. Alina did not set down the quill. "What reason?" "You." The word remained calm, but there was weight in it. Alina wrote the final letter, scattered sand over the ink, and looked up. "Then they should learn to work with me." Serafina looked at her. "They will try to place you. They have always tried. Now they will try to enforce it." Alina nodded slightly. "Then we will see how far they get." Serafina remained a moment longer. "If they bind you, you lose time. Then they must not bind me." Serafina left without adding anything. The afternoon passed more slowly. Alina felt the hours stretch without anything happening that she could grasp. She continued working, but the words became heavier, because she knew that she was not only writing, she was waiting. When the sun began to sink lower, movement entered the courtyard. Not loud, not frantic, but perceptible. A wagon. Alina raised her eyes. It was not Taran. It was another wagon, one of the usual ones, loaded with wood. Two men climbed down, spoke briefly with one of the guards, and went on. Nothing about it was unusual. Alina forced herself to look back at the parchment before her. Time passed. Then, shortly before the light in the room began to fade, she heard the sound of wheels again. This time, it was different. Slower. Heavier. She stood before anyone said a word. In the courtyard, Taran brought the wagon to a halt. The horses were sweating, not exhausted, but tense. Taran climbed down without haste, yet his movements were more focused than they had been in the morning. Alina stepped toward him. "You are back early," she said. "Earlier than planned," he replied. "Why?" He glanced around. Not from fear, but because he had learned not to say everything in the middle of a courtyard. Not here. Alina nodded. They went into the rear passage, the same one she had used the day before. Taran waited until the door had closed behind them. "The roads are not empty," he said. "We knew that." "They are not only watched," he continued. "They are being used." Alina remained calm. "By whom?" "Not by traders," Taran said. "Not by people bringing something or fetching something." A brief moment passed. "Soldiers?" Alina asked. Taran shook his head. "Not openly." "What then?" He looked at her. "People who do not want to be seen," he said, "and still have to be seen." Alina understood. "Scouts," she said. Taran nodded. "And the bridge?" "It is not the goal," he said. "It is the point where they test who comes." Alina placed her hand against the wall, not because she needed support, but because she wanted to hold the thought in place. "You did not go farther?" "No." "Why?" Taran held her gaze. "Because I was supposed to come back." Alina nodded slowly. "And if you had gone farther?" He did not hesitate. "Then I would have had to decide whether I was seen or not." "And you did not want to be seen?" "Not today." A brief moment passed. Alina felt the image in her mind change. This was not a loose front. This was a net. Not dense, not seamless, but present. "Good," she said at last. "That is enough." Taran looked at her. "It will not be enough for long." "I know." They returned to the courtyard. The master of stores stood there. This time, he had not waited. He had come. "You are sending people?" he asked without introduction. Alina looked at him. "I am having roads checked." "Without an order?" "With necessity." He stepped closer. "You are playing a game you do not control." Alina remained calm. "I am trying to understand it. That is not your task. It is our only chance." The master of stores looked at Taran, then back to Alina. "If this becomes known, we lose control." Alina did not answer at once. "We have not had it for some time," she said then. The sentence remained between them. The master of stores said nothing more. He turned and left. Alina stood in the courtyard as dusk settled. She thought of her father, of captivity, of the roads between them. And she knew that every step she took now would demand a decision from someone else. Not at once, but soon. The next morning, no one spoke anymore of whether Alina was doing something she was not meant to do. The question had shifted. It was no longer about whether she moved, but where. Alina began the day as she had begun the days before. She sat in the writing room, received letters, wrote replies, read aloud. Her voice remained calm, her hand steady. Anyone watching her could have seen no difference from the days before. Yet she herself felt that her attention had changed. She no longer listened only to words. She listened to pauses, to the things that were not said. A man spoke of a path he had once used, then broke off and talked about the weather. A woman mentioned a trader who had not come for 2 weeks and then changed the subject. A young lad described a route that took longer than usual without being able to explain why. Alina gathered these things without commenting on them. Late in the morning, she stood. "I will return," she said. It was the same sentence as before, but by now, some knew that it meant more. In the courtyard, 3 people were already waiting. Mara stood calmly at the edge, as she had the day before, as if she belonged there. Leo kept to the background, not from uncertainty, but because he was used to not standing at the center. Taran leaned against a wagon wheel, arms crossed, as if he had already decided he would not remain long. Alina stepped toward them. "We do not go together," she said. None of them objected. "We do not take the same road either," she continued. "Each of you takes another route. Not far, not deep, only far enough to see where the lines cross." "And if they do not cross?" Leo asked. "Then we know that too." Mara nodded faintly. "And if they do cross?" Alina looked at her. "Then we know where not to go." A brief moment passed. "You are not coming," Taran said. "No." "Why not?" Alina answered calmly. "Because I am needed here." It was not an excuse. It was the truth. If she left, the structure within would begin to loosen. And without that structure, everything else was worthless. "Then tell us when to turn back," Mara said. Alina shook her head. "You decide that." Taran raised an eyebrow. "I do not like that." "Neither do I," Alina said. "But I will not be there when it happens." That was the difference. She looked at each of them in turn. "You are not going to prove anything," she said. "You are going to return." No one answered. That was agreement. They went. Not together. And not conspicuously. One after another, they left the courtyard, each as if they had their own reason to leave. No one stopped them. Alina remained behind. This time, it was harder to turn around and go back into the writing room. Not because she doubted, but because she knew she could no longer accompany the decision. She sat down, took up the quill, and began to write.
The words came more slowly. Not because she could not find them, but because part of her was with the road she could not see. She forced herself to keep the rhythm. Every letter she wrote was someone's connection to the front. She could not lose that connection merely because she was searching for another. Around midday, the master of stores entered. He did not remain at the edge. He came straight to her table. "We must speak," he said. Alina set the quill aside. "Then let us speak." He did not sit. He remained standing. "You sent someone yesterday." "Yes." "Today as well." "Yes." He looked at her. "Without the council's knowledge." "The council knows enough," Alina replied calmly. "It does not know what you are doing." "Then it is not asking properly." A brief moment passed. The master of stores exhaled. "You are forcing us into a position where we must react." "Then react." "We will." Alina held his gaze. "Good." He hesitated for a moment, as if he had expected another answer. "You believe you can control this?" he said at last. "No," Alina answered calmly. "I believe that otherwise we control nothing at all." The master of stores looked at her for a long time. Then he said, "If you fail, no one will stand between you and responsibility." "I do not expect that." He gave one short nod and left. Alina took up the quill again. This time she wrote faster. Not because she thought less, but because she knew that time had changed. In the afternoon, Leo returned first. He entered quietly and did not sit down at once, but stood for a moment as if he had to make sure the room was still the same. Alina looked up. "You are early," she said. "Earlier than planned," he replied. "Why?" He sat down. "Because I was seen." The room grew quieter. "By whom?" Alina asked. "I do not know," Leo said. "I did not see anyone directly, but I became slower, not because I was tired." Alina nodded faintly. "You felt watched?" "Yes." "And then?" I turned back. A brief moment passed. "Good," Alina said. Leo looked at her. "That was not far." "It was far enough." He nodded slowly. Shortly after, Mara came. She appeared unchanged, but her eyes were sharper. "I went farther," she said. "How far?" Alina asked. "Until I knew I should not go farther." "Why?" Mara looked at her. "Because it was too quiet," she said. "No sounds, no movement, no reason for it." Alina understood. "And then?" "I slowed," Mara said. "And then I came back." "Did you see anyone?" Mara shook her head. "No." "And still you turned around?" "Yes." A brief moment passed. "Good," Alina said again. Taran came last. He did not enter quietly. His steps were firm, not hurried, but clear. "I reached the line," he said. "What line?" Alina asked. "The one you do not see." The room held its breath. "Explain," Alina said calmly. Taran leaned slightly forward. "The road does not change," he said, "but the movement on it does. People walk differently. Wagons stop longer. Things happen without being seen." Alina nodded slowly. "And you?" she asked. "I went farther." A brief moment passed. "How far?" "Too far," he replied. Silence. "And?" Taran looked at her. "I was spoken to." No one moved. "What did they say?" Alina asked. "Nothing worth repeating," he answered calmly. "They wanted to know where I was driving. I told them what they wanted to hear." "And they let you go?" "Yes." "Why?" Taran shrugged. "Because I was not important enough." The sentence remained in the room. Alina knew that this was not safety. It was a moment. "Good," she said at last. Taryn looked at her. "That was not a good road." "I know." She stood. "We have enough for today." The three looked at her as though they wanted to hear more. A plan. A direction. Alina looked at each of them in turn. "Now we know it is a net," she said calmly. "Not a tight ring, but enough to see us if we go wrong." No one contradicted her. "That is enough for the next step," she added. Outside, darkness slowly gathered, and for the first time since the beginning of the war, Alina did not only feel that she was waiting for something, she had begun to search for it. The next morning, Alina had the writing room opened earlier than usual. Not because more work was expected, but because she wanted to alter the rhythm without breaking it. The first people came as they always did, bringing their letters, their questions, their voices. Everything moved calmly, orderly, familiarly. But this time, Alina did not remain seated throughout. She worked, rose, took a few steps, returned. It was not restless behavior, but a rhythm that showed she was no longer bound only to a table. By mid-morning, she had Mara, Leo, and Taryn called to her one by one. Mara came first. "You go again," Alina said without preamble. Mara nodded. "Yes, not alone." Mara looked at her. "Whom do I take?" Alina did not answer at once. "Someone who does not move like you," she said at last. "Not the same gaze, not the same roads." Mara smiled briefly. "You do not want us recognized as a group. I do not want you recognized before it is too late." Mara nodded. "You go farther than yesterday," Alina said, "but not to the border. You go only to the point where you feel someone is waiting for you to continue." Mara held her gaze. "And then?" "Then you turn back. No discussion, no pride." Mara understood. Leo came next. He did not sit at once. He remained standing, as if he wanted to hear how the words would fall. "You will walk more slowly than yesterday," Alina said. He frowned slightly. "More slowly?" "Yes," Alina said. "You are not going to get through. You are going to be seen." A brief moment passed. "That is more dangerous," Leo said. "Yes," Alina answered calmly. "That is why you do not go far. And if they speak to me, then you answer," she said. "Not too much, not too little." He nodded slowly. "And if they want more?" Alina looked at him. "Then you go no farther." Leo exhaled. "Good." Taryn came last. He sat without being asked. "You go again," Alina said. "I know, you do not take the same road." "I know that too." A brief moment passed. "You go deeper," Alina said. Taryn looked at her. "How deep?" "As far as you went yesterday," she replied. "And then a little farther." Silence. "That will be noticed," Taryn said. "Yes." "Why me?" Alina answered calmly. "Because yesterday you went farther than I told you to." Taryn's expression did not change. "And because you came back anyway," she added. A brief moment passed. Then he nodded. "Good," he said. Alina looked at him. "If you feel you have to decide, you turn back. Even if I am just about to see something. Especially then. I will not like that. Neither will I." He nodded. With that, it was decided. Alina had not chosen many, but she had chosen deliberately, and just as deliberately she had not chosen others. When she left the room, a young woman stood in the corridor, one she knew from the last several days. She had often been in the writing room listening, asking questions that were not loud but attentive. "You are not going," Alina said calmly. The woman stopped.
Why? Because you do not yet know when to turn back, Alina replied.
The woman swallowed.
I can learn.
Yes, Alina said, but not there. A brief moment passed. The woman nodded, even though it displeased her. Alina went on. In the courtyard, the council had gathered. Not all of them, but enough to carry weight. The master of stores stood at the front, 2 other council members beside him. They were not waiting by chance. They were waiting for her. Alina stopped as she approached.
Your Highness, the master of stores said, we must speak.
Then speak, Alina answered calmly. He looked at her directly.
You are forming groups.
It was not a question.
I am working with people who know roads,
Alina said.
Without a decision of the council.
With the necessity of the land. A murmur passed through the small group. You are exceeding your authority, another councilman said. Alina remained calm. Then tell me where my authority ends. Within, the master of stores answered at once. Supply, order, communication. And the outside? Alina asked. That is the alliance's matter, said the councilman. Alina looked at him. The alliance lost our king. Silence. The sentence struck. He is not lost, the priest said sharply. He is captured. Then the alliance left our king behind in captivity, Alina replied calmly. No one contradicted her. The master of stores took a step closer. That does not give you the right to act independently. It gives us the duty not to remain idle, Alina said. You endanger us all. I am trying to give us a possibility. A brief moment passed. Then Serafina stepped beside Alina. Not hastily, not loudly, but visibly. The council has voiced its concerns, she said calmly, and I have heard them. She looked at the men. Now you will hear me. The tone shifted. We have a king in captivity, she continued. We have a front that does not fully inform us, and we have a land that is beginning to ask what we are doing. No one interrupted her.
Alina is not acting against you,
Serafina said. She is acting because you have nothing faster than words. The master of stores began to speak, but Serafina did not let him.
You want order, she said. Then see that it carries. But you will not prevent us from gathering knowledge simply because it was not approved in your meetings.
Silence. Alina said nothing. She did not have to. Serafina stepped half a pace back, not away from her, but beside her.
If you have something better, she said quietly, put it on the table.
No one did. The master of stores looked between them. Then he said more softly,
and if it goes wrong?
This time, Alina answered.
Then we carry it,
she said calmly. No defiance, no sharpness, only fact. The moment stretched. Then the master of stores stepped aside, not willingly, but visibly. Alina walked past him, not quickly and not hesitantly, simply straight ahead. And for the first time, it was clear that she was no longer only acting. She was becoming the decision. On the morning after the confrontation with the council, Alina remained in the courtyard longer than usual. Work began early. Baskets were carried, tools distributed, water drawn from the well. Women went to the fields. Old men sat at the entrances of the storehouses. Children ran between adults and tried to be useful, though they did not always know how. Ardenthal kept moving, though its king was captive. Alina watched them and thought of what Serafina had said the day before. If you have something better, put it on the table. No one had put anything on the table. That did not mean resistance was gone. It It only meant that, for the moment, the council had no answer better than inaction. Alina did not want to fill that gap with grand words. She wanted to fill it with people who could do something. Mara stood at the well and spoke with two women from the western woods. She pointed to the edge of town, then to the hills beyond it. Her hands moved briefly, precisely. She did not explain much, but the others still listened closely. Taran knelt beside a wagon and checked the axle. He spoke to no one while he worked. Sometimes that was useful. Leo came from the direction of the river, a basket of nets over his shoulder. He had begun to see first and greet afterward. That too was useful. Alina went to them.
"We meet tonight after sunset in the old storeroom behind the northern wall," she said.
Mara looked at her. "Who is we?" "Those who can do more than wait." Taran tightened the last bolt and stood. "That sounds like many."
"It will not be many,"
Alina answered. Leo set the basket down.
"And who decides that?"
Alina held his gaze. "I do." None of the three objected. It was not obedience, but it was recognition enough. Alina spent the rest of the day not gathering names. She gathered reasons. In the writing room, she listened differently than before. One woman told her that she had once set traps in the forest with her father before coming to the court. Another mentioned, almost casually, how to sharpen a knife so that it would cut even through wet leather. A third brought bandages and said she had seen worse wounds than those in the northern wing, because births and winters were sometimes crueler than battles. Alina wrote, listened, asked questions, and left much uncommented. Not everyone brave was suited. That realization weighed more heavily on her than she had expected. In the afternoon, a young woman stepped up to her table. Her name was Rena, and she was hardly older than 16. Her eyes were red, not from weeping, but from sleeplessness. Her brother was among the captives. Alina knew that from the lists. "I want to go with them," Rena said. Alina set the quill down. "Where? Wherever you were sending people." The words were spoken too loudly. Two scribes briefly raised their heads. Alina waited until the room returned to work. "Who told you I was sending people?" Rena pressed her lips together. No one had to say it. Alina looked at her. There was anger in Rena's gaze, but anger was not a plan. "You are not going," Alina said calmly. Rena turned pale. "Why not?" "Because you want someone to stop you." The sentence struck her visibly. "That is not true." "Yes," Alina said. "It is. You want to run until something stands before you that is larger than your fear. I understand that. But I cannot take you for that." Rena breathed quickly. Her hands clenched. "My brother is there." "Yes," Alina said, "and that is exactly why you must not go." For a moment, it looked as though Rena would argue. Then she lowered her eyes. Alina softened her voice without withdrawing the decision. "You are needed. Not there. Here." In the northern wing, they lack hands that are not afraid of wounds. "If you want to be strong, begin there." Rena looked up. The anger had not disappeared, but it had found a direction. "With the wounded?" "Yes." "And later?" Alina did not answer at once. "Later will decide itself later." Rena gave a short nod and left. Alina remained seated for a moment. She had expected choosing to feel like power. Instead, it felt like responsibility. Shortly before sunset, she went to the stables. There she found the woman Mara had spoken of. Her name was Jonna. She was no soldier and did not try to look like one. She wore a plain dress with a worn leather vest over it, and her hair was tied so that it would not fall into her face. Beside her lay two hares, cleanly dressed,
and a bow better cared for than many swords in the armory.
You hunt?
Alina said. Jonna did not look surprised.
If we want to eat, yes. You know the forest.
The western part.
And the eastern.
Jonna took a cloth and wiped her knife.
Not well enough. Would you learn it?
Now she looked directly at Alina.
For whom?
For Ardenthal. Jonna slid the knife into its sheath. Many say that when they really mean someone in particular. Alina accepted the sentence. For the king, for the captives, for those who may still live because we understand where they are quickly enough. Jonna stood. She was smaller than Alina had expected, but her movements were sure.
I do not go into open fights, she said. I am not asking that. I shoot if I must.
That too. Jonna glanced at the bow. Then I will come tonight. Alina nodded and went on. The old storeroom behind the northern wall had barely been used for years. Once, grain had been kept there, but now only empty barrels and broken shelves stood along the walls. The room was dry, cool, and far enough from the busy corridors to hold a conversation that would not immediately be carried into the kitchen. When Alina entered, Mara, Leo, and Taryn were already there. Mara had her arms crossed. Leo stood near the door. Taryn sat on an overturned barrel. One by one, more came. Jonna entered without looking around and took a place by the wall from which she could see both door and window. A woman named Elder came from the northern wing. There were bandages on her hands and dark circles beneath her eyes. She was not formally a healer, yet in the last days the wounded had asked for her more often than for some of the learned men. Then came Berit, a smith from the lower quarter. Her shoulders were strong, her hands marked by old burns. She carried no sword, only a heavy hammer at her belt, which she probably would never have called a weapon. Another woman entered last. Her name was Sanna, and she was one of the ladies who had worked in the writing room. Alina had not called her, but she had come.
I know what letters say before others hear them aloud, Sanna said when Alina looked at her.
And I know who lies when they dictate. Taryn snorted softly. That is a skill. Sanna looked at him coolly. One that would probably have saved your life several times already had you possessed it. Berit laughed shortly, and for the first time, there was something other than tension in the room. Alina allowed it. Then she stepped into the center.
I did not call you because you want to fight, she said.
Anyone who only wants to fight is wrong here. No one spoke. I need people who can see, hear, return, and say what is truly out there. I need roads, not hero stories. I need hands that can carry, bind, open, close, guide, and if the worst comes, kill, without turning it into glory. Elder lowered her gaze briefly, but raised it again.
We're not an army,
Leo said.
No,
Alina answered.
Not yet.
The word remained in the room. This time she did not take it back. Mara watched her closely.
How many? 7 today,
Alina said.
Perhaps 10 later.
Taryn lifted his head. Why 10? Because more will be noticed and fewer cannot carry enough. Jonna nodded almost imperceptibly. That is true. Alina looked around the circle. No one decides today from anger. No one decides because someone is missing. No one decides because they cannot sleep. Whoever stays, stays from clarity. Berit crossed her arms. And if clarity comes only while walking, then that person does not walk, Alina said. The sentence was hard, but necessary. Sanna looked toward the door.
The council will not tolerate this.
The council tolerates many things when it has no better answer, Seraphina said from the doorway. All turned. The queen entered without escort. She wore no splendid gown, only dark cloth and a narrow belt. Her gaze moved over those present, pausing briefly on each, then on Alina. "I am not here to bless you," she said. "I am here so that no one can later claim Alina acted in the shadows against Ardenthal." The words took some of the secrecy from the room without making it safer. Serafina stepped beside Alina. "Whoever remains here does not do so for a princess," she continued. "You do it for a land whose king is captive and whose council is still busy finding the right words for its fear." No one contradicted her. Alina felt that the moment was larger than she had planned. Not louder, larger. "No one decides finally tonight," she said. "Tonight you only hear what may become necessary. Tomorrow the work begins." Mara nodded first. Taryn followed. Jonna said nothing, but she stayed. Elda pulled her sleeves a little higher, as if she had to adjust herself to a new kind of work. Sana stepped away from the door and joined the others. Berit placed a hand on the hammer at her belt and said calmly, "If we do this, then first we learn how not to die." Alina looked at her. "That is exactly where we begin." Outside, darkness fell, and throughout the castle, lights were lit one by one. In the old storeroom stood 7 people who did not yet know how far this evening would take them. Alina did not know either. But for the first time, what lay before her did not carry only fear. It had form. For a while no one spoke, not because there was nothing to say, but because the room had to grow used to what had just been spoken. They were not an army, not yet. But the word had stood in the room, and no one had pretended it meant nothing. Alina looked into the faces before her. Mara seemed focused, Leo tense, Taryn watchful. Jonna stood quietly by the wall, one hand near her bow without touching it. Elda looked tired, but not uncertain. Berit stood firmly on both feet, as if not even a wagon could move her aside by accident. Sana observed not only Alina, but the others as well, and for precisely that reason, Alina was glad she had come. Serafina remained beside her. "We do not begin with weapons," Alina said at last. "We begin with what each of you already can do." Berit lifted her head slightly. "And if that is not enough?" "Then we learn," Alina replied. "But no one becomes useful by pretending she can do something she has never practiced." It took from the matter some of the dangerous shine that stories often place on such moments. There were no born heroines standing here. There were people who, in recent weeks, had learned that work could change when the world demanded it. Alina turned to Mara. "You know forest paths and can tell when a road has been used. You leap not because you are faster, but because you notice sooner when one must slow down." Mara only nodded. Then Alina looked to Leo. "You know the villages near the eastern border. You know who lives there, who talks, and who is better left unasked. You do not go forward when you are expected. You listen." Leo looked as though he wanted to object, perhaps because listening sounded less like achievement than courage, but he did not. "Taryn," Alina continued, "you can drive a wagon to places where others on foot would stand out. You know when to keep talking and when to be silent." Taryn twisted his mouth briefly. "You learn that when you do not want to lose everything at toll posts." "Good," Alina said. "Then we keep exactly that." She turned to Jonna. "You hunt. You can wait without growing impatient. You can strike from a distance. That is not an invitation to shoot first." Jonna looked straight at her. "I do not shoot to impress anyone." "Then you belong here." "With Elda." Alina paused a little longer. "You tend wounds, and you can decide when someone can continue and when they cannot." I need someone who contradicts us when courage begins to become stupidity. Elder exhaled slowly. Some will not like that. I probably will not always like it either, Alina said. You will do it anyway. A brief trace of agreement passed across Elder's face. Alina looked to Berit. You can read metal because you work with it. You see whether a blade is cared for, whether a lock is weak, whether a wagon will break before it breaks. You are also strong. You could have left out the last part, Berit said dryly. Alina met her gaze. No. Strength is also a skill, as long as it is not the only one. Berit accepted that. Finally, Alina looked at Sana. You are here because you listen before you judge. You know voices. You notice when someone does not mean a sentence themselves. In the writing room, that can be comfort. Outside, it can be warning. Sana nodded slowly. And you? Mara asked. Alina had known the question would come. She had expected it and still did not have a fully finished answer. I hold the threads together, she said. Taran snorted softly. That sounds like court. Then I will say it differently, Alina answered. I decide who goes where and when, and I carry the responsibility if it was wrong. That was enough. Serafina took half a step forward. This remains small, she said. For now. No one leaves Ardenthal without a clear task. No one seeks glory. No one speaks in the courtyard of who was here. If asked, you were part of an assignment for supplies, watches, or roads. That is not even a lie. Berit looked to the Queen. And if the council asks? Serafina held her gaze. Then it asks me. With that, part of the danger had been named and, for the moment, bound. Alina took a piece of chalk from an old barrel lid and drew a rough line on the floor. She marked the Arden River, the old mill, the road to the bridge, and the area where Leo had felt watched. It was not a clean map, but it was enough to speak over. Tomorrow, not all go, she said. Mara and Jonna check the edge of the woods as far as the old mill. Leo goes to the riverbank village and listens for whether traders or travelers know more. Taran remains here and prepares a wagon that looks as though it needs repair and can still carry enough. Elder remains in the northern wing and makes a list of what we would need to move wounded men. Berit checks locks, chains, tools, and everything that can open doors which do not wish to be opened. Sana stays in the writing room and watches for letters that conceal more than they say. Sana crossed her arms. So you already expect letters to lie? No, Alina said. I expect people to be afraid of writing things down. Everyone in the room understood that. Jonna stepped closer to the chalk line. If I go with Mara, I want to know when we stop. When you see someone who sees you, Alina said, when the road becomes too quiet, when you cannot explain why you were there, when one of you feels that the other is wrong. Mara raised an eyebrow. That will be interesting. Then tomorrow you learn whether you can trust one another, Alina said. Elder looked from one to the other. And if one returns wounded? Then you tend her, Alina answered. And if you say she does not go again afterward, then she does not go. Berit no longer laughed. You mean that? Yes. A sound came from the corridor. Everyone became quieter without moving hastily. Sana stepped toward the door, but kept her distance. Footsteps approached, paused briefly outside the storeroom, and then moved away again. They were ordinary footsteps, likely a servant or a steward, but in that moment, the room learned how quickly a conversation could become a secret. Serafina looked to Alina. That is the price of secrecy. I know, Alina answered. No, Serafina said calmly. Not yet. But you will learn. It was not a warning meant to hold her back. It was a fact meant to prepare her. With her shoe, Alina wiped away part of the chalk line, not all of it. Enough that no one passing through would understand at once what had been there. "That is enough for today," she said. "Tomorrow, each of you does exactly what was discussed. No additions. No private heroics. If you see more than was planned, you remember it and come back." Mara nodded first. The others followed, one by one. They did not leave the room together. Sanna went first because she was needed in the writing room. Then Elder, who had to return to the northern wing. Barrett remained briefly and asked Taran about a wagon fitting, as if they had happened to speak about work. Jonna left without farewell. Leo waited until the corridor was clear. Mara remained last. "You did not take Rena," she said. Alina looked at her. "No, she will be angry." "Yes. She may try to do something anyway." Alina had thought of that. "Then I need someone to keep an eye on her." Mara nodded slowly. "I will speak with her." "Not to keep her small," Alina said. "To keep her here," Mara replied. "That is not the same thing." Then she too left. Alina remained alone with Serafina in the storeroom. Outside, darkness had fully fallen. Cold air entered through a narrow gap in the window. "You chose people today," Serafina said. "Yes," and turned others away. "That too." Serafina let her gaze fall to the blurred chalk lines on the floor. "The second will become harder." Alina knew she was right. Rena was only the beginning. More would come. People full of anger, full of fear, full of love for those held captive. Not all would be suitable. Not all would accept that. "How does one decide it correctly?" Alina asked. Serafina looked at her. "Not always. One decides as clearly as possible and then carries the consequences." Alina was silent. "Your father never did it differently," Serafina added. At those words, Alina raised her eyes. "He often seemed more certain than he was," Serafina said. "That was not deception. It was part of his task." Alina thought of Arvid in the map room, of his calm voice, of the way he explained decisions but rarely revealed what they cost him. "Did he doubt?" she asked. "Constantly," Serafina answered. The answer came without hesitation. Alina received it in silence. It changed nothing about her father's captivity, but it changed something in her memory of him. He had not seemed certain because he had no fear. He had seemed certain because others needed that certainty. Serafina went to the door but paused once more. "Tomorrow, the council will try to make this meeting smaller or larger, depending on what serves it. Do not let them decide the name for it." "What name should I give it?" Alina asked. Serafina looked at her. "None yet." Then she left. Alina remained alone. She looked down at the floor, at the blurred lines, at the remains of the Arden River she had drawn in chalk. It was only a mark on stone, but in her mind, it had begun to carry roads, people, decisions, risks. She stepped on it and blurred the last trace as well. When she left the storeroom, the castle was quiet. From the northern wing came muffled voices. From the kitchen came the smell of warm soup. In the courtyard, 2 torches burned, and at the gate stood an old guard with a spear that was still too heavy for him. Alina stopped beside him briefly. "Everything quiet?" she asked. "Quiet enough," he answered. She nodded and went on. In the west tower, darkness waited. She lit no candle. She stepped to the window and looked out at the fields, which at night were visible only as dark plains. Somewhere beyond that darkness, her father lay in captivity. Somewhere there were Mathis and the others. Somewhere between here and there moved people who watched, waited, and controlled roads. For the first time, the distance no longer seemed infinite. It was still large, dangerous, full of gaps. But it had begun to have names. Mara, Leo, Taran, Jonna, Elder, Berit, Sana. For now, there were 7. Later, perhaps 10. Alina placed her hand on the window frame and remained there until the cold crept through the wood into her fingers. Then she turned away. The next morning, they would not go to war. They would learn how to get there at all. There was no ceremony in the courtyard the next morning. That was good. Alina had barely slept during the night, yet she did not feel tired in the ordinary way. It was not the heaviness of too little sleep, but the tension of a thought that would no longer leave. The group in the old storeroom had not been a conversation one could later forget. Names had been spoken, tasks had been given, and with each of those names, something had been set in motion. She went down early. The courtyard was already alive. Women carried water, children brought wood, old men stood along the edges and gave advice that was sometimes useful and sometimes only habit. The stable smelled of hay and leather. From the kitchen came the scent of thin soup. In the northern wing, the wounded were being tended. Ardenthal lived on, but that living had the sound of work, not safety. Alina stood still for a moment and looked across the courtyard. She was not looking for heroines. She was looking for gaps. Who was missing at the wagons? Who carried too much? Who knew what to do without being told? Who stood in the way because they wanted to help but had no place? Since the evening before, she saw differently. Not more harshly, but more precisely. She did not like it in every moment. People were suddenly not only people, but possibilities, risks, abilities. She caught herself studying hands, shoulders, ways of walking, glances. It felt cold until she understood that it was not coldness, it was responsibility. Serafina stepped out of the southern wing. She wore dark cloth, simply bound, without jewelry. Her gaze found Alina at once. "You have already begun," she said. "I am only looking." That is often the most dangerous beginning. Alina did not answer at once. She knew Serafina was right. To see meant not to be innocent anymore. Whoever sees cannot later claim that they did not know. "We need 3 more, Alina said. Serafina stood beside her. "For the fast group?" "Yes." "And for the larger one?" Alina looked toward the women standing at the well. "The larger group is already forming. It simply does not know it yet." Serafina followed her gaze. "You must handle that carefully. People follow a task more easily than a name. Then we give them tasks. And no name." Alina nodded. She knew what Serafina meant. If one called it an army, the council would fight it before it could walk. If one called it supply, transport, protection, return routes, care for the wounded, watch and field order, then it was work. And work was difficult to forbid in Ardenthal now. The first 3 of the day did not come to her. She went to them. The first was called Maela. Alina found her behind the kitchen, where she lifted 2 large water buckets as if they weighed less than they looked. Maela was not striking in a courtly sense. She was broad-built, with strong arms and a face that gave little away. She was not a cook, though she worked there. She came from one of the river villages, and in recent weeks had carried loads for which 2 men would otherwise have been sent. "Maela," Alina said. The woman set the buckets down. "Your Highness, you can carry." Maela looked at her, then at the buckets. "That can be seen. You can also walk while you carry." One would hope so. Alina did not let the dry answer throw her. "I need someone who can move burdens without making a scene of it. Wounded people, water, tools, Perhaps people who can no longer walk on their own. Mela wiped her hands on her apron. You are not speaking of kitchen work. No. And you are not speaking of today. Not that either. Mela looked out toward the courtyard. My husband is not at the front. He died 2 winters ago. Alina had not known that. She waited. Back then I learned that you do not lift someone from the ground with grief, Mela continued. You need a back, arms, and someone who does not ask whether it is heavy. That is exactly why I am here. Mela was silent. Then she nodded once. Tell me when. Tonight in the storeroom. Good. The second was called Irma and was older than the others. Alina did not find her in the courtyard, but in the northern wing. She sat beside one of the wounded men and changed a bandage with movements so calm that the man did not even clench his teeth. Irma had grey hair hidden tightly beneath a cloth and hands that looked of lye, herbs, and work. Elder stood beside her and watched. She is better than I am, Elder said before Alina could ask. Irma did not look up. She is younger. That is not the same. The wounded man laughed softly and regretted it at once because the movement pulled at his side. Alina waited until Irma had fastened the bandage. I need you, she said. Irma rose slowly and studied her. For what? For the wounded. You already have those. For the road, Irma snorted. Every bandage is worse on the road. That is why I need someone who can apply even a bad bandage properly. Irma looked to Elder. Did she teach you that? Elder shook her head. She comes to it on her own. Irma turned back to Alina. I do not run through forests. I am not asking that. You do not belong to the fast group. But the fast group needs someone who says beforehand what they must carry, and the larger group will need you if we bring someone back. For the first time, Irma's face changed, not softened, but became more serious. If, she said. Yes. Irma looked past Alina to the men on the straw pallets. You believe you can bring them back? I believe waiting will not bring them back. After a while, Irma nodded. Tonight. Tonight. Then Elder comes too. Alina looked to Elder. Elder is already with us. Irma tied her cloth more firmly. Good. Then at least one of you has sense. The third was more difficult. Her name was Neela, and Alina knew her only by sight. She worked in the lower quarter with the rope makers. Narrow, quiet, with long fingers that tied knots faster than others could untie them. She was no fighter. No one would have chosen her if they were looking for strength. That was exactly why Alina sought her. Nella stood in her father's workshop. He was too old to stand for long, but too stubborn to sit. Ropes hung from beams, coarse lines for wagons, finer ones for loads, thin braided cords for things Alina could not immediately name. Your Highness, said the old robe maker and began to bow. Please remain as you are, Alina said. Neela looked up from her work. Does the castle need rope? Yes, Alina said. But not only that. Neela set the cord aside. What else? Someone who knows what rope can do. The old man laughed dryly. Hold and tear, depending on who uses it. Neela gave him a brief look. Then she looked back at Alina. For what? Alina did not answer immediately. She looked at the ropes on the walls. For wagons, for stretchers, for doors, for slopes where one must not fall, for people who must be moved without injuring them further. Neela grew still. That is not an ordinary order, she said. No. And it is not a question about rope. No. Neela took the thin cord in her hand again, drew it through her fingers, and then placed it carefully on the table. I cannot fight, she said. I did not ask that. Many ask it first. I ask it last, if at all. Neela looked at her for a longer moment.
Tonight.
Alina nodded.
I will come.
When Alina left the workshop, she knew that the 10 would not be alike. That was the point. Mara could read roads. Leo could read people. Taryn could disguise movement. Jonna could wait and strike. Elder could recognize the limits of the body. Berit could open, strengthen, or break things. Sana could read voices. Mela could carry when others only stood horrified. Irma could hold the wounded together. Neela could bind, secure, and loosen. It was not a group of heroes. It was a toolbox made of people. The thought frightened her because it sounded too sober. Then she thought of Arvid in captivity, of the wounded men in the northern wing, of Henrik, of the letters that grew fewer. Sobriety was perhaps not coldness. Perhaps it was the only way not to lose warmth to panic. In the afternoon, the larger preparation began, not officially. The women who drew water at the well received new assignments. 2 were to practice with the wagons from now on, not in the courtyard, but behind the storehouses. 3 were to pack supply bundles and unpack them again until they knew what was needed in which order. 4 older women were asked to keep lists of blankets, cloths, needles, clean knives, and portable pots. No one said what for. It was remarkable how much one could move when one did not call it movement. Rena worked in the northern wing. Alina saw her there late in the afternoon. She sat beside a wounded man, held a bowl of water, and looked as if she had spent the last hours not running away. Her eyes were reddened, but she stayed. When Alina entered the room, Rena looked up.
I am still here, she said. I can see that. I am not weak. I never said that.
Rena looked back down at the bowl. He called for his mother in his sleep. Alina stepped closer. Who? The one with the shoulder. Alina knew his name. Ewald. What did you do? I told him she was coming, even though I do not know whether that is true. Alina did not sit. Sometimes someone needs a voice before they need truth. Rena looked at her. There was less anger in her gaze than the day before. Not gone, only bound differently.
May I come tonight?
She asked. Alina did not answer at once. She could have said no, and part of her wanted to. Rena was young, angry, and too close to her own pain. But she had not left the room. She had seen wounds and stayed.
Not for the fast group,
Alina said. Rena nodded before the sentence had fully faded.
For something else. Yes. Then I will come.
Alina left the northern wing with the feeling that selection was never finished. One could refuse someone, but that did not mean one lost them. One only had to know what to do with what burned inside them. That evening, the storeroom was fuller than the day before. Not loud. No one laughed. No one entered with grand words. People came alone or in pairs, remained along the walls, found places from which they could see and listen. The 10 did not stand together, and yet Alina recognized them. Mara, Leo, Taryn, Jonna, Elder, Berit, Sana, Mela, Irma, and Naila. Irma and Naila. Others had come as well, women who did not belong to this fast group and yet were necessary. Rena stood with Elder. 2 women from the kitchen stood beside Mela. 3 from the riverbank village had gathered near Naila. Berit had brought 2 younger smithing apprentices who officially only meant to carry tools. Alina did not count aloud, but she counted. They were not yet 100. But they were enough to understand that 100 was possible. Serafina came last. This time she remained at the door. She left the center to Alina. Alina stepped forward.
Yesterday we were few, she began. Today we are more, and for precisely that reason it must be clear that not all will do the same thing.
She looked around the room. Some will go. Some will carry. Some will tend. Some will pack, count, cook, sew, drive, wait, and bring back. None of these tasks is smaller than the others. Whoever believes only the foremost line matters has not understood war. No one objected. We begin tomorrow with simple things, moving in groups without standing out, carrying loads without getting in one another's way, moving the wounded without killing them, loading wagons so that what is needed first can be reached first, remaining silent when questions reveal more than answers. Berit nodded clearly at that last point. Alina continued. No one leaves Ardenthal without permission. No one seeks their own roads. No one proves courage at the expense of the others. Whoever breaks these rules does not come with us. A woman in the background asked, "Come where?" The question was quiet, but the room heard it. Alina looked to Serafina. The queen did not move. She gave no sign, yet her presence was answer enough. Alina turned back to the room. Where we are needed, when the day comes. That was all she said. It was enough. After the short address, no exercise with weapons began. Instead, Berit placed 3 old locks on a barrel and explained why force was often slower than patience. Neela showed how to tie a knot that held, but could still be undone quickly. Mela had 2 women try to carry a straw sack filled with stones, and after only a few steps, it became clear that strength without coordination produced only bruises. Irma corrected the way one supported an arm. Elder showed when someone must not be moved. Jonna said almost nothing. She stood by the window and had 3 women describe, one after the other, what could be seen outside. The first named torches and walls. The second named the guard. The third noticed that the guard was not the same one as yesterday. Jonna nodded at the third. Mara led Leo, Rena, and 2 others through the rear passage and then had them described the same way afterward. Rena forgot a side door. Leo did not. Taryn stood near the wagon plans at the end and explained how to pack a load so that it looked like provisions, while leaving room beneath for tools. Sana listened to him and after 3 sentences noted that he spoke more slowly every time he concealed something important. "You do that often," she said. Taryn looked at her. "What? Slow down when you hope no one will ask." Berit laughed, and this time some laughed with her. The tension did not vanish completely, but it found air. Alina watched. This was not an army, but it was no longer accident either. It was a beginning that had gained hands, voices, mistakes, corrections, and the mistakes reassured her more than smooth promises would have done. Whoever stumbled here could learn. Whoever stumbled out there might die. Later, when most had gone, Serafina remained with her. "You promised them no hope," she said. "Should I have?" "No." Alina looked at the barrels, the locks, the ropes, and the marks on the floor. "I do not know whether this will be enough." Serafina stepped beside her. "No one knows that." "Then it is hard to continue." "Yes," Serafina said. "That is why so few do." Alina carried that sentence with her as she left the storeroom. The courtyard was dark. The old guard stood at the gate, and this time he held the spear a little differently. Perhaps someone had shown him how the weight sat more easily. Perhaps he had discovered it himself. Alina did not stop. She went into the west tower and looked out. Ardenthal lay quiet beneath her. The fields were dark, the river barely visible, the roofs of the town only lines in the night. Behind her, inside the castle, lay the letters, the lists, the wounded, and the maps. Beneath her, something had begun that was not yet allowed a name. She thought of her father. She thought of Mathis. She thought of Henrik, who had not wanted to be afraid. Then she thought of the 10. Not of their courage, but of their tasks. Tomorrow, they would practice. Not for glory. For return. On the morning after the first exercise, The old storeroom was no longer empty. From the outside, no one would have known what had begun there. The barrels still stood along the walls. The broken shelves still leaned where they had leaned for years, and no weapons lay on the floor that looked like departure. But anyone who looked closely would have noticed the traces. Chalk on stone, wear from ropes, a small notch in an old lock, sand carried in by boots. A room does not immediately forget when people begin to use it differently. Alina stood in the doorway and looked inside. Mara was already there. She knelt over the rough map they had drawn the evening before on a piece of old cloth. The Arden River was marked with a narrow dark line, the old mill with a cross, the bridge with 2 short strokes. Farther east, everything grew less certain, not because no one could draw, but because knowledge grew thin there. Jonna sat on a barrel and checked the string of her bow. She did it slowly and without haste. Berit had a lock before her and was taking it apart with a calm that impressed Alina almost more than strength. Elder and Irma sorted bandages, herbs, cloths, and small knives. Nella checked pieces of rope and tied knots. She immediately untied again. Mela carried a straw sack from one wall to the other and let 2 younger women watch how one held weight with the body rather than only with the arms. Leo stood with Sana and listened as she explained which sentences in the most recent letters had sounded strangely alike. Taran was not there. Alina noticed it at once.
"Where is Taran?"
she asked. Mara lifted her gaze.
"On the road since sunrise."
Alina stepped in.
"Where?"
He wanted to check the wagon road toward the old redoubt.
"He said he would be back before midday."
Alina looked to the door.
"Did he discuss that with me?"
Mara was silent for a moment. No. The room grew quieter without anyone stopping their work. Alina felt something tighten inside her. It was not anger alone. Anger would have been easier. This was heavier, because Taran was not just some man with too much courage. He was useful. He understood roads, wagons, disguise, and precisely for that reason, he should have known that an independent decision endangered the entire structure. "When he returns, he speaks with me first," Alina said.
"And if he does not return?"
Jonna asked. Alina looked at her. Jonna had not meant the question cruelly. She had simply reached the place the others were still avoiding.
"Then we learn from it before someone else makes the same mistake,"
Alina answered. No one said anything. That was better than agreement. The morning hours passed with work that would not appear in any song. No one practiced grand strikes. No one gave a speech. Berit showed how to open an old lock without destroying it. It took time, and 2 women grew impatient, until Berit lowered the tool and said that whoever mistook haste for strength should stay home. After that, they listened more closely. Irma had Rena apply a bandage and immediately undid it again.
"Too tight,"
she said. Rena clenched her teeth.
"Then at least it holds. Then the arm dies under your care, and later you can explain to him that you meant well."
Rena flushed but said nothing. She tied the bandage again, this time more slowly. Alina watched her. The anger was still there, but it no longer pushed blindly forward. It had met friction. Perhaps that was the beginning of usefulness. Around midday, Taran returned. They heard the wagon in the courtyard before they saw it. The wheels ran unevenly. A horse snorted. Alina left the storeroom at once, Mara close behind her. In the courtyard, Taran brought the wagon to a halt, climbed down, and reached for the side before he was fully standing. There was blood on his shoulder. Not much. Enough. Alina went toward him.
"What happened?"
"An arrow," Taran said, "grazed me." Irma had already appeared behind Alina. "Sit down. It is nothing. Then you'll be able to stand quickly again after I have seen it." Taran sat on the edge of the wagon. Irma cut open the cloth at his shoulder. The wound was shallow, but clean enough to make clear that the arrow had not missed by much. Alina waited until Irma pressed the bleeding down. "You went without an assignment," she said. Taran looked up at her. "I had a reason." "Perhaps you did." "You did not have permission." A few people in the courtyard kept their distance, but Alina noticed that they were listening. Taran drew air through his teeth as Irma cleaned the wound. "I saw something. That almost kept you from bringing it back." He lowered his gaze. "Yes." It was not an apology, but it was better than defiance. "What did you see?" Alina asked. Taran waited until Irma had put on the bandage. Then he rose more slowly than he would have otherwise. "There are no open posts on the road to the old redoubt," he said. "But there are signs, broken branches, freshly trodden earth, wagon tracks that do not fit our wheels. Someone uses that stretch, but not regularly." "Who?" Mara asked. "I saw 2 men," Taran answered. "Not in our colors. Not in the Alliance's colors either. They did not move like traders." "Armed?" John asked. "Yes, short weapons under their cloaks. One had a bow." "And they saw you," Alina said. "Too late for them," Taran answered. "Early enough for me." Alina looked at his bandaged shoulder. "That is not a success," she said quietly. Taran held her gaze. "It is a message. Then we treat it as one, not as a victory. Then we treat it as one, not as a victory." Alina led him into the storeroom. The others followed. No one asked questions until the door was closed. Taran stepped to the map and pointed to the area beyond the old mill. "Here," he said. "Not directly at the bridge. Behind it. The bridge is only the visible point." Whoever watches there draws eyes to himself. The real movement lies south of it. Mara narrowed her eyes. "There are old shepherd paths there." "Yes," Taran said. "And they are being used." "By those holding the king?" Leo asked. "I do not know," Taran replied, "but it fits what we have seen so far." Sana stepped closer. In her hand she held 2 letters. "Something else fits as well." Alina looked at her. "In 3 letters from different hands, the same place is not named," Sana said. "At first that sounds like nothing, but all 3 describe a detour. One writes that they passed an abandoned tower. One mentions a stream with red stone. One writes of a hill where no fires were allowed." Mara looked down at the map. "The red stream lies beyond the old redoubt." "And the tower?" Alina asked. "If it is the tower I think it is, then it does not lie on the official route," Mara said. The room grew quieter, not from fear, but because separate pieces had begun to fit together. Sana placed the letters on the barrel. None of the writers says where they were taken, but all 3 describe movement away from the front and away from the main roads. Alina stepped closer to the map. "Prisoners?" "Possibly," Sana said. "Perhaps wounded men, perhaps supplies. But if one transports a king, one does not take a road where every messenger can see him." Serafina joined them later. She entered the storeroom, listened to everything, and asked very little. Alina had come to value that in her. Serafina did not ask questions to show that she was thinking. She asked when an answer was needed. "How certain is this?" she asked at last. Alina looked at the map, then at Taran, Mara, and Sana. Not certain enough for a departure, certain enough not to keep only waiting. "The council will see that differently," Serafina said. "The council sees everything differently once it requires movement." Serafina accepted the sentence. "Then it will have an opportunity to say so aloud tonight." Alina understood. "You mean to call the council?" "Yes. And this time you will not merely listen." The great hall was fuller that evening than it had been at the last meetings.
Not only the inner council had come. 2 stewards from the villages sat at the side as well, along with the old captain of the gate guard, who could hardly stand for long anymore, but still knew better than most how unrest smelled. Serafina had invited them deliberately. The more witnesses there were, the harder it became for the council to dismiss Alina's work as secret play. Alina did not stand at the edge. She stood beside the map. That was a difference. Everyone noticed. Serafina opened the meeting. "We have new indications of movement east of the old redoubt," she said. "They come from reports, letters, and direct observation." The master of stores looked at Alina at once. "Direct observation?" "Yes," Alina said. "By whom?" "By people who know roads." "So by people you sent?" "Yes." The word fell calmly. One councilman placed his hand on the edge of the table. One councilman placed his hand on the edge of the table. "Then you confirm that you ordered reconnaissance without the council's decision?" Alina looked at him. "I confirm that I tried to find out where our king and our men might be." "That is not the same as authority," he replied. "No," Alina said. "It is more urgent." A soft murmur moved through the hall. The master of stores turned to Serafina. "Majesty, this cannot continue." "If every person sends people out at their own discretion, we lose every order." "It is not every person," Serafina said calmly. "It is Alina. That is precisely why it is dangerous." Alina knew what he meant. Not because she was insignificant, because she no longer was. The old captain of the gate guard cleared his throat. "May I speak?" Serafina nodded. "When a gate burns," he said, "one does not first ask who is allowed to carry water. One remembers afterward who did." The master of stores grimaced. "With respect, that is a fine image, but not a principle of governance." "No," said the captain, "it is experience." Alina looked to him. He did not hold her gaze long, but the brief glance was enough. The priest folded his hands. "We still have no confirmed certainty of where the king is being held. A departure would be reckless." "I am not yet speaking of a departure," Alina said. "But you are preparing one." "Yes." This time the silence was more pronounced. Alina let it stand. "I prepare," she continued, "because we cannot begin only once an unmistakable letter arrives. Every day we lose then may be a day the prisoners do not have." "And what do you want?" the master of stores asked. "An army of women." The question was meant to be more mocking than he probably intended to show. Alina did not answer immediately. She looked around the room, not searching, but measuring. "I want people who can carry when men can no longer walk. I want wagons prepared before wounded men lie on them. I want bandages before blood needs them. I want roads before we stand before a blocked way. I want scouts before we walk into foreign eyes. If you want to call that an army, then do so. I call it preparation." Serafina stood beside her without intervening. The master of stores looked to the queen. "And you allow this?" Serafina held his gaze. "I require it." The hall went silent. "We will not march out blindly," Serafina said. "We will not strip Ardenthal bare. We will not seek a battle, but we will be prepared if a road opens. And if that road comes, I will not allow us to lose it, because the council is still searching for a phrasing that makes it sound less dangerous." No one spoke at once. Alina felt something shift in the room. The council was not defeated. It never was. But it had been confronted. The master of stores lowered his gaze to the map. "And if the road never comes?" This time, Alina answered. "Then we will have trained people who can better protect our land, better carry our wounded, and better know our roads. Then we will have lost nothing but the illusion that waiting is a strategy." The old captain nodded slowly. One steward from the riverbank village did the same. The master of stores remained silent. Serafina did not end the meeting with a long closing speech. She assigned tasks. The captain was to examine which guards could be spared without weakening the gate. The stewards were to report supplies that could be transported. The master of stores was to present lists, not objections. The priest was to have rooms prepared for additional wounded, should any come. When the council members left, Alina remained with Serafina.
"You did not reject the word army," Serafina said.
"No." "Deliberately?" Alina looked at the map.
"If I reject it too quickly, they will use it against me. If I accept it too quickly, they will use that too."
Serafina nodded. "Good." A moment passed. "Taran was wounded," Alina said. "I know. Because he went on his own. Yes, I should have bound him more strongly." Serafina looked at her. "Perhaps. Perhaps he would have done what he did anyway. That does not make it easier."
"No,"
Serafina said.
"but leadership does not become easier just because one finds the right mistake."
Alina carried that sentence with her. Later, she went once more to the old storeroom. The 10 were there, together with some of the women from the larger group. No one asked what the council had decided. They saw it in her face.
"We continue,"
Alina said. No one cheered.
"That was good."
"From tomorrow on, we train every day. Not longer than the work in the land allows, but regularly. Each group receives a task. Whoever carries, learns to carry. Whoever binds, learns to bind. Whoever goes, learns to turn back. Whoever can use weapons shows those who must learn. Whoever cannot wield a weapon learns how not to stand in the way when others do." Berit crossed her arms. "This will be ugly."
"Then let it be ugly here,"
Alina said. "Not first out there." Jonna nodded. Rena stood at the back of the room. She did not look disappointed that she was not part of the fast group. She looked attentive. That was better. Alina stepped to the rough map. "We do not know enough yet," she said, "but we know more than yesterday. And when the day comes that we must go, I will not take anyone who only believes they are ready." Millar raised her hand. "And who decides when that day comes?" Alina looked to Serafina, who stood in the doorway. The queen gave her no answer. So Alina answered herself. "I do." The word was short, but not artificially placed. It had to be short, because it did not allow division. Mela nodded. No one objected. Late that evening, Alina stood in the west tower. She thought of Taran and the arrow that had only grazed him. She thought of Arvid and the men being held somewhere beyond the old redoubt. She thought of the 10 in the storeroom and of the many who did not yet know that they had become part of something larger. The decision was not yet the departure, but it was the threshold before it. And Alina knew that she had crossed that threshold. On the morning of departure, Ardenthal was not woken by bells. There was no call across the courtyard, no public proclamation, and no banners hanging from windows. Whoever stepped out of their house early that day saw only more movement than usual. Wagons stood closer to the storehouses. Women carried bundles without speaking for long. In the kitchen, bread was wrapped in cloth, dried apples were counted, and herbs were filled into small pouches. In the northern wing, Irma and Elder checked bandages, needles, clean knives, and bowls that must not break if a wagon rolled over uneven ground. Alina had been on her feet since the first grey light. She could not have overslept. Sleep had never become deep enough to hold her. During the night, she had opened her eyes several times and stared at the dark window until at last she had risen before the day began. Now she stood in the courtyard and read a list she already knew. Still, she read it again. Water,
bread, bandages, ropes, tools, spare straps, blankets, dry cloths, oil, needles, small knives. She crossed nothing off before she had seen it herself. Berit stood beside her wagon and checked the metal rings along its sides. Neela knelt next to it and drew a rope through a bracket, loosened it again, and tied it anew. Mela lifted one of the heavier sacks, set it down, and shook her head. "That one does not go on top," she said. Taran, whose shoulder was still bandaged, twisted his mouth. "It is there because it will be needed last. It is there because someone put it up there who does not have to carry it," Mela replied. Alina looked up from the list. "Then it goes below." Taran wanted to answer, but let it be. He lifted the sack down together with Mela, and Alina noted the change. It was these small things that decided return, not courage, not grand words. A sack in the wrong place could leave a wounded man on the ground longer than he could endure. The fast group did not stand together, and yet all of them were there. Mara spoke with Jonna at the edge of the courtyard. Both looked down at a small sketch Mara had scratched into a piece of wood. Leo stood with Sana and listened while she named several villages whose inhabitants reacted poorly to questions. Elder argued softly with Rena about the number of water skins that should remain with the forward group. Irma listened to the argument until she had enough, took 2 skins from Rena's hands and laid them wordlessly on the supply wagon. Rena exhaled audibly but did not object. Rena was not going with the fast group. Alina had stated that decision once more the evening before. Rena had accepted it without weeping and without pleading. That had impressed Alina more than any oath. She had been assigned to the supply group directly under Elder and Irma. She would not run at the front, but she would be where the wounded arrived. That was not a smaller place, only a different one. Serafina stepped out of the southern wing, accompanied by 2 ladies of the court and the old captain of the gate guard. The master of stores followed several steps behind. He looked as if he had not slept. They all did. "How far are you?" Serafina asked. Alina did not hand her the list, but answered from memory. "The wagons are almost ready. The 10 are complete. The supply group counts 22. The return group 36. In addition, there are the women who accompany us as far as the old mill and secure it there. In total, 97. "Not 100, said the master of stores. Alina looked at him. 3 fewer we have to feed. He pressed his lips together. That was not criticism. Then we will take it as a note. Serafina looked between them but did not intervene. In the last few days, the master of stores had learned to speak more carefully. Alina had learned not to spare him unnecessarily. The old captain stepped up to her. The gate guard remains posted. Not strong, but visible. We need no more, Alina said. No one should believe Ardenthal is open. Whoever tries will learn that old men can still make noise, he answered. Alina nodded. Noise is sometimes enough. The captain smiled faintly and returned to the gate. Toward midday, the last women were assigned. Not all were calm. Some stood with arms crossed too tightly. Others talked too much. A woman from the riverbank village kissed her 2 children on the forehead so often that the older daughter eventually told her to stop because she was coming back. The mother did not answer. She only took the small pouch the girl held out to her and tucked it into her pocket. Alina saw such moments, and each stayed somewhere within her. She could not stop beside everyone. Perhaps that was the hardest part. In the storeroom, she gathered the fast group in the early afternoon. This time there were 10. Mara, Leo, Taran, Jonna, Elder, Berit, Sana, Mela, Irma, Naila. They stood around the map, which no longer consisted of chalk on stone, but lay on coarse cloth. Nothing about it was beautiful. The lines were uneven, some places marked only by symbols,
and beyond the old redoubt much remained vague. But it was their map, born from letters, roads, observation, and return. Alina placed 2 fingers beside the old mill. "Up to this point, we do not move as an army," she said. "We are wagons, supplies, and escort. Whoever sees us sees work." Taran nodded. "And whoever looks more closely should see nothing they understand at once." Sana looked down at the map. "For that, we have to match our stories." "What stories?" Barrett asked. "Why we are there," Sana replied. "If each of us says something different, we stand out faster than if we had weapons in our hands." Leo nodded. "Supplies for wounded on the return road. Checking the roads. Collecting abandoned stores. Those are reasons people can believe." "Because they are half true," Mara said. "Exactly because of that," Alina said. She looked to Jonna. "You and Mara go ahead of the main group. Not far. You check whether the road is open. No contact if it can be avoided." Jonna nodded. "Leo, you stay with the forward wagon line. If anyone asks, you answer first, not Taran." Taran lifted his head. "Why not me?" Sana answered before Alina could. "Because you speak more slowly when you lie." Barrett grinned briefly. Taran did not look pleased, but did not object. "Taran," Alina continued, "you determine the order of the wagons. If a road becomes too narrow, you decide which wagon stays behind. That will cause argument. Then argue faster than the road narrows." Mela crossed her arms. "And me? You stay wherever weight is moved. If someone falls, if a wheel breaks, if we must carry, you decide who takes hold." Mela accepted that without visible reaction. Irma and Elder take charge of the wounded. Irma decides what is medically necessary. Elder decides what is possible on the road. If you contradict each other, we stop until one of you has convinced the other. Irma snorted. "That costs time." "A dead man costs more," Alina said. After a moment, Irma nodded. "Barrett, you take tools, not heavy weapons. If we have to open a door, I do not want to hear half an hour of noise. Then give me people with patience. You get Neela." Neela looked up calmly. "I do not open locks." "No," Alina said, "but you secure what Barrett opens, and if we have to lower, pull, bind, or release someone, I do not want us to learn only then which knot holds." Neela laid one hand on the rope at her belt. "Good." Finally, Alina looked at Sana. "You stay near me." Sana raised her brows slightly. "Because I cannot fight. Because I need someone who hears what people truly say when they are afraid." That was not a lesser task. Sana understood it. Mara looked at the map. "And you?" Alina knew the question was not seeking her position, but her place. "I go with the fast group as soon as we can secure the main group," she said. "Until then, I remain where decisions come together." Taran studied her. "Not everyone will like that. I know. Outside this room as well. Especially there." With that, the assignment had been spoken, not final for all time, but valid for the departure. When they left the storeroom, Serafina stood in the corridor. She had not been listening. She had been waiting. "The council asks for one last conversation," she said. Alina looked at her. "Asks?" Demands politely. "Then we go." The great hall was not full, but it was tense. The master of stores stood at the table. The priest sat, which did not make him appear calmer. 2 village stewards were present, as was the old captain. Serafina did not sit. Neither did Alina. "We request," the master of stores began, that the departure be delayed by at least 2 days. Alina did not answer at once. She waited to see whether he would say more. He did. The situation is not sufficiently secured. We have no final confirmation of the place. The roads are dangerous. Ardenthal is losing labor. And if this expedition fails, we lose not only people, but all credibility with the alliance, he said.
That alliance left our king behind, Alina said. That is a simplification.
It is a fact still waiting for its explanation. The priest raised his hand. Princess, no one questions your motives.
Yes,
Alina said calmly.
You've been doing that for days. You merely call it something else.
Serafina looked at her from the side, but did not intervene. The master of stores inhaled with control.
We question the method.
Then name a better one. It became still. Alina waited. No one named one. The old captain placed both hands on the table. If we wait 2 more days, the roads will not become safer, but the men out there will grow weaker. The master of stores looked sharply at him. You do not know where they are? No, said the captain, but I know what captivity does to a body. The sentence struck differently because it came from an old man who no longer had much to prove. Serafina stepped forward. The departure will not be delayed, she said. The master of stores turned to her. Majesty, I must warn you expressly. You have done so, Serafina answered, several times, and I have heard it. Then you decide against the council. I decide with the responsibility Arvid left me. The king's name made the room quieter. Serafina continued.
Alina leads this expedition not because she seeks glory. She leads it because she prepared while others waited for clearer messages.
She does not take Ardenthal's army, for that army is not here. She takes those who had to remain and can still act. The master of stores fell silent. Alina felt that Serafina's words did more than defend her. They made the departure official without turning it into something grand.
And you,
Serafina said to the council,
will make sure Ardenthal stands while we are gone.
Not complaining, not offended, not nursing wounded pride, but practically. The fields will continue to be tended. The gates remain manned. The supplies will be checked. And when we return, I do not want to find a land that has pitied itself. The old captain lowered his head, and this time it almost looked like agreement. The master of stores said quietly, "And if you do not return?" Alina answered before Serafina could. "Then Ardenthal will need people doing their work all the more." That was the final word on the matter. Late in the afternoon, the wagons were arranged in an order that was meant to appear inconspicuous from the outside. The heavier vehicles in the middle, the lighter ones at the front and rear. Anyone who looked only briefly saw supplies and working women. Anyone who looked more closely could see the order. The fast group moved among the others, not set apart. Alina had insisted on that. Whoever showed themselves too clearly as command became a target. Whoever seemed too clearly special drew eyes. People gathered before the gate, not many at first. Then more and more. Word spread although no one had called. Women came from the fields. Children stood behind wall corners. Old men leaned on sticks. Henrik's mother was there, her hands cleaner than usual, the cloth tied firmly around her head. Rena saw her and went to her briefly. Alina did not hear what they said. Serafina stepped beside Alina.
"You must say something," she said.
"I know,
not much. I know that too."
Alina stepped in front of the wagons. The voices slowly faded. She looked into the crowd and did not search for approval. Approval was too soft for this day. She searched for understanding, and even that would not be found everywhere. "We go today," she said. "Not because we are certain, not because we are stronger than the war. We go because people from Ardenthal are captive, and because our king is among them." She let her gaze move over the faces. "The work here continues. Whoever stays is not left behind. Whoever stays holds Ardenthal. Whoever comes does so not for glory, but for return." Somewhere, a child asked too loudly, "Will you bring them home?" The child's mother immediately put a hand on his shoulder, but Alina answered, "We will try." She promised no more. It was enough and too little at the same time. Alina turned to the women behind her. "Check your pouches, check your straps, check whether you know who walks beside you." Movement began. No cheering, no calls, only preparation. Serafina stepped to her as the gate wings were released. "You will not be able to control everything," she said softly. "I know. You will have to make decisions without knowing enough. I already do." Serafina nodded. "Then come back." Alina looked at her. In that sentence lay more than command, more than plea. It was what Serafina allowed herself because no one else stood close enough to hear it. "I will try," Alina said. Serafina took her hand. Only briefly. To others, it might have looked like a formal gesture. To Alina, it was more. Then Serafina let go. The gates opened. The wood moved slowly, and the road beyond became visible. It was the same road on which Arvid, Mathis, and the others had gone out. This time, the departure sounded different. Less metal, more wheels, more cloth, more breath. Mara and Jonna went first, without moving far ahead. Taran gave the forward wagon a signal. Leo sat beside the first driver. Maylela walked beside a wagon carrying blankets and stretchers. Irma and Elder checked even while walking whether the pouches could be reached. Nayla carried ropes over her shoulder. Berit had tools at her belt that knocked softly against each other with every step. Sana walked close to Alina. Rena remained with the supply group. She did not look back. Alina did, once. Serafina stood in the gate, dark-clad, upright, alone, and yet not weak. Behind her lay Ardenthal. The walls, the courtyard, the writing room, the west tower, the fields. Everything that had to remain so that return would have meaning. Then Alina turned her gaze forward. The column began to move. Slowly at first, because wagons need time and people must find their step. Dust rose beneath the wheels and settled on hems, shoes, and hands. No one sang. No one spoke more than necessary. At the edge of the road stood Henrik's mother. When Alina passed her, the woman did not lower her eyes. "Bring back whom you can," she said. Alina did not stop. If she stopped, the column behind her would falter. "We will," she answered as she walked. The road led past the southern fields. The grain stood higher than it had in the weeks before. It moved in the wind, ripening, fuller, closer to what so many sacrifices had been made for. Alina looked at it only briefly. She knew that fields do not wait until wars are over. They grow when they can grow. Behind her, the wagons rolled. Before her lay the east. And between the two went Ardenthal, not as an army, not as a legend, but as a group of people who had waited long enough. The first day outside Ardenthal unfolded more slowly than Alina had expected. Not because the road was difficult. Not yet. The road to the old mill was known to anyone who had ever moved grain, wood, or cloth between town and villages. It was broad enough for wagons, firm enough for wheels, and familiar enough that no one thought of war when looking at it. That was exactly what made it dangerous. Alina did not walk at the front. Mara and Jonna moved some distance ahead, far enough to see something before the column walked into it, but close enough not to look like scouts. Leo sat on the first wagon and spoke with the driver about harmless things when they passed farms or individual workers. Taryn walked between the wagons, checked axles, corrected distances, and acted so convincingly as though it were only about transport that even Alina might have taken him for an ordinary wagon leader if she had not known better. The women spoke little. That had been practiced beforehand, not out of secrecy for its own sake, but because many voices make a column seem larger than it should. Whoever stays silent is more easily taken for work. Whoever talks too much more quickly becomes a story. Around midday, they reached the old mill. It stood at the edge of the road, half collapsed, but not useless. The wheel had not turned for years, yet the yard offered cover for wagons, animals, and people. The first securing group was meant to remain there, as planned. Alina let the wagons roll into the yard and waited until Taryn had checked their order. Then she stepped to Mara, who stood at the edge of the mill yard and looked along the road east. "Up to here, everything was clean," Mara said. "Too clean?" Alina asked. Mara shook her head. "No, just clean." It was an honest answer. Alina was learning not to force such answers. Whoever wanted to see signs everywhere eventually found them, even where there had been only wind and chance. The women who were to remain at the mill took their positions. Some had tools, others water, blankets, bandages. From the outside, it would look as though they were preparing a return transport. That was exactly what they were doing. The lie held because it was made of truth. Rena helped Elder redistribute the pouches. She looked focused. More than once, her gaze moved to Alina, but she did not come to her. That was good. It meant she had accepted her task, even if it did not satisfy her. Alina gathered the 10 behind the mill where the broken wall gave them cover. "From here on, the column becomes smaller," she said. The main group remained staggered behind. "We check the road as far as the old redoubt and return if we find no safe passage." Berit tightened the strap of her tool belt. "And if we find one?" "Then we decide there, not here." No one entirely liked that. It was still right. They did not continue at once. Irma insisted that each of the 10 drink water. Elder checked Taryn's shoulder, which visibly displeased him. Jonna checked her arrows. Neela tightened the knots on the short lengths of rope she had distributed. Sana quietly repeated the names of places that had appeared in the letters. Leo listened and added which of them could be named to strangers and which could not. Mayela took the heaviest pouch without asking anyone. "You do not always have to take the heaviest," Alina said. Mayela looked at her calmly. "Yes, if someone else takes it, they will be slower later." Alina let it stand. They left the mill in 2 groups. Mara and Jonna went ahead. Alina followed with Sana, Leo, and Taryn. Behind them came Berit, Neela, Elder, Irma, and Mayla at a little distance. From far away, no formation would have been visible. From close by, it would. The road to the old redoubt was narrower. Bushes grew closer along its edges, and the ground carried tracks from different wheels. Not all were fresh. Some were. Twice, Taryn knelt, touched the earth, and said nothing until Alina stood beside him. 2 wagons, he said, heavily loaded. No more than 2 days ago. Eastward? There and back. Alina looked along the road. Supplies? Or relocation? The word remained without further explanation. Everyone knew what it could mean. They went on. The first encounter came shortly before the hollow beyond the redoubt. Mara raised her hand, and all stopped. No jerking movement, no startled retreat. They had practiced this, and the practice paid off. Jonna had already stepped into the slope and made herself small between 2 shrubs. Mara came back silently enough that even Berit narrowed her eyes in appreciation. 4 men, Mara said softly. No open colors. 1 with a bow, 3 with short blades. They do not stand on the road, but beside it. Control? Alina asked, waiting. Leo looked toward the hollow. For whom? Mara shook her head. For anyone who is not careful enough. Alina studied the road. If they turned back, they lost time and perhaps the only trace. If they went on, they walked into a point set up precisely for that. She felt everyone waiting for her decision.
We do not bypass them, she said. We take them out of the way.
No one contradicted her, but the air changed. This was the first step that was no longer only observation. Alina spoke quickly, but not hastily. Jonna was to pin the archer, not kill him if there was another way. Mara and Leo would take the left edge, Berit and Mela the right. Neela would remain with Elda and Irma, who would stay back. Taran was to block the road if one of the men tried to flee. No shouting, Alina said. If one escapes, the next post knows more than we do. Jonna nodded. And if they draw first? Then you draw faster. The plan was smaller than her fear. Perhaps a plan had to be that in order to be carried out at all. They moved into position. Alina went with Mara and Leo. Her heart beat heavily, but her hands remained calm. She did not think of heroism. She thought of distances, of branches underfoot, of Leo's breath beside her, and of the place where Jonna had to be when everything began. The first arrow did not come from Jonna. A crack in the brush had been enough. The foreign archer turned faster than Alina had expected, drew, and shot. The arrow struck no body, but buried itself in the trunk beside Leo. Before the man could draw a second time, Jonna's arrow struck his shoulder. He did not fall, but the bow sank. Then movement broke loose. Mara was ahead of Alina, low and fast. Leo did not shout. He threw himself into a man stepping out of the hollow, and both went to the ground. Berit came from the right, not elegant, but with a force that drove her opponent against a stone. Mela held a second man until Taran knocked the blade from his hand. Alina saw the third man too late. He did not come toward her, but past her, straight toward the road. If he escaped, he would change everything. Alina reached for the knife at her belt, but for an instant her hand felt foreign. Then Mara stepped into his path. He struck at her, and Alina moved. It was not a clean fight, not a practiced sequence. She grabbed his arm, felt cloth and muscle, almost lost her grip, and thrust with the blade because she found no other movement fast enough. The man sagged against her. His weight was greater than she had expected. Mara pulled him away from her before Alina could remain standing like someone who had just understood what she had done.
Move,
Mara said softly. Alina heard the word and forced herself to lift her gaze. The fight was over. The archer lived. Jonna held him in sight while Elder bound his shoulder, not out of mercy, but because a dead man said less than a living one. 2 of the others were dead. 1 lay unconscious at the edge of the road. Berit had blood on her cheek, but it was not hers. Alina looked down at her hands. Mara stepped beside her.
Not now.
Alina nodded. She understood. Breaking apart was a luxury that could come later, if at all. They left the wounded archer behind, tied but tended. Sana found a small piece of wax on one of the men, bearing a sign she did not know. Neela took it. Taran checked the men's shoes and found that they had walked far, but not from the east. Mercenaries? Leo asked. Or paid eyes, Sana said. That was worse. Mercenaries fought for coin. Eyes were sent. They continued, but differently. No one spoke about the man Alina had killed. That did not make it easier. It only made continuing possible. Late in the afternoon, they reached an abandoned timber yard. The main group was meant to pause there briefly later if the road remained open. Alina let the 10 rest, but not make camp.
Irma checked small cuts, bruises, Taran's shoulder. Elder forced Leo to put his hand in cold water because 2 fingers were swelling. Jonna stood with Mara at the edge and looked back. Alina drank without feeling thirst. Sanna sat beside her.
"You did what was necessary,"
she said. Alina did not look at her. "Do not say that." "Why not?" "Because it sounds too easy." Sanna was silent. Then she nodded. That restraint was better than comfort. The second ambush did not come because they were careless. It came because a successful first step easily makes people believe they have understood the rhythm. Mara had checked the path. Jonna had seen no movement. Taran had read the tracks and found nothing fresh enough to trouble them. They moved on, more narrowly staggered, more cautious than before. Then Rena, who had followed with a small supply group, saw a piece of cloth at the edge of the road. It was blue, the color of the simple cloth some men from Ardenthal had carried with them. Rena should have stopped. She should have called Mara. She should have waited until Jonna had checked the edge. She did not. She stepped off the road. Only 3 steps. It took no more. Movement came from the brush. A man reached for her, not first with a blade, but with his hand, to pull her away. Rena screamed, and the road tore into chaos. Jonna shot at once. The man let go of Rena and stumbled back. 2 others came out of cover. One threw a spear that grazed Maela's arm. Berit pulled Naila aside. Taran drew his knife and placed himself before the next wagon. Alina ran toward Rena. Not alone. Mara was faster. Rena lay on the ground, not badly wounded, but frozen with shock. Mara grabbed her by the collar and pulled her back onto the road.
"Get up,"
Mara said. Rena could not. Alina knelt beside her and seized her arm.
"Now."
That helped. Not because of harshness, but because it gave direction. They pulled Rena back. Then Alina heard Maela shout. Not loudly from pain, but in warning. Naila had gone too far forward. She had seen that one of the ropes on a wagon had come loose, and she had run to secure it. In another life, that would have been right. In this moment, it brought her into the open line between the trees. The arrow struck her below the throat. She did not fall at once. That made it worse. Her hand still reached for the rope, as if her body had not released the old task. Elder reached her first, followed by Irma. Jonna shot again. This time Berit roared, not like a heroine, but because she saw the man who had loosed the arrow. Mara threw herself into the slope. Leo pulled Rena behind the wagon. Taran brought the horses under control before they could overturn the cart. Alina looked toward Neela. Elder had her hand pressed against the wound. Irma said something Alina did not understand. Then Irma looked at her, and there was no hope in that gaze. The fight ended faster than the first, and felt longer. 2 attackers fled. 1 remained dead at the roadside. 1 was struck by Jonna and vanished between the trees without anyone knowing whether he would keep running. Alina would have had to order no one to follow him. She did not have to. No one moved that way. They had learned. Too late for Neela. Elder sat beside her, hands full of blood. Rena knelt a few steps away and stared at the blue scrap of cloth now lying in the dirt. It was not cloth from Ardenthal, only bait. Alina went to Neela. The rope-maker was still breathing, but shallowly. Her eyes were open. They sought no sky, no faces, no great final words. They found Alina.
"The rope,"
she whispered. Alina knelt beside her.
"It is secured."
That was not true. Berit understood faster than the others, grabbed the loosened rope and pulled it tight.
"Now it is secured,"
she said with a voice that barely held. Perhaps Neela heard it. Perhaps not. Her breath grew shorter. Irma laid a hand on Alina's arm.
We have to move.
Alina looked at her.
Not immediately, she said. Yes,
Irma replied.
Especially now.
Alina knew she was right. The second ambush had shown that the road was not merely watched. It was prepared. Whoever stayed here gave the next attackers time. She stood. Her voice was calmer than she felt. We take her with us. Taran looked at her.
That slows us down.
We take her with us, Alina repeated. This time, no one objected. Mela and Berit prepared a stretcher. Nayla's own ropes held her together. It was cruelly fitting, and no one said it. Rena still stood apart. Alina went to her. She died because of me, Rena said. Alina looked at her. The easy comfort was ready and wrong.
She died because the enemy placed bait, and because you took it,
Alina said.
Both are true.
Rena lowered her gaze, and Alina saw the sentence strike her.
You will not break from it now, she continued. Not here, not on this road. You will walk, you will carry, and later you will understand what it means.
Rena nodded, at first barely, then more firmly. Yes. That one word had to be enough. When they continued, the column had changed. The distances were tighter, the voices fewer. Every gaze checked the edge of the road, every branch, every scrap of cloth, every movement in the grass. Alina felt the pain only later. During the second ambush, she had cut her forearm. Not deeply, but long enough that blood had run to her wrist. Elder wanted to bind it. Alina allowed it, without pretending it was nothing.
You will need that hand,
Elder said.
Then make it useful.
Elder bound it firmly, but not too tightly. She had learned from Irma. Toward evening, they saw from a distance the first hill from which the area before the camp could be observed. They went no farther. Mara insisted. Jonna agreed. Taran found a sheltered place between rocks and low trees, large enough for the fast group and part of the supply. The main group stayed farther back, as planned. Nayla lay on a stretcher, covered. No one spoke a prayer. Perhaps later. Perhaps in Ardenthal. Here it would have felt wrong, because the road was not yet over and the living still had to be led. Alina did not sit. She stood at the edge of the camp and looked in the direction where the enemy lay. She did not think of glory, not of victory, not even of rescue. She thought of the man she had killed, of Neela, of Rena, of the way death could be made in a single moment from task and mistake. Mara stepped beside her. Tomorrow we see the camp, she said. Alina nodded. Tonight we do not all sleep at once. No. Mara looked at her from the side. You brought her with us.
Neela.
Yes. Alina answered only after a while.
I will not leave her lying on a foreign road.
Mara nodded. Good. It was not comfort, it was agreement. That night, Alina remained awake for a long time. Her arm throbbed. Her hands smelled of earth, blood, and wet cloth. Behind her lay the women who were still breathing. One was already missing before they had even reached the camp. The road into fire had taken its price. And tomorrow, they would see whether they had paid it for nothing. Morning came without clarity. Damp cold lay between the trees, and the ground was soft with dew in places. No one had truly slept. The watches had been changed, water had been rationed sparingly, and the few words that were spoken stayed close to necessity. Neela's body still lay on the stretcher, covered with a dark cloth. Mela had insisted that the stretcher not be placed at the edge, but where it had to be seen. Alina was grateful to her for that, even if she did not say it. She knelt over the map spread out on the ground. The cloth had grown dirty along the edges, and moisture had blurred the sharpness of the lines. During the night, Mara had added more markings. Jonna had placed small stones where she suspected guards, and Taryn had used a piece of wood to mark possible wagon routes. Everything was imprecise. Everything was better than moving blindly. "We do not all go forward," Mara said. Alina nodded. "Only the fast group as far as the hill. The rest remain back until we are certain." "We will not be certain," Jonna said. "Then, until we know enough." That was the difference they could afford. Rena stood a little apart with Elda and Irma. She was pale, but she worked. She had checked water skins, sorted bandages, and helped Mela secure Nayla's stretcher again. Since the second ambush, she had no longer tried to push toward the front. Alina did not know whether that was guilt or maturity. Perhaps it was both. She turned to the 10, though there were no longer 10. The thought cut more deeply than she had expected. "We go to the hill," she said. "No movement into the camp before we know how many guards there are and where the prisoners are held." Jonna and Mara checked the edges. Leo and Sana listened for voices and roots. "Barrett, you look at gates, locks, and pens as much as distance allows. Taryn remains with the return line and keeps the wagons ready. Mela, Elda, and Irma stay with the supply group until we know whether wounded men must be moved immediately." Barrett looked toward the stretcher where Neela lay. "And who secures the ropes?" Alina kept her eyes on the map.
"You and I."
Barrett did not answer. That was agreement enough. They set out while the light still lay low between the trees. Mara went ahead, Jonna slightly offset behind her. Alina followed with Sana and Leo. Barrett moved behind them, heavier but not careless. The ground rose slowly. Roots pushed out of the earth, thorns caught at cloth, and more than once they had to stop until Jonna gave a small hand signal that the way was clear. The hill was lower than Alina had expected. From below, it had seemed more significant. From above, it was enough. The camp lay in a hollow. It was no great army camp with ordered rows and solid walls. It consisted of hastily raised palisades, several wagons, 2 larger tents, fire pits, and an area of wooden pens built against the rock wall. That had to be where the prisoners were. The ground was trampled. Smoke hung low over the fire pits. Men moved between the tents and the pens, some armed, others carrying buckets or ropes. The guards were not evenly placed. 2 at the northern entrance, 1 near the wagons, 2 at the pens. More had to be inside the tents. Alina counted. Then she counted again.
"At least 12 visible," Mara whispered. "More in the tent,"
Jonna added. Leo pointed with his chin toward the southern edge.
"There is a narrow exit there."
"Not a gate, more a gap between palisade and rock." Barrett followed his gaze. "Too narrow for many, good for individuals." Sana narrowed her eyes. "They do not speak like regular soldiers." Alina looked at her. "Too few commands," Sana said softly. "Too many individual voices. It feels mixed." "Mercenaries?" Barrett asked. "Probably." Alina looked toward the pens. Something moved there. A man was led out of one of the wooden enclosures. He walked bent, but on his own feet. His hands were bound. A guard shoved him forward. The man turned his head briefly, and Alina held her breath. Not Arvid. Not Arvid. Not Mathis. Still someone from Ardenthal. She did not recognize him, but the cut of his cloak and the cloth at his belt were familiar. The guard brought him to a water barrel. He was allowed to drink, then push back again. "They are not keeping them in chain lines," Mara said. "Not yet," Barrett replied. "These pens were built quickly. If they meant to keep them longer, it would look different." Alina took that in. It could mean they were soon to be moved. "We do not have much time," she said. No one contradicted her. They withdrew from the hill slowly and in the same order in which they had come.
Only when they were out of sight again did the real conversation begin. Taryn listened without interrupting. Mayla stood with her arms crossed beside the wagons. Irma and Elder had already prepared bandages, as if they had read enough from Alina's face. Rena held a water skin in both hands. Alina knelt at the map and traced the camp's layout with a piece of charcoal. "We do not attack the camp," she said. "We open it." Berit nodded at once. "That is better. Mara and Jonna take the northern edge and bind the guards there. Not for long, only enough that they do not run to the pens." "Bind means?" Mara asked. "Distract, wound, kill if there is no other way." Mara accepted that without visible reaction. "Leo and Sana come with me to the southern gap. Berit comes too. We open whatever has to be opened. Elder and Irma remain just behind with Mayla. As soon as the first prisoners come out, you decide who can walk and who must be carried." Taryn brings the wagons closer as soon as he sees the signal. "What signal?" Taryn asked. Jonna took an arrow from her quiver. Burning cloth on an arrow. Into the ground before the southern path, not into the air. "Good," Taryn said. Alina looked to Rena. "You stay with Elder." Rena nodded without objecting. That was perhaps the clearest proof that she had learned.
"And the main group?"
Mayla asked.
"They come only once. The first prisoners are out. Before that, there are too many bodies too early in the wrong place."
Mayla accepted that. The plan was not beautiful. It was not complete. It had gaps they could not close. But it had directions, tasks, and return routes. There was nothing more. They waited until late afternoon. Not until night. Night would have given them cover, but it would also have taken movement from the prisoners. The wounded stumble in darkness. Panic grows larger in darkness. Late light was a compromise, and every compromise had a price. Shortly before they set out, Alina went to Nella's stretcher. She did not lift the cloth. She only touched the edge of the rope that held the stretcher together. Nayla had tied it before she died, the knot held. "We bring her back," Berit said behind her. Alina turned. "Yes." Berit looked toward the camp, which they could not see from here. "And the others?" Alina nodded. Then they went. The first part went better than Alina had dared to hope. Mara and Jonna reached the northern edge without being discovered. A stone rolled deliberately down the slope, not loudly, but noticeably enough that one of the guards lifted his head. Then there was rustling farther north. 2 men left their post. Jonna struck one of them in the leg. The other shouted, and with that the camp began to turn in the wrong direction. Alina moved with Leo, Sana and Berit toward the southern gap. The path was narrower than expected. Thorns tore at her sleeve. Once Berit's tool pouch caught, and Sana freed it with such a calm hand that Berit would probably later claim she had done it herself. They reached a palisade at a place where the rock cast a shadow over the ground. There was space between 2 wooden posts. Not much. Enough for one person if they were not too broad and carried little. Berit examined the connection. "Not built to last," she murmured.
"How long do you need?" "Too long if you keep asking."
Alina closed her mouth. Behind the palisade, they heard voices. One cursed. Another called for water. Then something struck against wood. Leo moved closer to the gap.
"Someone is there."
Alina stepped beside him.
"Who?"
"Prisoners. 2, maybe 3, directly behind the pen." Berit worked faster. The wood gave softly. Not enough. Then a call came from the northern edge. A guard appeared between 2 wagons, too close to their position. He did not see them at once. Sana noticed him first and grabbed Alina's arm. Alina turned.
The man reached for his blade. Leo stepped forward and spoke. Not loudly, not in panic. "Waterline," he said in a dialect Alina did not know. "The captain sent us." The guard hesitated. Only briefly. Sana added a word that sounded like a curse and pointed at the ground. The man looked down. In that moment, Alina drew her knife. Berit was faster. She did not strike his head, but rammed the grip of a tool against his forearm. The blade fell. Leo threw himself against him. Alina helped bring him to the ground. Sana pressed a cloth into his mouth before he could shout. They bound him with Neela's rope. No one spoke of it. Berit worked on. The wood gave way. The gap opened. Alina slipped through. The smell hit her first. Sweat, waste, old wounds, damp wood. The pen was lower than she had expected. Men sat or lay on the ground. Some lifted their heads, others barely reacted. For a moment, no one saw her as rescue. She was only another movement in a place where movement rarely meant anything good.
"Ardenthal," Alina said softly. "Whoever is from Ardenthal comes here." A man blinked. Then she recognized him. Mathis. He did not sit at the front, but against the side wall. His face was narrower, his hair clotted, a dark bruise at his temple. But his eyes were awake. He did not say her name. That saved them both. "Whoever can walk helps those who cannot," she said. "No crowding, no shouting." Mathis rose to his feet. For a moment he swayed. Then he reached for the man beside him and pulled him up. "The king," Alina said. Mathis glanced toward the rear partition. There. Her heart struck hard, but she did not go at once. First, people had to get through the gap. Berit helped from outside, Leo pulled, Sana counted, Elder received the first men. Mela lifted a man who could barely stand and carried him away without a word. Then Alina went to the back. Arvid did not lie on the floor. He sat leaning against the wall, his hands bound, a bandage around his torso. His face was grey with exhaustion, but his eyes opened when she came closer. "Alina," he said. This time it was no title. She knelt beside him. "We're getting you out." He looked at her, and despite everything there was in his gaze, a remnant of the man who had explained borders to her in the map room. "Who is we?" "Ardenthal." A faint, barely visible smile entered his face. "Of course." She cut through his bonds. "Can you walk?" "With help." That was honest. Good. Mathis had appeared behind her. "I will help." Alina looked at him only briefly. Too briefly for everything that stood between them. Long enough to know he was alive. Then help. Outside, the plan tilted. A horn was blown. Not by them. Someone had noticed the escape. Shouts ran through the camp. Mara and Jonna withdrew, but not quickly enough to bind all the guards. Two men came toward the southern side. Taran brought the wagons closer than planned because he had heard the horn as well and did not wait for the signal. That disobedience probably saved lives. Alina led Arvid through the gap with Mathis. The way was too narrow. Arvid clenched his teeth as his bandage scraped against the wood. Outside, Elder assessed him at once.
"Onto the second wagon," she said. "I can still stand,"
Arvid muttered. Irma stepped up to him. "That is lovely for you. Sit anyway." Arvid looked at her, and for a brief moment Alina almost laughed. It stuck in her throat. Then came the second loss. Mela had remained by the pens to pull out a man whose leg was trapped under a beam. Berit tried to loosen the wood, but the shouts came closer. A guard rushed in from the side, blade raised. Rena saw him first and screamed.
Mela did not let go of the prisoner. Jonna shot, but the man was too close. Mela turned, did not take the strike fully, but enough. The blade caught her side, deep beneath the ribs. Berit struck the attacker down. Rena ran to Mela despite everything she had learned. This time it was right, because Mela fell and would otherwise have collapsed onto the prisoner. Alina reached her seconds later. Mela lay on her side, her hand still on the arm of the man she had meant to save. "Is he free?" she asked. Berit had loosened the beam. The prisoner was pulled out.
"Yes,"
Alina said.
"he is free."
Mela breathed heavily.
"Then carry him."
Rena knelt beside her, hands full of blood, and looked at Alina. Irma came as well, pressed down on the wound, and said nothing. The silence was enough. Alina knew they could not stay. She knew it with a clarity she hated.
"We take her with a clarity she hated."
"We take her with us," she said. "She will not survive the road. Then she does not die here." Mela heard it. Her eyes moved to Alina.
"Do not become stupid,"
she said, softly but clearly. Alina bent closer.
"You come with us."
Mela closed her eyes briefly.
"You do not carry heavy people when the road burns."
Berit turned her head away. Rena did not weep. Not yet. She only pressed her hands to Mela's side as if force could replace what was missing. Mela looked at her. "This time you were right." Rena almost broke under it, but stayed. Alina made the decision, and she felt something inside her give way. "Berit," she said. "Help the prisoner onto the wagon. Rena, back with Irma. Elder, secure Arvid. Jonna, cover the retreat. Mara, everyone to the southern line." "And Mela?" Rena asked. Alina looked at Mela. Mela gave her the answer with her eyes. Alina knelt briefly beside her and laid her hand on Mela's shoulder.
"You are not alone."
"No," Mela said. That was all that remained. They went. Not all at once, not in order, but quickly enough. Taran guided the first wagon through the narrow track they had not planned as a wagon road before. Wood scraped along the sides. Neela would have known which knot would have held better. The thought came and had to be pushed away. Prisoners stumbled, were pulled, supported, carried. Mathis helped an older man who barely breathed. Arvid sat on the second wagon, pale but awake. He gave no commands. That was perhaps the clearest sign of his exhaustion. At the edge of the camp, one of the small tents was now burning. No one knew who had set the fire. Perhaps one of the prisoners. Perhaps Berit. Perhaps an overturned pot. It did not matter. Smoke drew across the road and made sight more difficult. For once, that helped. They reached the first return line. There, the women of the main group waited. For one moment, the thing Alina had feared most threatened to happen. Too many people, too many questions, too many hands wanting to help. Then Irma shouted so loudly that even Taran flinched. Anyone not assigned stands out of the way. It worked. Not perfectly, but enough. Elder put Arvid's bandage in order. Rena helped a man with a broken arm. Berit came last out of the smoke line with a gash on her forehead and a look that told everyone not to ask her about Mela. Jonna emerged from the trees, then Mara. Both lived. Mela did not. Alina did not ask. She saw it in Berit's face. The retreat began immediately, not as flight without direction. Taran took up the wagon order they had prepared. Neela's ropes held the stretchers. Mela's place remained empty, and yet was felt everywhere. The main group closed around the wounded while Mara and Jonna checked the edges. Leo spoke with the freed men, gathered names, tried to learn who was missing. Sana listened and interrupted only when someone in panic gave false directions. At some point, Mathis came beside Alina. Not too close.
"You are bleeding," he said. She looked at her arm. The bandage had come loose. The wound had opened again. Not badly. That is what everyone says when they do not want to look. She almost answered as she might have before, something small, dry, careless. She did not. "You are alive," she said instead. He looked ahead. Yes. They could say no more. Not here. Not with Arvid on the wagon, prisoners all around them, the dead behind them, and a road before them that was not yet safe. But it was enough for that moment. Late in the evening, they reached the sheltered place from the day before. No one wanted to remain there, but they had to. The wounded needed water. The horses needed rest. People who had just been freed from a camp could not run forever only because fear pushed them. Alina went from wagon to wagon. She saw faces she knew and faces she did not. She saw men from Ardenthal, men from allied lands, 2 very young lads who probably should never have fought at all. She saw Arvid, who stayed awake, although Irma ordered him to sleep. She saw Mathis distributing water instead of sitting down. Then she found Berit. The smith sat apart, her hands on her knees. There was blood beneath her fingernails, not only her own. Alina sat beside her. "She wanted us to go," Berit said. Alina nodded. "That does not make it better." "No." Berit looked at her. "Good. I did not want you to make it better." Alina remained beside her. After a while, Berit said, "Nella and Mela." "Yes, 2 of ours." Alina looked into the darkness.
"Not only ours."
Berit was silent.
"More died today,"
Alina continued.
"There in the camp. On the road. Before. If I carry only our names, I make the others smaller."
Berit nodded slowly. "Then carry all of them."
"I am trying. That will become too heavy."
Alina did not answer, because Berit was right. Later, she went to Arvid. He was sitting upright, though he should not have been. His face was pale, but his eyes were clearer than they had been in the afternoon.
"You led them,"
he said. Alina stopped before the wagon.
"I brought them here."
"That is not always the same thing." Today it was. She looked at him. For a moment he was not only king and not only father. He was a man who understood what she had done and what it had cost.
"We are not back yet,"
she said. Arvid nodded.
"Then bring us back."
It was not an order. It was trust. Alina lowered her gaze briefly, not from submission, but because she could not take that sentence lightly. Then she went on. That night, again, she barely slept. The camp was behind them, but not over. It hung in their clothes, in the bandages, in the eyes of the freed. Neela lay on the stretcher. Mela was not with them, and precisely because of that she was everywhere. Alina stood at the edge of the makeshift camp and looked west. There lay Ardenthal. They had found the king. They had found Mathis. They had brought many out, not all. They had lost what they would never have chosen to lose. The way back would not be homecoming. Not yet. It was the last part of the rescue. And perhaps the hardest. The return began before sunrise. No one spoke of homecoming. Not yet. The word was too soft for what lay ahead. Homecoming sounded like open doors, warm light, arms waiting. The road on which they now moved consisted of wagons, wounded men, tired horses, badly bound wounds, and people who had carried more fear for days than their bodies could hold. Alina walked beside the second wagon. Arvid sat there, his back supported by rolled blankets. During the night, Irma had checked his bandage again and forbidden him, with a directness no one at court would have dared, to speak unnecessarily. He did not entirely obey, but he tried. That alone showed how exhausted he was. Mathis walked on the other side of the column, not beside her.
not visibly near her. He helped an older prisoner who had to stop every third step because his breath could not keep pace with his will. Once, their eyes met over the wagons. Only briefly. Then both looked forward again. It was enough to know that the other was still there. The first hour moved slowly, but in order. Mara and Jonna checked the road ahead. Taran led the wagons with greater distance between them because the ground grew soft in places, and he wanted to prevent one stuck wheel from halting the entire column. Berit walked with the tools and spoke little. Sana gathered names. Not loudly, not officially, but by moving from wagon to wagon and asking who was missing, who had been found, who had no longer been able to walk. Leo helped her because some men answered him more readily than a lady of the court. Rena remained with the wounded. She had barely slept in the night. Alina saw it in her movements. She was slower than usual, but not uncertain. When a man reached for water and dropped the skin, she picked it up, held it to his lips, and waited until he turned his head away on his own. No urging, no trembling. The anger that had almost led her to her death only a few days earlier had not vanished. It had been given a task. Around midday, they stopped at a low stretch of woodland. Not long. Long rests make people heavy. Whoever sits too deeply rises with more difficulty. Irma knew that, and Mela would have known it. Alina thought the name without speaking it aloud. Neela's stretcher was set down in the shade. The rope still held. Berit had checked it twice during the night, and each time pretended she only needed to see whether the knot had loosened during the movement. No one told her they understood. Mela was not with them. That remained a hole no one could carry. Alina went to Sana, who sat on a flat stone and wrote names on a piece of parchment. Her script had grown smaller so everything would fit on the page.
How many?
Alina asked. Sana did not look up at once. Freed from Ardenthal, 31. Wounded who must be carried or driven, 11. 2 men from Ardenthal still missing, likely dead but not confirmed. From allied ranks we brought 17. Some do not know where they belong or they are not saying yet.
And dead?
Sana held the quill still for a moment. Our known dead since the departure, Nella and Maela. In the camp, at least 6 we saw. On the road, 2 prisoners who did not survive the retreat. The others, we do not know. Alina nodded. The numbers were smaller than the feeling and larger than any comfort. Keep writing them down, she said. All of them. All, as far as we know them. Sana looked up now. Even those who are not from Ardenthal. Especially those. Sana nodded, and Alina went on. Late in the afternoon, they reached the old mill. The women who had remained there came toward them. Some began to run, then stopped because they saw the state of the column. Joy sometimes needs a moment to understand that it may not come alone. Elder handed wounded men over to the prepared group. Irma gave orders, no one questioned. Taran had the horses changed as far as possible. The mill, which on the day of departure had been only a securing point, now became the first place where rescue truly became visible. A woman from the return group stepped up to Alina.
Should we send a messenger?
Alina looked west. Ardenthal was not yet visible, but close enough that news could run faster than wagons.
Yes,
she said.
But not only with the message that we are coming.
The woman waited. He should say that wounded are coming. That help must be ready at the gate, that no one must block the road, and that Serafina is to be informed first.
And the king?
Alina looked to the wagon. Arvid had his eyes closed, but he was awake. She knew because his hand moved slightly whenever someone came too close to the bandage.
He should say that the king lives,
she replied.
Nothing more.
The messenger ran.
They did not spend the night at the mill. Alina decided to go a little farther while the horses could still manage it. The road there was safer, Ardenthal was closer, and every step west took space away from the enemy. No one objected. Not even Irma, though she looked as if she was saving her objections for later. Only deep in the night did they stop. For the first time in hours, Alina sat on a stone at the edge of the road. Her arm throbbed. The cut was not dangerous, but with every movement it reminded her that even small wounds demand attention. Elder came to her and changed the bandage without asking.
"You sleep afterward?"
Elder said.
"Briefly."
"Longer than briefly." Alina looked at her. Elder looked back.
"Briefly enough to rise quickly,"
Alina said. Elder pulled the bandage tight.
"That is a bad compromise, but better than your first answer."
Alina almost smiled. She did not quite manage it. When Elder left, Mathis stepped out of the darkness. He remained at a distance that would have been harmless to unfamiliar eyes. Here, at the edge of the makeshift camp, no one looked anyway. Everyone was too tired to search for secrets. "You should remain seated," he said. "So should you." "I have sat in the camp long enough." The sentence came dryly, but not lightly. Alina looked up at him. In the weak light, his face seemed narrower than before. The boy from the stables had not vanished, but he no longer stood there alone. Beside him stood a man who knew hunger, blows, and captivity.
"I saw your letter,"
she said softly.
"The one to Jakob. I know. I did not keep it."
"I know that too." A silence formed that was not empty.
"The other letter,"
she said. Mathis lowered his gaze briefly. "It stays closed." "Yes." "Good." They said no more about it. The sealed letter lay somewhere in Ardenthal, unopened, and for the first time Alina was grateful for every word inside it she did not yet know. Mathis looked toward the wagons.
"Your father asked for you. He saw me."
"That is not the same." Alina followed his gaze.
"What did he ask? Whether you were wounded?"
She looked at her bandaged arm. He saw that. He asked anyway. Alina did not answer. Mathis stepped half a pace closer, then stopped. "You brought him back. Not alone." "I did not say that." A cough came from near one of the wagons. Both looked toward it. The moment dissolved before it could become dangerous. "Sleep," Mathis said. "You too." He nodded and went back to the men. Alina remained seated a moment longer. Then she stood, found a place near the wagons, and slept for a short while with her back against a wheel. The next morning, Ardenthal was visible. At first only as a line, then as walls, then as a gate. The column slowed, although everyone wanted to reach it faster. The wounded could not be sped up only because the goal was near. Horses stumble more easily when rushed. People make mistakes when hope shoots into their legs. Mara went ahead and returned before they reached the final stretch.
"They are waiting,"
she said. Alina nodded.
"How many?"
"Many." That had been expected. Still, it made the next step harder. Serafina stood before the gate, not atop the wall, not hidden in the courtyard. She stood outside, where the road entered the town. Beside her were the old captain, several ladies of the court, carriers, water, blankets, healers, and men who had been too old or too young for the war. Behind them stood people from the town and villages. Some held children by the shoulders. Others had their hands clasped before their stomachs. Some were already searching before the column was close enough for faces to be recognized. Alina went on. She felt the column behind her grow quieter. Not because there were fewer sounds, but because everyone withdrew into themselves. Whoever comes home must face the gaze of those who waited. When she reached Serafina, the queen said nothing at first.
Her gaze went past Alina to Arvid's wagon. Then she went there. Arvid opened his eyes when she came close. He wanted to sit up. Irma, who walked beside the wagon, laid a hand on his shoulder and pressed him back without any courtly ceremony. "You stay," she said. Serafina looked briefly at Irma. Then she looked at Arvid.
"You live,"
she said.
"Yes."
The word was small, but it was enough. For everything else, there were too many eyes. Serafina laid her hand on his.
"Only briefly."
Then she turned and gave orders.
"Water first. The badly wounded to the northern wing. Freed men to be registered. Families held back until the names were ordered."
No one was to run between the wagons in panic. The first people began to weep. Not all from grief. Not all from relief. Some wept because they found a face. Others because they found none. A boy tore himself free from his mother and ran to a man being lifted from a wagon. The man did not recognize him at first. Then he raised his hand slowly, and the boy stopped before him, as if suddenly afraid he might break him. A woman searched the rows and repeated a name. No one answered her. Sanna heard it, went to her and led her aside, not to give her hope, but so she would not stand alone between the wagons. Enric's mother was there too. She searched for no one. She stood at the edge and watched as others found or did not find. When Alina passed her, the woman nodded. It was not thanks. It was recognition of work no one had wanted to do. The stretcher with Neela was carried through the gate. Berit walked beside it. As they passed the crowd, a small circle fell silent. Some recognized Neela. Others did not. Mela's name moved quietly onward, though her body was not with them. That was the cruelest part. A dead woman who did not come home forced everyone to imagine the place where she had remained. Alina helped until the first wagons stood in the courtyard. She ordered, assigned, held people back, let others through. Again and again, her name was spoken. Your Highness. Alina. Princess. Sometimes only a broken sound when someone did not know whether to ask, thank, or grieve. Only when Arvid was brought into the great courtyard did a different silence fall. He insisted on not being carried in lying down. Irma called that nonsense. Arvid called it necessary. In the end, Mathis and another freed man supported him, and so the King of Ardenthal stepped back into his courtyard. Not upright enough to seem unharmed, but upright enough to be seen. The people lowered their heads. Arvid raised a hand. "No," he said, and his voice was rough. "Not for me." The heads lifted hesitantly. He looked to Alina. She stood several steps away, her arm bandaged, the hem of her dress full of dust and dried blood that was not all hers. "For them," Arvid said. Alina did not freeze. She did not move either. Arvid continued, slowly, because each sentence cost strength. "Ardenthal did not bring me back through an army. Ardenthal brought me back through those who had been left behind." His voice did not carry to every corner, but the front rows passed the words on. Not loudly, word by word. "My daughter acted when others had to wait. She led when leadership was needed, and she bore a price that must not be forgotten." Alina took a step forward, not from pride, but because she could not evade him. "Father," she said, softly enough that only those near could hear. Arvid looked at her. For the first time in a long time, there was nothing testing in his gaze. Only exhaustion, pain, and something Alina did not want to name too quickly. Recognition was too small a word for it. "Ardenthal owes you honor," he said. Now everyone heard it. Alina felt the words work through the crowd. Honor was dangerous. Honor turned actions into stories.
Stories made people larger than they wanted to be and smaller than they were. She looked to Berit, who stood beside Nella's stretcher. She looked to Rena, whose hands still carried blood beneath the nails. She looked to Sana, who supported a weeping woman. To Taryn, who could barely stand straight anymore. To Mara and Jonna, who remained at the edge because they were used to not standing in the center. To Elder and Irma, who were already working again. To Mathis, who supported Arvid and did not seek her gaze. Then she looked back at her father.
"No,"
she said. It grew quieter. Alina raised her voice, not strongly, but clearly.
"I did what was necessary, not alone, not for honor. We went because people were captive. We came back because others carried, led, bound, opened, watched, and endured." She turned toward the crowd. Neela fell. Mela fell. Many men died in the camp whose names we do not yet all know. Others were already dead before we could reach them. If courage is spoken of today, then not mine alone. If names are named today, then all that we know. And if we do not know names, then we still leave room for them. No one interrupted her. She took a long breath. "We brought the king back. We brought many back. Not all."
This was the hardest sentence. In the crowd, someone began to weep. This time, it was not suppressed. Arvid slowly lowered his head. Not before her alone. Before all of them. Serafina stood beside him, and her face remained calm, but her eyes did not. The rest of the day lost its clear shape. The wounded were tended. The freed were washed. Families were brought together or separated from hope that gave no answer. The list of those returned was written 3 times anew. Sana and Leo worked on it until their hands ached. Rena brought water. Berit disappeared for a while and returned with a piece of metal she had taken from Neela's tool pouch. She told no one why. In the evening, a simple fire was lit in the courtyard. No celebration, no victory. Still, people came. Some sat on the ground. Others stood. Neela's stretcher lay before the fire. For Mela, an empty place was left beside it, with a rope Neela had tied and a stone from the road where Mela had fallen. It was not enough, but it was something. Arvid could not stand for long. He sat on a chair that had been brought to him. Serafina stood at his side. Alina did not stand beside him, but with the women who had gone with her. The priest spoke, not for long. Perhaps he had understood that long words had no place that evening. Their names were spoken. Henrik, Jakob, Rudolf, Naila, Mela. More men from Ardenthal. Men from allied ranks, as far as their names were known. Unknown prisoners. When unknown was spoken, many lowered their eyes, not from emptiness, but from respect for all that had no family here to hear it. After the naming, Henrik's mother stepped forward. Alina did not know whether she meant to speak. The woman stopped before the fire, drew a small egg from a cloth, and laid it beside the stone for Mela.
"The hen still lays,"
she said. No one laughed. No one had to explain what it meant. Continuation was sometimes the only form in which life could answer. Later, when the courtyard emptied, Alina found herself in the west tower. She did not know when she had gone up. Her legs had known the way. The window was cool beneath her hand. Below her lay the valley of Ardenthal. The field stood dark, but she knew the grain was there. Higher now than at the beginning. Alive. Not innocent. Not anymore. Behind her the door opened. Arvid did not enter. He would not have managed the stairs. It was Serafina. She came beside Alina to the window and was silent for a while.
"He will sleep,"
she said at last.
"Irma ordered it."
"Then he likely will." Serafina nodded it.
She has more power than the council. Alina looked briefly at her, and for a small moment there was something like warmth in the room. Not laughter, but the memory that laughter was still possible. Then Serafina's gaze grew more serious.
Today you received something you cannot put down again. Honor.
Visibility. Alina looked out again. Down in the courtyard, the last embers were being distributed. A few women carried water. Someone led a horse into the stable. The old captain spoke with a boy who wanted to hold the spear and almost dropped it.
I only wanted them to come back, Alina said. I believe you.
But that is no longer enough.
No,
Serafina said.
It is no longer enough.
For a while they stood beside one another. No one in this world would have said that book 2 began here. But Alina felt nonetheless that something did not end simply because the king was back. The war of this volume was over. The men had returned as far as they could be brought back. The captivity had ended. Ardenthal stood. And yet something had shifted that would not find its way back into the old shape.
What will the council do?
Alina asked.
It will give thanks,
Serafina replied.
Then it will think.
And eventually it will ask itself what one does with a princess whom people follow. Alina briefly closed her eyes.
Not today,
Serafina said.
No. Today you may be tired.
Alina opened her eyes again.
I do not know whether I can.
Serafina laid a hand on her shoulder. The gesture was calm, not public, not royal.
Then learn it. That too belongs to this.
After a while, Serafina left. Alina remained. She thought of the first lists in the courtyard, of Mathis's name, of the sealed letter that still lay unopened somewhere in the writing room, of Arvid's gaze, of Neela's ropes, of Mela's last demand, of Henrik's mother and the egg by the fire. Below her lay Ardenthal, exhausted and alive. The fields had been green when it all began. Now they were still green. But Alina now knew that green alone saved nothing. It had to be held. With hands, with decisions, with mistakes, with losses, and with people who went even though they were afraid. She remained at the window until the night deepened. Then she turned away from the valley. Tomorrow, letters would be written, lists amended, wounds tended, fields worked, the dead mourned, the living counted. Tomorrow, Ardenthal would go on. And this time, Alina knew she would not only watch,